broader adoption altogether. First of all, I would love to introduce Tashina Jackson of AAB on stage. Put your hands together, the moderator, wonderful moderator. She has a lot of experience, been in space for a long time. If you would like to take this seat, then the camera can see you wonderfully. Alongside Tashina, we're welcoming on stage as well Philippe Saravagna from Pazar. Please be very welcome. Thank you for clapping, much appreciated, everyone. Daniel Schrader from Finoa. Thank you. And of course, last but not least, Federico Tocane of Staking. Please be very welcome on stage. Ladies, gentlemen, please take it away. Welcome. Let's start day 2, Cosmoverse.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I highly appreciate it, being this early in the morning. It is such an honor to be here at Cosmoverse 2025. In this panel, we are covering what DeFi needs to grow up. Decentralized finance started with a vision of open access, borderless systems, and trust built on code. However, as DeFi expands, the question arises, can we build a system built on code? However, as DeFi expands, the question arises, can we build systems that people can depend on? Today, we're exploring what DeFi actually needs to mature, from regulation that enables innovation, from infrastructure that institutions trust, and to networks that make users part of the solution. My name is Tashina Jackson, and I am all about blockchain. I have with me on stage today Philip, Daniel, and Federico. Could you please introduce yourselves, who you are, what do you do, and some of your experience? Let's start with you, Philip.
Thank you, Tashina. It's a pleasure to be here and to speak in front of you. Well, I'm co-founder of Pazar, early stage, in MVP stage project dealing with like DeFi OTC. Prior to that, basically all of my career is regulation. I was 10 years working in Croatian financial services regulatory authority. Then I moved to the private sector, working for the, in this region, biggest fintech application, Aircash, and then moved more to consultancy and developing startup. And I'm mostly dealing with Mercurio, like crypto on ramp off ramp, pretty big company in this world. And happy to be here, looking forward to discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Daniel, Managing Director of Finoa Consensus Services. We're the staking arm of Finoa, regulated custodian based out of Germany. And in the last couple of years, we supported various launches of Cosmos-based chains with providing custody services for the foundations to keep their assets safe, as well as to run foundation delegation programs, stake their assets, decentralize the systems, as well as to get institutions to onboard into the ecosystem to custody their assets, put them to work. And happy to share what we see in our day-to-day business with institutions here.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm Federico from Staking. I'm currently the head of business development and partnership. As you may guess from the company name, we're mostly working on validators. But overall, we are doing like Web3 infrastructure as an institutional grade service provider in a non-custodial way. We are currently supporting around 40 chains, 15 of which are Cosmos-based, for a little more than 2 billion assets in delegation. And before joining staking, I was actually a former colleague of Daniel, so I was also in custody and staking, regulated for an institution. Now I joined the dark side of just staking, but yeah, that's my previous background.
Perfect. So Philip, starting with you, you've experienced both sides, regulation and innovation. From your perspective, what kind of regulatory approach empowers DeFi to grow responsibly?
Well, thank you for this question. First of all, I have a feeling like since 2020, so long, in crypto terms, pretty long time, the regulation and regulators and policy kind of hijacked the huge amount of crypto, especially DeFi. Like even when DeFi was, I don't know, just $1 billion in TVL, like really tiny, we were speaking about regulation. And why is that the reason? I think, like, especially on the Western Hemisphere, I don't know about Asia, but like US and Europe especially, I believe we live in something we can define as anarcho-tyranny, regulatory anarcho-tyranny. Me as an ex-regulator working closely with European colleagues, regulators are not bad actors, but like on the political level, there is such a huge pile of regulations that if you put very experienced people now on stage, give them 10 minutes to just make a point, just name the regulations that apply to some digital-based financial product, I don't know a single person who can achieve that. Like, of course, you have core regulations, like we can mention MiCA, we mentioned yesterday DLT pilot regime, we mentioned MiFID, we mentioned alternative investment funds, and then you go to the privacy, to the cyber resilience, to the Digital Services Act, so on and so on. It is completely impossible to like efficiently cover all those points. And then you have technical implementation of all those points, which is thousands and thousands of technical documentation in Europe, completely impossible to follow. And on top of that, regulators are the one who should enforce all that regulation. So if you're a tiny project, even the mid one, it's almost impossible like to cover your compliance to regulatory costs. And even if you have all the money and all the resources, there is always a bullet that can go in your direction because we are living in a chaotic regulatory world. So to answer your question, we can see that now in the US, like the SEC was doing something, then the next year they were doing something else, based on a completely same regulation. Like the regulators are like the priests, they have a Holy Spirit helping them to determine the right understanding of the same sentences in the regulation. So what I want to tell, we need more legal certainty. Everyone, big projects, small projects, new one, old one, we need regulatory certainty, the clear enforcement rules that will help us navigate and choose basically business models. When you go to do something in DeFi, you just follow what regulators think, and then you try to recalibrate your model to best fit to the new understandings of the regulation. And yeah, I will finish with that, very simple. We need legal and enforcement certainty in doing business. We don't have that in Europe, we don't have that in US.
So that brings me to, how can regulators and builders work together to protect users while still encouraging creativity and experimentation then?
It's again very philosophical question. Very early on, regulators from both sides of the Atlantic engaged with the builders. Like I, as a regulator, was speaking and attending many conferences Europe-wide, and there is like we lost the sense of what we're doing. We are protecting customers. That is the role of the regulators. If customers are defrauded, if their money is stolen, then there is a problem. How? The focus should be on the protection of customers. Soft protection like education, and then hard protection by the enforcement of the law. And everything else should be very open for the innovation. And due to this chaos I described earlier, in Europe it seems to me that the projects that survive best are the fraudulent projects, because there is not enough good enforcement to catch them up. And if you're a good actor, like you're talking with regulator, you are just risking that you will be like, that your business model will basically be strangled or going to wrong direction. So I think we should raise the bar in the sense that projects who doesn't scale to the enough level are not on the interest of regulator, because systematically they are not able to endanger huge amount of customers. We can see like DeFi, at least in my opinion, is kind of struggling to scale to get new number of people. So can we really endanger so much customers in Europe and US that we are systemic, question of the regulators? I wouldn't say so. Let us scale and then put regulation on it when we will understand what's happening. You still don't understand, we don't understand. But deal with the obvious fraudulent actors, deal with the criminals. Don't deal with the legit projects that maybe didn't put everything they needed on their website, like every disclaimer. Wow. You know.
Gotcha, that's a good way of putting it. Daniel, what are some of the key lessons from building infrastructure that institutions can rely on?
I think there is a general misconception that institutions are so different than crypto-native players. I think the key when you're thinking about infrastructure for institutions is you just need to build something that they actually need and that they demand. And this doesn't change from the different players. So we see this at the moment with stablecoins, right? So stablecoins are finally one of the solutions where we solve a problem of institutions, which is basically very fast settlement, 24/7 in a very cheap way that institutions, banks can use for their use cases on a day-to-day basis. And the great news is those demands are evolving and also evolved over the last years. So when institutions started to enter crypto, their first requirement was to just keep their assets safe, right? They wanted to get an access point to crypto, get their assets, and keep them safe. And this is where also why, coming to the point of regulation, in like Germany and Europe, custody services were the first things that were regulated, because that's exactly the first demand that the institutions had to access the system to get there. That was kind of the first step, and there's also our start in the ecosystem as an infrastructure we built for the institutions. Once they understood how to keep their assets safe, especially banks, VCs, wanted to earn some yields, right? And this is where we saw staking to evolve. We see a lot of institutional players like staking and many others to actually provide professional infrastructure for institutions, to put their money to work in a compliant and safe manner. And what we are seeing now and what we are actively building on is to go the next step, right? After custodying your assets, put them to work, they actually want to use the infrastructure. And I think here DeFi is one of the systems that is the use case that institutions want to use. And now we as an ecosystem need to find, again, secure and compliant ways for institutions to get there and give them the tools, the infrastructure to use that. And this is one of our goals for the next few years.
Awesome. In contrast to institutions, how do the requirements differ from those of more crypto-native players, such as foundations or crypto VCs?
As I mentioned earlier, I think we see currently those requirements to converge. So the institutions are becoming more crypto-native. As I said, they're becoming more interested in the DeFi applications, in actually getting into the weeds of how the tech works, how to use the technology. And on the other side, what we see over the last years that the crypto-native players become more and more professional. They raise their requirements or have even higher requirements because they actually understand the tech. So I think what we are seeing at the moment that the requirements of, let's say, the professional crypto-native players as well as the institutions converge, and the long-term idea is to don't have those kind of two sides of like crypto-native players and institutions, but to come together and have one, let's say, industry infrastructure standard and enable all of the demands from both sides to bring everybody the experience that they need in the ecosystem, and then in the end also enable them to participate in DeFi.
Perfect. There's definitely more collaboration that we've been seeing between those two sides, which is awesome. So next is Federico. Federico, how does non-custodial participation help DeFi? be more open and resilient?
Well, I think we can consider non-custodial participation as probably the most fundamental pillar in DeFi, as it fosters openness. So there's no need for gatekeepers. Everybody can just interact with the smart contract. So basically, whenever you have an internet connection and a wallet, you're ready to do your stuff and try it out. It fosters permissionless access. So let's say, let's bank the unbanked. Everybody is able to participate and try out financial product, even in those, countries or places where it's not that accessible. And I think probably the most important factor on how non-custodial participation improves DeFi and solidify it is that it requires security, provides user control, and with those two also comes responsibility for those using DeFi, because everybody's managing his own keys. And since nobody wants to burn their assets just by sending them to a wrong address, there is a kind of indirect incentive for user to understand how the mechanics of DeFi works, know better how the blockchain works, what's happening behind the curtains. So all these factors are both fundamental, but also kind of how to improve, I think, the efficiency and the average knowledge of DeFi users.
Perfect. So beyond yield, what inspires stakers/delegators to stay innovative and support the network they believe in?
That's a very interesting question, because it's how is possible to keep them when the yield is gone?
Yeah.
And I think for this answer, I would just consider staking on layer ones. So supporting a layer one, it's more I think for more on a retail side, it's like participating in a tribe. Mm-hmm. So it's really a matter of alignment and be forwarder of the development of this protocol in a way in which people need to kind of expose the principle behind the layer ones and move forward it independently from price fluctuation. I generally think price fluctuation of a token is a reflection of also the health of that project. But staking means also locking your tokens for a certain amount of time. And there is a whole philosophy behind it. Most people think okay, staking rewards is just APRs. Also today the biggest comparison for DeFi, and especially for staking, is do I put my money in TradFi and take a yield there, or how it compares with the DeFi ones. But the philosophy behind staking is not just earning the yield, it's actually providing security to the chain and participating in governance. And those are two very important aspects that are especially characteristic of layer ones compared to other DeFi activities, like maybe protocols when you can borrow and lend your tokens. Because people need to understand that, first of all, you are providing security by locking capital inside the blockchain. Mm-hmm. And governance is fundamental, and probably it's the most important factor that we need to consider when staking the tokens for support the project itself. So governance is really about caring of the future developments of the project, and what will be the next feature, the next update, which path the project choose to take. So yeah, I would say those are the most relevant factors for people to stay in without considering the yield. And I think overall, probably Cosmos is the strongest ecosystem for those aspects, because the governance is really a thing. I can tell you that we have seen also institutional players like VCs, maybe the more native one, starting to care more about this aspect. So reaching out, maybe, I don't know, we are running a white label node for them because they don't have the technical experience to do that. But they are often reaching out we want you to vote yes or no on this proposal because we were mentioned about it when we decided to fund the project, and now it's time for us to take action and be part of this decision.
Perfect. So I have one question for all of you, and this will help out anyone who is here and attending. If someone is in this room today and wanted to help DeFi to grow up, just like the subject, what's one particular step that they could take tomorrow to start?
I should start first.
Yes, go
Well,
for it.
this is a heavy one. As an investor and user of DeFi platforms, I would say not to make new DeFi unicorn that will extract all the value to the equity holders, but to the token holders.
Yes.
Yeah. Like the most obvious question would be like make better UX, make better accessibility. But generally speaking, if you are invested and using that, I would like as a token holder to capture more value and not equity holders behind labs or something.
Right, gotcha.
I think a key kind of mentality should be to not be scared of the institutions, right? So when we are designing protocols, building protocols, we don't need to think about how do I design that in a system that's being able to being used by institutions. It's more about build something that actually has a need in the market. And once you find this need, such as what we saw with stablecoins, if there's an actual need, this system, this idea will mature to a point where it's being used. The first stablecoins were not used by institutions. The first stablecoins were not the ones that are compliant, but today we have like big companies like Circle that are professionalizing this in a way that institutions can work with this on a day-to-day basis. So my key takeaways, or what I would love to engage everyone, is like, don't be scared of institutions, just build what is actually useful, and the institutions will get that.
Perfect.
I would say if you have the knowledge and are like a technical person or a developer, there's a lot to fix in DeFi. There's bugs, bug bounty, white hat hacking. There's a lot of stuff to do. It's almost, I would say, like a never-ending mission to try to fix things in DeFi. If you are just like a standard user, I would probably say like take small amounts, try out stuff, gives a lot of feedback to projects. If you have any idea, just throw it to them. Participate, especially in governance and in DAOs. It's the best way to get involved, to learn faster, and to also like probably like create new ideas about what can be done by a specific protocol or project.
Perfect. One last question real quick. What steps can help DeFi serve both everyday users and institutions with long-term sustainability in mind?
Again, me starting? Well, maybe I already gave the answer to that. I think, at least from my very limited perspective, it seems to me that numbers are showing that we are less and less onboarding new users in this space. And the reasons for that, I think we are just playing mostly player versus player games in the DeFi for many years now. And we need to open some new value streams to tap into some new source of like financial industry, not just maybe capital markets, lending, trading, swaps, but tap in some new, it's not easy thing, but we must try to unlock new value. I don't know how to do that, but I have some ideas and we must try to execute them.
Awesome.
Yeah, I second that. I think the topic is really about onboarding new capital to DeFi, and I think our perspective is of course that are the institutions that are bringing the volume that really matters, and I think where we are in a state where institutions want to participate, and it's now about bringing them the tooling to actually get there, right? So if you're a project that has some kind of DeFi edge, like liquid staking, tokenized RWAs, whatsoever, talk to the systems that are engaging with custodians, with institutions, like custodians or anybody else. So those are the ones that are already providing the infrastructure to the institutions. So yeah, let's team up to get the institutions into DeFi.
I would say probably, aside from general suggestions, like improving UI and processes, because not all the average users, but also not institutions yet, have the knowledge to understand like all the mechanics, the technical mechanics, or also the financial behind specific like DeFi products. I think also like DeFi protocols and DeFi products in general should try to be as much proactive as possible when going to like the regulators, to providing more info and knowledge about how they works, in a way in which like slowly but steadily also regulation can start to come in stages, because I see like DeFi as a very experimental field, and I don't think you can start like regulating it right off the bat, because otherwise you kill the innovation, you kill like all the good minds applying to whatever problem we can try to solve. So I think it should happen in stages, and the best way to do that, and I think probably also at FINOA or other regulated entity try to do that, is being proactive with the regulators in like giving them the knowledge and the understanding to facilitate things. Because otherwise, if they just try to regulate things by comparisons, so they're looking at banks and they try to replicate in crypto, of course that's not going to work. And there were voices around, for example, in staking, that they wanted to like treat staking rewards as dividends from stock. But there is the whole like philosophy that I explained before behind that is totally different from stock. Like you're not providing capital in stocks to secure the company, or yeah, most of the people don't do it for the governance. You need like, there's a lot of other different stocks and stuff to vote for the future of a company, like a Web2 company. So yeah, proactiveness with regulators is probably what simplify things for everybody and avoid like cut downs on maybe specific verticals because they're either misunderstood or because they are prey of hacking and malicious actor.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So we're going to close this. Thank you to all of our speakers up here today. Please give them a huge round of applause. They did incredible participation. Thank you for attending us today on this panel, and thank you so much for the organizers for such an incredible event here today in Split, Croatia. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to all our panelists, indeed, as well as our wonderful moderator, Tashina Jackson. Great to learn from you. Thank you so much for your time, everyone. Now, yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So what we're going to do is the chair swap, because we're going to prepare ourselves for a very nice and I'm sure also energized keynote. We've already seen Dean on stage yesterday, where he brought a lot of energy, where he was speaking about many different things in terms of DeFi, about AI agents, and just generally how the space is developing. Now today, we're going to learn, once again, from Dean Tribble of Agoric, and he will be speaking about orchestrating yields. It's going to be a really, really interesting keynote. Stick around, both here as well as at home, in the office, wherever you are. Stay with us, keep watching. Also take a moment to say once again, massive thanks to the organizers, but most definitely as well to the sponsors, the partners, all the community members, the media partners, everyone who is fundamentally making together Cosmoverse 2025 very much possible here in Croatia with us in Split. And next year, if you're watching online, come to us, join the event. It's wonderful. Networking, lots of fun, lots of stuff to build. Now, the chairs have disappeared. So I'm very, very happy and indeed thrilled to welcome on stage Dean Tribble once again. Take it away, speak to us about yield. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. So in honor of Halloween, I see many of you dressed up as cosmonauts. That's really good. I know, they look just like everyone else. So I am CEO of Agoric, and we have built a foundation and platform for many years. With a change in the regulatory environment and with many other considerations, we finally got to graduate from building infrastructure and the amazing orchestration platform that we shipped out into actually building apps that solve a user problem. And I need a remote control. Gotta have buttons. Aha. Thank you, everyone. All right, I'm back. So we finally get to build apps that pull that all together. So this is not talk about infrastructure. This is to talk about what we're building at the top level from an application down to what does that mean for the tokenomics in the platform. So we started with what's the problem and talked to a lot of people. And in those interviews, this is a particular segment of folk where everyone was interested in yield, right? People come in because they want to be able to get better yield. And of course, most of the yield is out there in Web3, not in Cosmos in particular, not in this ecosystem, but it's generally out there in Web3 with people, on various EVM chains, on Solana, et cetera. And what problem do those people have that we can solve, right? If you think of, Cosmos as a tech stack, that lots of chains out there that are integrated in with the overall rest of Web3, we're in the same place. We want to use this technology stack and go out and address the market and solve real user problem, right? So meet Hasib, yes, that's inspired by someone we all know, with a multi-million-dollar portfolio, but as you're going through and managing it, you end up touching several different chains, multiple bridge applications, and every day you're doing this on an iterative basis. The number of times people are, this is what I wake up and do, I do it for a couple hours, and then I go off and do my real job. But they get tired of it, right? The number of people is like, now I want to kind of take my stuff, put it into stables, and get it out there where I can lend it efficiently, and then only a little bit of my time is chasing the next edge of yield that I can engage in. And so they have portfolios that they manage with a broad spectrum of decent return, low risk on up through high risk, high reward kinds of funds. Now some of these are quotes that some of you might recognize because we talked to a few people here in this audience that actually came from these discovery processes, like I manually stitched together 8 different kinds of tools, I want help, not autopilot, I still want to stay in control, all those kinds of things. And so this is what we're building, and we're building it using our platform to solve this in the multi-chain, right? So current tools, current infrastructures enable Hasib to kind of do his job, and we helped launch chain abstraction, as I mentioned yesterday, that made it so you can roll up and see more of those portfolios at once and simplify it, but it still really is left as a job for the user to manage all those tools, right? So they still have to jump from chain to chain, and it feels like you're juggling 8 remotes in order to power on your TV and your audio and just try and get anything to happen, right? And so how do we fix that? I just pushed a button on the laser pointer. So how do we fix that? How do we improve that? And so we use our ability in the Agoric chain that fundamentally powers asynchronous cross-chain coordination to pull that all together, where we can now take actions that are multi-block, that are not just start and end within a block. It's not just I do a swap. It's I pull money from Aave, I move it over to that other chain, and I put it into Beefy, right? That takes 18 minutes at best on most of the chains out there, and and it's something that a human currently has to wait for and all that sort of stuff. We're able to automate that stuff. So we built this multi-chain brain capable of doing this programmatic cross-chain coordination, and we use it to solve these end-to-end use cases, these end-to-end user problems with one signature for each of the actions that users want to take. For the large-scale action, not the individual little primitives that are related to how our networks are all wired up. So we built that, and we're off to build to an app. So what did we do? It's called WiMAX. yield maximizer, right? And this is the start of the applications that we get to build for cross-chain utility, right? So it's a cross-chain command center. With one signature, you can deploy capital out to multiple chains, into multiple pools on all these different chains. You can change your portfolio, hit one button, and it'll all rebalance across these different chains. And the fact that some of the money is in Aave on Compound, and some of it is on Beefy in Arbitrum, and a little bit in Avalanche, you don't care. You pull it out of here, put it over there, push one button, it all just happens, right? You're not bridging, you're not dealing with the details of particular user interfaces, you're not changing wallets. It's just all managing it for you under the user's control. And so, there's a lot of money out there that people have deployed, and it's sitting stagnant, either in funds, individuals, in pools where they put it in some yield, in some place to get some yield, and that's kind of declined, and it hasn't followed, the curve. That is currently that this will tap into and enable people to simplify their lives and increase the yield that they're getting. And it's fundamentally, it's fundamentally self-custody, where your money is in a smart contract managing it for you, controlling all these accounts under your control. Okay, so this is something we built. It's in early beta now, and what I am here for today, one of the key things, since our beta version starts out wired into the familiar Kepler wallet, is we are looking for early beta testers or early access people that want to start using this thing over the next quarter as we improve it, extend it out, add more funds, grow functionality in response to user demand, all the typical things you do as you're rolling out a product to market. So QR code up there if you would like to sign up, and that'll be here for the rest of the rest of today's activity. So what does this give you, right? Well, let's start with that intent I mentioned earlier. I want to move from Aave to Beefy, right? I've got money in Aave. I want to pull it out and put it over into Beefy, where the Aave happens to be on Base and Beefy's on Arbitrum, right? So Beefy Re7, for example. So what do I have to do today? Currently, in the Aave app, I do a withdraw. I sign that transaction. I then wait. 18 minutes later, I go to a bridge. I transfer to Arbitrum, and I sign that transaction, and I wait. Right? And then I go off to the Arbitrum tool, to Beefy. I pick Arbitrum, I navigate down, I find the pool I want, I set up the deposit with a slightly different number, and then I click, and now I don't have to wait, but it does take time, of course. Right? That's a lot of work for just one transaction, right? Now, if I had 20 of these things I want to rebalance a little bit, or I want to pull money from multiple places to put it in this new fund that opened up, it's an enormous amount of work multiplicative on top of this. That's not great, right? That's 45 minutes, half hour. These are numbers people report to us, right? It takes 3 to 4 signatures, and the risk is high from a perceived point of view because some of what I did is I took my money, I sent it to a random number on another chain, right? I sent it to a key, it's in flight, I can't necessarily tell where it is. I don't know about you guys, but every time I hit one of those buttons, there's a little bit of a sinking feeling am I sending it off into the dark, and will it make it to the other side unscathed, right? And so that's not great. What you want instead is, okay, I've got a portfolio. It noticed that there is this pool that is available to me that is higher yield than what I'm currently getting. Proposed it, would you like to move some money there? Why, yes. Yes, I would. Click that button, review it, sign it, and off it goes, right? And underneath the covers, yes, that takes me less than a minute. It's one signature. I feel solid. I can track where all the money is going. I can see that it's pulling money from here. Maybe if it's going from 2 places, pull it from both places, bring it together, take it over to Arbitrum, put it into Beefy. And I can see all that going on. So what's happening under the covers, right? Under the covers, it's a smart contract doing all that work, right? The money is in an account controlled by this smart contract, the WiMAX smart contract running. And in the scenario I described, first it goes, to Arbitrum. Do I already have money on Arbitrum? If so, the portfolio that I have in WiMAX already has an account on Arbitrum on my behalf that it manages. But if not, it'll create it. I've got that. That takes some time. User didn't have to deal with it. It's just under control of this smart contract. It then goes to Base, withdraws the money, and CCTPs it over, right? The message to Base goes over Axelar. You don't care. It just happens. We track it. It's automatic. The message flows, triggers the activity on Base to withdraw my money, hand it off to CCTV to send it over. It eventually arrives on Arbitrum. Once that happens, then the smart contract reaches back out to Arbitrum and says, okay, put it into Beefy on the user's behalf, right? And all that happens over, whatever it is, 18 minutes, because that's how long the finality is on these chains, right? They don't live in the beautiful fast finality that we get from the tech stack that we all build on here. And so what's happening is the user is experiencing the fast finality that you get in the Comet BFT to coordinate and control all these slow finality chains out there that have all the assets and have a lot of the users, right? And that have a lot of the customers. And so that's what happens underneath the covers. So what's going on from a fee point of view, right? This is blockchain, and a lot of what we're doing, if you've been following Agoric, we're evolving our tokenomics. Well, the cost of executing that, the cost of the user submitting that is a flat postage fee, right? And it's less than a penny at this point, right? And we expect it to stay quite low. And the execution on the Agoric chain, right, the actual execution of the contract, that'll stay quite low, ideally for a long time. Even as it gets busy, coordination is hard to do and hard to program, but the cost of actually executing it is pretty low. But the operations on remote chains to do the work based on the costs over there, that starts to add up, right? You're doing the make account, 15 cents. You're doing the withdraw and transfer, that's another 18 cents. Turns out Beefy over on Arbitrum, that's 70 cents right now. Okay, that one's an outlier. We'll take a look at it. Probably isn't that much in general. But this is the kind of thing where user doesn't care. Underneath the covers, the infrastructure, it's paying build. The WiMAX contract is paying build for this execution. That turns into the appropriate tokens in the appropriate places to pay the gas so the user doesn't have to care about it. And all this action is happening on the user's behalf. I don't even know what token it is that runs on some of these things. System just handles that for me. Not my problem. And so that's what's going on under the covers. So we evolved our tokenomics model, where originally it was this multi-token thing with a stablecoin. We evolved this to support orchestration. That's the transition that is in progress right now. And there's a fair bit of design for it and activity on our chain, in our community to discuss it. But the big evolution is it's now purely powered by build. And it's focused on how do we leverage orchestration, how do we pay for orchestration, how does this all make sense in this asynchronous world that we have created with the cross-chain orchestration in Agoric. So all gas fees, all staking, all orchestration is paid for with build. From the user's point of view, they pay postage, right? When you call up a business, you don't pay for some of the clerk's time. You pay for your phone, you call them, you ask for what you want, and if it's going to cost you something, they'll tell you. You pay for the service, and it's up for the business to cover their cost of operation to give you a value that you are willing to pay for. The asynchronous world requires the same architecture that turns out to be a great match for how people think about actually doing business, how end users that are not deep into crypto think about actually doing business. I want this service, it's going to be valuable, I'm going to pay in the process of that service, I'm not paying for the execution, that's up to you, right? And so user pays postage, right, he pays for that call, and the app handles the execution. The app pays the build, the underlying token for all of the orchestration that it uses, all the cross-chain activity, all the messaging, all the transfers. Its job is to implement that service as efficiently as it can and deliver value to the users, and this provides that incentive. And then the fees for that all flow back to the build holders. So how does that work? Right? Well, we start on the left, right? Network usage, as I mentioned. We pay for execution on the Agoric chain with the underlying token. And then the fees are generated for services, right? We're paying for remote messaging. We're paying for remote transfers. We're creating accounts on the user's behalf on all these other chains. That gets paid for by the WiMAX application in build. And you could see, right, the local execution is less than a penny, right? But remote execution starts to add up, especially if you add in ETH, where some of these could be $5. The fees generated, the orchestration infrastructure, takes a commission on that activity, right? It's making sure to convert to the right gas. It's making sure there's enough funds up front in order to be able to execute those things. It's able to take advantage of that pooling. It's able to take advantage of the fees for doing those exchanges. So it's making commission on the orchestration activity that it provides to the app, the orchestration infrastructure that enables the app to do its thing. And so that's part of what the orchestration and the chain now or will earn as this actual change to the tokenomics rolls out. And then build governance decides what happens with those fees. Initially, a lot of it gets burned, right? This is net consuming of build in the infrastructure, and as orchestration grows, we could move towards being a deflationary system. That'll take a fair bit of activity, but just driving this down and consuming build to power execution is sort of the fundamental heart of all of this. So that means apps need build, right? WiMAX acquires build in order to pay for this underlying system. It can acquire it through remote markets because the orchestration infrastructure will provide direct support for that, where again, orchestration is all about being able to coordinate these multiple activities on other chains, trading whatever token it is that WiMAX acquires in the process of execution for build for it to be able to pay for its underlying execution. Quite straightforward, right? And then finally, that goes back into more activity that the application is driving that will use that build to pay for fees generated that get burned, that lead to demand in the app for build, right? So this is sort of real network usage, real growth and activity of actual user apps drives build consumption. Okay, that's a lot of details. TLDR, it's simple for users. I'm just paying my less than a penny for every message that goes through. That's something that WiMAX just provides to the users. So in the experience of users, they're seeing the USDC that they're deploying or the whatever stablecoin it is that they're deploying as capital in WiMAX. All the details of this underneath, they don't care about, right? Apps need and pay build for the services underneath. If they want to charge users for that, great. If they want to charge users commission on the business they're actually doing with users, if they want to charge users a subscription, a flat fee, whatever it is, that's about a business model that the application decides to provide. Underneath the covers, the business needs to pay its bills. And then all of this process leads to orchestration, consuming build, and therefore reducing the supply. There's, as I said, ongoing discussion in community.agoric.com, and please feel free to join it. Oh, and I'm out of time here. So I will jump to this last thing. If you are interested, sign up for the early access to WiMAX application. We will be improving and deploying and evolving it over the next quarter for a full-on launch early next year. And if you are a developer, of course, feel free to dig into the orchestration platform and build your own stuff. And if you're a build staker, which I hope many people here are, join the community conversation about the new tokenomics and participate with us. Now is the time that Agoric is turning around and focusing on end user apps for folks, and it's an exciting period in Agoric. Please come join us. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Dean, for this amazing presentation. I think that Dean is one of the most inspiring speakers that we have in Cosmos, and orchestration is actually a very cool design, and it's very ahead of its time. So could be difficult to understand, but definitely keep an eye on it because it's a very, very interesting concept, and it's actually going live. Now we have Philip Offermatt from Informal System, which is the technical lead at Hydro. So welcome, Philip. And this is one of the platform in Cosmos DeFi that is already live. So we are not speaking about the future, this is the present. So please, Philip, introduce yourself and Hydro.
Okay, hi everyone. Great to see the interest in Cosmos, great to have everyone in Split here. So I'm the technical lead at Hydro, and I'll talk to you about why crossing chains can make you lose some gains. So when users come on chain, a lot of them, let's put it like that, they want to earn money, right? It's one of the main use cases. So on the one hand, we have kind of the meme coin trenches. There's anything where we have very directional bets on the market, right? So picking a meme coin, hoping it'll go 1,000x, doing a leveraged long on some token, right? And then on the other hand, we actually, in crypto, have like market neutral investing. So you can do things where you don't have to take market risk, and you can get great yield out of it. You can earn money with it. And this is the thing that we're trying to push more, and we're trying to build more because it's just more sustainable, right? It's less PvP than going into trying to pick the right meme coin. So in TradFi, it's really hard to even beat inflation with the market neutral yields you can get, right? So you can invest in a stock market that has market risk. And otherwise, so here's a screenshot of my German bank. So if I have 50,000 euro, they're paying me a whole 0.4 APY on that. Right? Revolut gives me 2%, then Wise gives 4% on US dollars. So if you want real returns in TradFi, you have to go into the market, you have to go into ETFs and so on, right? In crypto, we don't need that. We have great yields on chain. So these are some morpho vaults for stables, so you can get 26%, you can get 9% on your stable, so paid in US dollar stable coins. But these yields are kind of hard to actually realize, right? So yields change all the time. This is USDS on AV prime. There was a time when you could get 10%, when you could get 6%, 7%, and now the average overall time is just 5%, right? A morpho vault for USDC, at some time you could get 20%, maybe even 30%, but the average is 6%. So the yields change all the time, where you can get the best yield changes, and sometimes it's very drastic. So here's DYDX perps volume. They went from about 10 billion like a year ago to about 2 billion now. And then the new kid on the block very recently is Aster, so they came in strong with doing $60 billion in perps volume. And it's just as important for users to kind of chase the next big thing because that's where the yield in crypto is, right? If you want these great returns, you have to be very active and you have to reevaluate where you're deploying so often. So there is this opportunity where users can get great yields on chain, but it's kind of hard to actually realize that in a sustainable way. So what can we do about that? We want to build something that lets users get the rates on chain, actually earn money without having to bet on the market. And to realize that, we have to build something that fulfills a couple of criteria. So I'll go through these in order of importance. So we'll start by least important and then more important for generating great yields. So first, crypto enables us to build something that's not just a black box, right? So here's a screenshot of a robo-advisor. They can tell me what positions they're holding right now. They can list it in their interface. Similar with Coinbase, they will tell me how much Atom I'm currently holding. But what they cannot do is they cannot prove to me that they actually hold these funds, right? They're still a black box. I have to trust that they actually hold the funds that they're claiming they do. And crypto kind of uniquely enables us to have verifiability. So we can actually take a look at, so this is dbank, right? I can check how much is this address holding right now? Where are the funds? What are they doing with them? And then even if I don't have these fancy UI tools, I can go down to the ground truth. I can just query a blockchain node, and I can figure out what this address is holding. So in crypto, we kind of get this unique verifiability for fund management, essentially, for treasury management, that in TradFi, you have to get through regulation, and you have to really rely on some legal framework around that. So then next, we can build something that's either custodial or trustless. So if we build something custodial to manage funds, what we might do is we might have some kind of vault contract, right? So we're still on chain. It's still verifiable what we're doing. But then we might have some kind of multi-sig solution or multi-party computation that then deploys the funds according to, essentially what the multi-sig decides, right? And the problem with that, of course, is the multi-sig signers, they can misappropriate the funds if they collaborate. But also, in general, it's just hard to make strong commitments about how you're going to behave if you're custodial in this way, right? You can change the algorithm at any point in time. So one of the companies that's already trying to tackle this problem of letting users tap into crypto yield in a sustainable way, this is exactly what they're doing. So they have like a multi-sig wallet that has permissions to withdraw some funds, then to deploy them. They deploy them into Morpho. They bridge them wherever they need to go. So it's just the fact that they still need a multi-sig that makes it harder to interoperate with this. So to build on top of this, right? So instead, if we have the rules of how the funds are allocated written up on chain, then we can build something that's kind of more composable and more programmable, right? We can build primitives on top of it. If we strongly commit to how our algorithm will behave, then we can build things on top of it to interact with it. And then lastly, and this is really the most important thing for generating great yields on chain, is we need an app that's not just multi-chain, it has to really be cross-chain. So I'll go into what I mean by that in a second. But first, so why multi-chain is already important is we just live in an age where there are so many L1s popping up, right? So this is Circle launching ARC, their own stablecoin issuance chain. Then we have Stripe. They are launching Tempo. We have Ondo doing real-world assets, issuing them in Cosmos. And then the perp stacks that I showed, Aster, they also have announced they're going to build their own L1. So it kind of shows that the finance is coming on-chain. So we have things like stocks, commodities, real estate. All of these are moving on-chain slowly. And everybody will want to issue on their own chain, right? So stablecoins want to issue on their own chain. Real-world assets want to issue on their own chain. And even breakout apps will likely have their own chain. They want to control their own stack. It's kind of what brings us all here. The vision of Cosmos always was to have these many, many chains. Everybody wants sovereignty. Everybody wants to control their tech, their infrastructure. And it gives me kind of the confidence in the vision of Cosmos. But it also has some problems that come with it, right? So being multi-chain isn't enough. What I mean by multi-chain is we have an app that's deployed on Ethereum, and then it might interact with some protocols on Ethereum, right? It can interact with smart contracts that also live on Ethereum. And then we can have our app deployed on Arc. It interacts with other applications built on Arc. But no functionality in this kind of model reaches across chains, right? Everything stays on the chain that it kind of started out on. So if we want to have our users earn money on chain, the setup just isn't good enough, right? The good yields, so where we actually have user interest, where we have activity, where we have volume, this just doesn't stay on a single chain. It will move around over time, and we don't need users to care about this, right? We want users to be abstracted, like one layer away from this. And why do we want that? Well, bridging is just a huge pain. So I'll show some screenshots from SkipGo and some other apps that are kind of the best in class at letting users bridge easily, that aggregate these bridges. And despite that, it's still quite painful. It's not that these teams are not doing very, very good work at making bridging legible. It's just that bridging is a very painful and hard problem, right? So here, not only do we not have only one WBTC, or God forbid, we have more than one BTC, but there's so many different tokens that all are very similar. For users, it's quite, if you're a first-time user, someone tells you, hey, I want to deposit BTC into something, and then you're confronted with that, because it's very difficult to understand what's going on, right? Why is there 20 different WBTCs? Then sometimes bridges can be unreliable, right? So if I'm a new user, I'm trying to bridge something somewhere, and I'm running into errors. There's multiple chains involved to debug on. Maybe I haven't ever interacted with one of those chains yet, right? So I'm just trying to get there, and then kind of having the headache of needing to understand what might be the issue, what's going on there, is quite difficult. Sometimes some bridges just aren't well serviced or aren't well integrated, right? We just might not find routes, or it might just be very complicated. There might be many different bridges for a certain route, actually. And then also bridges can be really slow. So bridging just fundamentally is very painful, right? So we have like 21 minutes to bridge from Ethereum to Cosmos, 40 minutes to bridge some Bitcoin to Osmosis, and then about an hour to bridge Bitcoin to Osmosis, and then even paying $8 in fees. So bridging is just really, really complicated, and we don't want our users to have to bear this kind of overhead, this mental burden of doing it. So what do we need to build a trustless, transparent, and really natively cross-chain, not just multi-chain, kind of robo-advisor, where people can just put their funds in, earn market-neutral yields, like risk-adjusted yields, in crypto without having to dedicate their life to doing it. And so I'll sketch a little bit the technical architecture of this. It's not going to be more than a brief overview of some of the challenges involved. So the first is we really need to, as I showed before, we really need to put the rules for how we allocate funds on chain. That's the key to make it trustless. That's the key to make it verifiable. We need to have our rules on chain. Then we might need logic for every venue that we want to integrate, right? We have to kind of put a wrapper to unify their interfaces. And in order to be able to integrate everything, all these different venues, we just have to have some logic for each of them, right? We might need something like a yield oracle that can help us predict where the yield will be, because it might not be enough to look at the current state. We also will need to take into account what might happen soon. And then we need some kind of off-chain processing that has to be verified on-chain, but there might be some logic that's just difficult or expensive to run on-chain. Then, when we want to bridge, we have to take into account a variety of bridges. So just a couple examples. Circle has CCTP. We, of course, have IBC, one of the great bridges. We'd love if everyone had IBC, but sometimes we have to go to other options. There's Hyperlane, another bridge, and we really have to figure out at any point in time what's the best bridge to use so that our users don't have to do that, right? That's the work we want to take away from them. And we have to have all the logic for deciding between the bridges and for knowing when and how to bridge. That all has to live on-chain to be completely trustless. So I hope that gives you some idea of an architecture that we can actually implement that will allow us to have a verifiable, trustless, and really natively cross-chain robo-advisor that will optimize people's funds on-chain. And I think this is something that requires a very particular set of skills. And I think it's a challenge that really only a Cosmos team can take on. Cosmos has kind of pioneered the vision of L1s, the vision of interoperability, and this model I showed you, this problem, facing it really requires these skills that we've built in Cosmos. So with Hydro, we spun out of informal systems, and we think we're in a unique position to capitalize on this opportunity. So informal systems has been building a lot of the infrastructure that's powering Cosmos, and also that's powering this new generation of L1s. So I showed you Circle building Arc before. So at Informal, a team has been building Malachite, a consensus engine built in Rust that was acquired by Circle in order to further development of Arc. And then Informal also has been building a lot of interoperability. So this is a paper specifying the Tendermint Lite client. It's one of the key pieces that's used in IBC in order to enable the trustless bridging. And then also doing work on formally specifying the protocols built on top of IBC. So this is for fungible token transfer, a Quint specification, so a formal specification trying to prove some properties of this interchain standard. And then with Hydro, we've been running for about a year now a deployment of Atom from the Cosmos Hub community pool into various protocols around DeFi. So we've deployed around 4 million Atom and in about 20 different protocols by now without losing a single Atom. So we have the experience of running these large on-chain treasuries, deploying into DeFi, and knowing what it takes in order to keep these funds secure. And then lastly, another informal spin-out, Cycles. They're also diving headfirst into DeFi. So they're building a kind of next-gen payment app that uses clearing instead of token transfers in order to settle obligations. And we're integrating, and we think some of the exciting things that this can bring is reducing the friction in on- and offboarding, right? So if we can net out an on-ramp and an off-ramp, we can just make it so much easier for capital to flow on-chain, and we can integrate Hydro to really let users earn the best yield on whatever they have on-chain. So the vision that I've outlined, we're building that, and we call it Inflow. We're building that right now. We're in private beta right now, but if you want to learn more, then feel free to join our Telegram group, visit our website, hydro.market. Yeah, happy to have anyone reach out. Thanks.
Thank you, Philip, for this amazing presentation. And we are now reaching the final stage of the DeFi track. We have seen in this DeFi track some interesting conversation. We started on what DeFi needs to grow up and some of the requirements to actually make the next stage for DeFi adoption. And now we've seen two interesting concepts and upcoming application, and especially we've seen how there is starting to be this new, I would say, narrative of blockchain providing services to other blockchain, orchestrating transaction, which is very fascinating and one of the major advancements that is coming from the Cosmos ecosystem. Now, for this final keynote for the DeFi track, we actually are going to speak about user-facing and mass adoption. So please welcome Marina Nesterenko from Trusty that will introduce their crypto wallets and mass adoption.
Hello, everyone. So, yes, my name is Marina Nesterenko. I'm head of customer support in Trusty Plus, and I work in fintech for more than 3 years. I hope I can start earlier, but I was a kid. So here we are. So this topic for me is personal because I believe that mass adoption will happen only when people stop to differentiating between crypto and finance. So yes, Trusty Plus already have just crossed 1 million of customers. We gained this result for 3 years. I lead the biggest team in the company, the support team, and our first response time is only 14 seconds. We try our best without bots. So let's start with the evolution of crypto wallets. Of course, when the crypto has started, crypto was about just wallets that help you to store your money, and that was it. But now wallets are becoming more than like super apps that helps you manage all your assets. So non-custodial, I think everyone knows what is it, right? And custodial ones is when you give the responsibility for storing your money to the service. And it's very important to understand when we go to the mass adoption, because let's go further. I think someone just get triggered by this, by this slide. By the way, for mass adoption, it's very important to understand that most of the people are scared of crypto, right? Because they don't understand how does it work and what is it. So non-custodial wallets give you full control, but they also put the full responsibility on the customer. For example, users want to see something very familiar, like a usual bank. And if something happened, they want to just send message to the support, and support will help you to explain everything. Even like sometimes we need to explain people how to make a soup. That's fine. We get used to it. Like we have different questions in our support team. And of course, so convenience is the most important here, because people prefer familiar interface, familiar processes, and that's very important to understand. We gained 1 million of customers for 3 years. We have a product that we can compare with. We had a non-custodial wallet that was a trusty wallet, and it's on the market for more than 5 years, I think, maybe around 6. And we also have there 1 million of customers, but this result has taken us much more than with the Trusty Plus. So, of course, like seamless onboarding experience really helps to onboard a lot of more people, because if you see the seed phrase, we just realized that with the Trusty Wallet, when people see the seed phrase, they're scared because they don't understand how to store it. Even this is the challenge for them. Why custodial solutions are becoming more relevant? We have all the instruments for the storing your money, not for the crypto. Like, for example, you have your own IBAN, you can spend crypto with your card, you can withdraw money from your crypto card just through the ATM, like regular money. And you have just download it and use it, and that's it. So Trusty Plus as an example. Just one moment. Yes, so it's no longer just a crypto wallet. It's a super app. It's like financial hub where you have everything. IBAN, cards, you have euro, you have fiat currencies. Just, you can manage everything at one place. So, also very important part is UX. Technology alone doesn't drive adoption, but UX does. Because when people see something familiar to a banking app, they see it and like, okay, I know how to manage it, I'm not scared of it anymore, so I can use it, right? Because that's the, when people are scared, they don't want to do anything. Integration with traditional finance. We started this way maybe 2 years ago when we launched our crypto card, and we've seen that many people really need it. Like they want to spend their crypto without withdrawing their money to the banking cards, like for Revolut and also. So we just launched our crypto card, and you can just top up from any other crypto market into our platform, and then you just can add your card to the Apple Pay and spend it easily. And of course, AML and KYC are crucial because what's about the regulation? Of course, we have to make all this. Crypto in everyday life. So just imagine, you can pay for Netflix, for Uber, for Bolt, just everything. Or you can even top up your wallet with crypto, exchange it to the euro, and send money from our wallet for paying for your apartment. Or like buying a car. Everything is possible right now. So, challenges and barriers. Of course, there are regulations, and regulations are different in every country. We already realized it, like for example, in EU we have one regulation, in USA we have no regulation because it's forbidden there, and like for example, in England we cannot provide services because there are another licenses, and etc. So we have to manage all of this. Of course, fraud remains the biggest threat because fraudsters are everywhere if we talk about crypto, right? And of course, we have to educate people. We started our program of education our customers of how managing crypto. What is the seed phrase? What is the crypto wallet? What is the blockchain? Everything. We started from the scratch, explaining them what is that, because they were very, very scared of crypto, so we had to explain at first. The future of crypto wallets are with the super apps. We're not just the crypto, because people don't need just the crypto. I talk about the mass adoption, about the most of the people, not just technical enthusiasts, right? Because I know that many of people here really loves non-custodial solutions because it's independence. But if we talk about mass adoption, not everyone wants to understand, even to understand what the crypto is and what's the seed phrase, for example. So, of course, we started to implement AI to our products because it helps to analyze what's going on the market, and it helps you to understand better the product and what the crypto market is going on. And winners will be products that have the benefits that looks like a bank, but with benefits of crypto. So, key takeaways. Mass adoption will happen when people will stop to differentiating between crypto and finance, when everything will be in the one place. Custodial solution, of course, is the key for mass adoption because it's more understandable for people and it's like a safe place where users can try crypto, start with crypto. If they need more independence, of course, they can go to the non-custodial, but starting point will be custodial wallet. And Trusty Plus is an example of crypto bank. We have everything there. So our customers, it's like our customers, most of them, they started with crypto with us. Like they bought their first Bitcoin, they exchanged for the first time their crypto to the fiat currency, they paid with crypto for their coffee for the first time. So first experience with us. And the next stage, when people stop distinguishing between crypto and finance. That's our main point. So thank you very much. Tom Hanks tells you thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Amazing final slide, I will say. And now, after having a look at what looks like mass adoption, we are actually diving in consumer app application, and specifically prediction market, and I will say in this case conviction market, because we have Ali Ababe from XO Market. Please join the stage and feel free to give us a presentation of XO Market.
Thank you. GM. How are you guys? My name is Ali. I'm co-founder of XO Market, and today we're going to talk about prediction markets and why they are the killer app. But before we start, I mean, I see a lot of you are on your phones, but I'm going to try to engage you a bit. So, guys, who here thinks that Bitcoin will reach 150K this year? Raise your hand. Okay, around 30% only. And who thinks we'll reach $1 million by 2023? Raise your hand. Only me, I think. All right, so that's what we call polls. And we want to talk about the difference between, how can we aggregate information into one number? What is the power of prediction market? Is prediction market gambling, or is it like a new powerful tool to find the truth, basically? But before we start, you guys could already head to xo.market and leave your prediction about the next Cosmoverse 2026 location. Will it be inside of Europe, outside of Europe? So once you sign up and you can use the code Cosmoverse, you will receive some test tokens, and you can use that to leave your prediction, and you will earn points that legally I can only tell you maybe leads to an airdrop. So here is your alpha. All right, so actually prediction markets, guys, are not new. So most of you heard of Polymarket, Kalshi. Some of the OGs here definitely heard about Ogre back in 2017. That's how I actually started in prediction market. But prediction markets are very, very old. It actually goes all the way back to Greece, when people used to go to oracles, not like Chainlink Oracle, more like a human being with a ball that would tell you what's going to happen in your life, and you just have to pay money, and you get that information. Oracles used to be useful, right? They were not hacked. They were just there. All right, so from the Greek times until today, we've been seeing a lot of evolve of prediction markets. So as I said, in 2017, some of you might have heard about Ogre. Now, all the way forward, like Ogre started to die because of all the gas fees on Ethereum. At some point, you wanted to make a prediction with like $50, you had to pay $40 in gas fees. So at some point, it just didn't make sense anymore. And most of you heard of Polymarket. On Polymarket, you could go and bet on any political event or sport event and hope that your prediction will win, so you actually earn more money. However, it goes much deeper than that. In prediction markets, for years in a row, actually 9 years in a row, prediction markets have been outperforming polls. So when I ask you about Bitcoin, will it reach this or that? This is all wishful thinking, right? If I'm bullish on Bitcoin, I would say, yes, it's going to hit $1 million, and we're all going to make it, right? But I have nothing to lose if I say this. So when we look at political events, specifically the election, in the previous election, when Kamala Harris versus Trump, every single poll out there was saying that Kamala will win the elections. It was actually around 53%, 54% in so many polls. The only place where Trump was winning was Polymarket and Kalshi, the two largest prediction markets. And that tells us something, right? Instead of wishful thinking, when you actually put your money where your mouth is, suddenly the truth comes out, right? Say, hey, who do you think will win, the Republican or Democratic? And then you will I'm bullish on this or not that. Now I tell you, okay, put $50. If this happens, you make $100 or you lose the $50. Suddenly your whole infrastructure will change and you will start telling the truth, right? That's what we learned from prediction markets. So the premise is very simple. It's truth on chain. So, as we said, polls, they have not been performing as well as prediction markets, and now we're tapping into the wisdom of the crowd. All of that compromised into one number, 55%, 66%, 20%. So this one number is an aggregate of so many of informations out there. So for example, if we say, will the oil price go up tomorrow, right? It's just a simple number, but it talks about it aggregates information about wars in the Middle East, what's happening in the cabal of the oil guys, and what's going to happen in logistics and supply chain. All of this can be aggregated into one number. And the reason why prediction markets are the right tool for this, because people with information will try to leverage that information to make money, right? We are giving them a tool for that. And that's why you have the wisdom of the crowd, but not just any random crowd. It's actually the crowd that knows something about something. And that's why they have been much more accurate than polls in general. And it's actually a tool for you guys to as well utilize prediction market in so many ways. Some of you are founders of projects. You could actually use prediction market to make markets about your roadmap, about your milestones, and query your community and talk to them about do you guys think this will happen or that will happen? It's actually not new. Apple, Google, many companies already have prediction markets internally where their employees bet on the next line of product. Will we ship on time? Will this meet the deadline? And people can put their money and bet on that. And if this happens, they win back their money and they make profit. And they've been using that as a decision-making tool for them to know what's the likelihood of something shipping on time, right? Because in meetings, everyone's yeah, we're bullish, let's fucking go. But then, in reality, everything is delayed. So other use cases that prediction markets can unlock is actually insurance. So for example, your company just took a loan, a massive loan. You could actually create a market about the interest rate of the loan. Say the interest rate will go up, and then you basically are hedging your position of that specific loan. So that's another use case that we see prediction markets can unlock. We have opinion markets, who here like follows KOLs on Twitter, and they say all kinds of bullshit, right? And we're like, okay, can you put your money where your mouth is? Now they can. Every time you see an influencer would say something absolutely ridiculous, you can go to Exo Market, create a market, and post it as a comment. Say, okay, if you believe it, I already put $500 that what you're saying is not gonna happen. If you think it's gonna happen, go put your money where your mouth is. And now that's your tool to do so. And of course, it's a much easier tool for option markets. Like, everybody who trades options here, you guys are like the experts, but if you look at the public, it's so complicated. Trading is complicated. Prediction markets give you a really simple yes, no. Will this happen? Yes, no. Will that person show up? Will this person say X? Will the price of X becomes Y? All of this package of options are now being able to trade it very, very easily on any prediction market, of course, as well, including Excel market. So, in my opinion, and you guys can like fight me about this later in the break, prediction markets, they have the highest product market fit in crypto. Everything crypto was built for, prediction markets actually achieved it and utilized it. The only two applications that I see in crypto that actually made sense and they have a huge product market fit is prediction markets and payments, like stable coins, remittance, whatnot. Because that actually unlocked millions of use cases for people like who don't have access to financial markets and banking services and whatnot. Prediction markets are the next application that actually utilizes everything about crypto, everything that we've been talking about for ages, like trust and incentives. Incentives mechanisms are baked into the smart contract of prediction markets, and of course, the execution of these incentives doesn't need any trusted party. So now you could literally create market about anything, and you don't have to trust anybody. You have the truth oracle, and you have the markets that can handle that for you. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Guys, I try to leave it sweet because I know that lunch is soon and everybody could be tired, but thank you so much. If you have any question, I'll be around. You can find me with the t-shirt, and we'll talk. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ali, for this amazing presentation of Cosmomarket. In the meantime, we will start to change the chair, and we are entering the Bitcoin track. So this one will be one of the most interesting track of today because we have some very interesting speaker. And also Bitcoin, is the father of crypto. So one of the major discussions that we will do today, we rely on how Bitcoin is evolving, so Bitcoin in motion, that is the discussion that we are about to have. And right after, we will discuss the rise of Bitcoin finance, which is happening right now, maybe a bit slowly than how many would expect, but this is also one of the interesting topic that we could have today, is what user want actually from Bitcoin, because many see it as a store of value, many see it as money, but in reality, our speaker today will give us a very good highlight of how Bitcoin is actually evolving in the crypto space. For today's panel that is about to start, we have Michael, founder of Cosmoverse. Please, Michael, come here on stage. We have Ivana from Intercapital, one of the largest investment firms in Croatia and in Southern Europe, I will say. And also, we have Nikola Skoric, which is one of the major pioneers of Southeast Europe crypto markets, and especially one of the largest, if not the I think it's the largest, in Croatia for crypto payment processor. And Zoran, which is a true OG in the Bitcoin space. He was at Genesis Mining and is now Base 58 founder. So please, Zoran, welcome. I will give now the words to Michael. Please feel free to go ahead.
Yeah, thank you also everyone for joining this session. I'm really excited to be joined by three pioneers from the crypto landscape here in Croatia. And yeah, I think I want to start off by setting the frame that I think Bitcoin has evolved a lot. I think, Zoran, you have a very, very strong background and expertise from the very early days. So I'm curious to hear your perspectives from the early days in mining. Ivana, with a strong background also in the banking and finance sector, investing, and Nikola being also one of the earliest pioneers here in Croatia, building a payments processor and brokerage and exchange and many other things. Also Money Motion, which is a fantastic event also that I hope to join next year. But yeah, maybe Zoran, you can start off from your perspective, the early days in Bitcoin, to just pick us up from when you got into Bitcoin, what got you hooked, and share a little bit of your kind of story about Bitcoin from the very early days.
Okay. Is this working? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Our journey into Bitcoin started in 2011 or something like that. It was more like a chance that appeared out of nowhere. And we were involved in mining, primarily mining, and distribution of mined coins. In the early days, it was more like a play. It was not serious, it was not institutionalized, it was not industrialized. It was all more or less trial and error. So we've been involved in mining almost all proof of work coins, not just Bitcoin. We have witnessed the Ethereum, rising the Ethereum, and then the Zcash and all other coins as well. At some point, our operations were actually the largest on the planet. We were serving several million customers on a daily basis. It was a challenge at that point, actually, because the networks were still young, and it was not like it is today, let's say it like this. We had a lot of issues also running those networks, because at some point we were running 28 or 29 different currencies at the same time, so the infrastructure was quite large. And of course, sometimes they do work, sometimes they don't. But at the end, the customers always actually expect their coins regularly to be paid out. So we actually seen a lot of these things from like homegrown mining operations to large-scale operations like hundreds or 200s, even 500 megawatts, which was like, I don't know, 200,000 miners at the same time. So running at different locations on the planet. It was interesting because back then, the most important part was actually finding cheap electricity. So finding the energy that is available, since it's 24/7 operations, so there are no pauses in that process. We actually managed to do so. Looking backwards now, for us, it was not serious, because now when you look at it from this point of view, it is a serious business. You have a lot of institutionalized and funds that are related to that, and it's completely different than it was back then. We had a lot of challenges that we had to overcome during that period, mostly engineering ones, because it was unknown to us, let's say like that.
Yeah, you also just mentioned Zcash. I think
yes.
Privacy and Zcash is also playing a bigger role now. Obviously, the Zcash price also went up a lot in recent weeks, so that always catches the attention and eyeballs of people. But you mentioned also everything is getting more serious. I think we can also see that from the event here. I mentioned that yesterday in the opening, like when we started Cosmoverse, it was a grassroots developer event, and now we have central banks here, we have institutions, Bosch and Revolut, and they want to be on stage. They want to have this public dialogue. They want to learn and connect. And we also have more serious players joining and also allocating capital, like Ivana. So maybe you can share from your perspective, how do you view the role of Bitcoin, and how do you view and strategize also with Intercapital on how to be positioned?
Okay. Well, for us, introduction of ETF was a game changer, because it made it possible for us to start investing or allocating part of the portfolio, client's portfolio to Bitcoin. And then it was up to the decision if and up to what extent to include it into diversified portfolio. So it is always, of course, the question of risk-reward. So if this is good enough. And then okay, we all know the story. If you go back to what Bitcoin is and how it functions, we all know it has a limited supply. So basically, if demand goes up, then the price goes up, and demand goes up if the belief that it will become mainstream, it will become digital gold and store of value materializes, then you have more people joining, more people going. So it is about this belief. And if this belief is more spread across the population, then we come a little bit more closer to the end game. But the risk part is, okay, there is a risk that it will not happen, that it will not be widely adopted. So of course, we don't know for sure. And then how to position the portfolio. From our perspective, as the probability is basically going up constantly, it's on the path to become really mainstream in terms of really, really, really big numbers. Because if you look at its market capitalization right now, it's still relatively small. It's like 15 times smaller than market capitalization of the gold. It's like, if you compare it to NVIDIA, NVIDIA is bigger than the market capitalization of Bitcoin. So it still has to grow. But as long as the probability of it reaching its ultimate goal, and this is to become the store of value, which means it has to become much less volatile, this probability makes it really attractive. Why? Because then it has a potential to outperform other asset classes. And if this is a part of classic diversified portfolio, it has a potential to deliver returns which will enhance the total return. So basically, it became interesting for all the big players. In the region, we are the first one, but if you look at the BlackRock, Fidelity, JP Morgan, everyone started talking about it, and I would say relatively shy. So we mostly hear about 1% to 2% allocation, some of them going up to 5%. We were even more bold in this respect, so we basically made portfolios that include up to 8% of Bitcoin in that portfolio, which is for traditional asset manager and the competition
like
quite.
All in. It's like going all in.
Yeah.
Basically.
Okay. Yeah.
And Nicola, I think you started Electrocoin in 2013, right?
14.
14. Yeah. So over a decade ago.
Yeah.
Very long time. Zoran mentioned 2011. Yeah. I'm with true early adopters here. From your perspective, how do you view the adoption level of Bitcoin? I mean, we speak about allocating capital into Bitcoin, obviously, since the ETFs were approved, I think it was January 2024 in the US. That was a big stamp of approval, I would say, for global allocators to put money into Bitcoin. But what about like the merchant adoption? How do you view that over the past decade to now? Was there anything that stood out? And what do you view the biggest bottlenecks today to scale that?
I have maybe a bit of an unorthodox perspective, because if you ask me about Bitcoin adoption, then I'm thinking about Bitcoin white paper and the idea of building a parallel financial or at least payment system. And in this regard, I see Bitcoin adoption diminishing. Because back in 2013, I started doing trades on local Bitcoins, basically being black market for FX or whatever, for moving money, I had clients from all over the place doing just, remittances, moving money, or paying for their weed or whatever, and they were using Bitcoin, nothing else. Bitcoin was 100% of volumes back then. As we progress through time, there is less and less of adoption of Bitcoin because people are moving to stable coins or to Ethereum or whatever. When we started our payment processor in 2018, 90% of transactions were Bitcoin. Now, on our payment processor, less than 30% of transactions are Bitcoin. People are mostly using stablecoins for payment. So I think this is going to progress into the future because for instance, people like Ivana, she's not doing payments, she's doing investment. And this is the main interest of people now entering Bitcoin. So if we are talking about Bitcoin adoption, in mainstream terms, as people adopting it into their investment portfolio, then of course there's a bright future in front of us. Then it's going to explode. It's exploding right now. More and more people are onboarded into Bitcoin as an investment vehicle. But if we are, reading the first few sentences of the Bitcoin white paper, in that case, Bitcoin adoption is basically going to zero because nobody really is going to use Bitcoin as an alternative payments network. That being said, the vision of Satoshi was to build a network that will be resilient in case of a catastrophic societal collapse. In case all of the American banks fall apart, we need a payment network. And we built it. We have it right now. It's not exactly Bitcoin, but there's a whole ecosystem, and now if the Wall Street falls apart, if there's a world war, there is a payment network to be used, probably not Bitcoin, but decentralized stablecoins and stuff like that. So in a way, I would say that the adoption of Bitcoin is going to zero, but the adoption of the vision of Bitcoin is basically exploding right now.
When I first read the Bitcoin white paper, I think the thing that got me really hooked about why this is so big and innovative is that when I truly understood that, like, for the first time, we have a system that separates money from the government, from the state, right? And like you're saying, maybe here in Europe it's not that visible, but I used to live in Colombia for some time, and there that's a true issue, not only because of trust, but also because of inflation and a lot of other things. Venezuela is a big example, Argentina, which is where you also see adoption rates of self-custodial wallets and stable coins and cryptocurrencies in general is very, very high because people are basically forced into sovereign, non-custodial forms of money. And I think what Bitcoin presented in 2009, this blockchain concept for the first time, a breakthrough in that from this early cypherpunk movement that was basically a 2-3 decade long innovation, which I think, Zoran, and I want to ask you that with the early participation that you had in this, I hear from Nicola that when it comes to building this peer-to-peer electronic cash system, we're not fully on track with that anymore, probably. But I'm curious, Zoran, like your opinions from this early days cypherpunk movement and Bitcoin now in 2025, like, do you feel like we're still representing those values, or what's your view on that?
I believe that it's still there. It's slightly changed since the early days. Probably one of the parameters is the price, actually the exchange rate from Bitcoin to the fiat currencies, because it's kind of like huge nowadays. And even back then, we had a feeling that we were late. Oh, there is someone, that is here before us, and, we are kind of late. They are early adopters, okay? And from today's perspective, it's still actually very, very early because every important technology that is younger than 10 or even 20 years is not considerable safe, especially for large investments and those big whales in the fiat world. So I think that one of the most important things is the longevity of the chain. Since the Bitcoin has the longest chain, actually the oldest chain that spans from 2009 onwards, we can actually look at that as a special ledger of spent energy, not really mined coins. Mined coins are just like based on some formula that's when we look nowadays that like Satoshi actually spent like maybe 50 watts of energy for creating 50 Bitcoins. If we compare it to today, which is like hundreds of megawatts, actually to produce coins, it's very, very huge difference. From the engineering perspective, the most important is actually the measurement system. If something we can measure and safely store that particular piece of information, then we can do something about it. And from that perspective, I think that coin won't die. Maybe it won't be used for everyday transaction between you and me. But for large players like, I don't know, Bank of International Settlements and things like that, where they need like high level of security, Bitcoin is actually the best network for that. Okay, especially because we have so much hash power nowadays involved in Bitcoin network that is larger than all supercomputers on the planet together. So nobody actually has exclusive control over it, which is really important. And the second thing is that we tend to look Bitcoins as a monetary value. On one side, it's okay, because we have to transact, but it's important only because of paying the fees for the network, for the work. Which means that actually we can exchange transactions of only few hundred satoshis, and actually showing that this transaction security is exactly the same as very large amounts. So the amount itself is irrelevant. Relevant is actually the amount of work that has been invested into producing the blocks and the security. That's why like this proof of work and stake, these things, okay, they're like this chicken and egg problem, you know, like what comes first? Of course, in this digital world, Satoshi started with proof of work, which is fine. And then after that, we got the digital version of proof of stake, okay? Like energy efficiency and all kinds of really nice things today. But obviously, like at the beginning, it was always actually proof of stake. Because you have to invest some money in buying miners, creating the infrastructure, paying the electricity and everything else, and then putting the machine to actually prove that work has been done, okay? So Bitcoin won't die. It will actually just go level up, and who knows where it ends, okay? And we are lucky because we have all sorts of Ford coins that have special applications, larger blocks, and all nice things that we've seen in the past as things that are like problematic for Bitcoin. The block size is still the same. You know, I remember the block wars, you know, when it was like, it's going to split the network, they want large blocks. And it turns out that it's actually not needed, okay? And 1 megabyte nowadays is a joke. Like every single machine, even the smallest ones, can be in synchronization with the Bitcoin network because the block size is 1 megabyte, okay? And looking from that perspective, the whole chain is, I don't know, maybe 700 gigabytes nowadays. I remember the days when we had the problems with that as well. Like the chain will be really large. We won't be able to sync the network, store all the blocks and everything. And like 10 years after, nobody's talking about it anymore. Like 1 terabyte of space is a joke. You have it on your mobile phone. So you can be actually completely synced from the day zero. So Bitcoin won't die. It will just change a little bit. And actually give the opportunity for all other crypto to thrive upon it.
Yeah, I mean, the title of this panel is also Bitcoin in motion. So while the underlying tech is not evolving as much, I think the outside perception around what Bitcoin is in full motion, and I think is changing a lot. And Ivana, you just mentioned most allocators put in 1 or 2% into Bitcoin. You went all in with 8%. But how is, in your view, this coexistence with what we spoke about this whole panel, right? This original early vision of Satoshi, the cypherpunk movement, separating money from state. Since 1.5 years, I feel like that is now fully clashing or merging with the traditional financial sector. Like, how do you view that? Is that just coexisting in 2 different rails? Is that merging, or what is your thesis on that?
Yeah. Well, I must say that I was listening to what Nicola was also saying. From my perspective, I was always looking at Bitcoin's first utility to become a store of value in the digital gold. So this is the narrative. And then you have the payment system around it. And I was always actually challenging the payment around Bitcoin as being too expensive, too slow, too something. So the thing that the infrastructure is building around it, I think it's actually the way that it's supposed to be, you know. And the thing, okay, so Bitcoin as a store of value. As Zoran said, it's still young. We are still really early stage, and it's still super immature. This is why I said the probability of it becoming a digital gold and store of value, ultimate store of value, is rising. So if it goes more up, we will have bigger and bigger and bigger market capitalization. When we will not be at only $2.5 trillion, and this is really only $2.5 trillion, but when we will be talking about 30 or 50 or whatever, so when we will be able to compare it to gold, to American debt, or something that big, then we may expect volatility to go down. You can move a stone, you can move even a huge stone if you try hard, but you cannot move the mountain. And then all the risks around it, for example, regulatory risks. China, 2021, banned the mining, 50% down. If Bitcoin would be 50 times bigger than it was in 21, then China's ban would not be, it would be still significant, but not that significant. So my point is, it has a huge potential, it has risks to the downside. Why we allocate up to 8%, not more than that? Because we are asset manager. We are, our clients are not clients who are trading themselves, and we are not transaction executor. So if you come and then you want to buy, you can put 100% of your portfolio in Bitcoin, but this will be your decision. If you come to us, you become our client, and let's talk about it. Our clients are either clients who don't know or don't have time to make their own investment decisions and to trade, or those who want to do that, they do trade themselves, but they want to allocate part of the portfolio to put it on autopilot, not to be overly speculative, but to have some long-term diversified perspective. So, I don't know, for 20 years, financial goals. So I can have this here, and I can trade here. And these portfolios, having, for example, 8% of Bitcoin, allow everyone to have part of the overperformance when the times are good, but downside risk is always limited, you know. And this is why 8%. Of course, you can build this portfolio, which has 8%, and then you can go and buy, I don't know, 3 times or 5 times more Bitcoin if you want to participate more in it. But then it's a risk that you have to decide yourself. This is the thing. So, long story short, I think coexistence. And this is actually now legit asset class. So we are not talking about something, you know, on the black market or whatever. Institutions are coming in, governments are coming in, everyone are coming in.
How many in the audience listened yesterday to the panel with the European Central Bank? Hands up? Okay. Yeah, because I think there's definitely, and that's also why having these conversations publicly is very important, to also understand both sectors, public, private, and also the traditional financial system. And we talked about this a lot yesterday, and today in the afternoon we also have a stablecoin segment, which is also going to be touching on that. But I think there's definitely a lot of different world perspectives at some point, even like coming together. But I want to also, I have 2 more questions for you. One is specifically around the adoption here in Croatia. You all have your businesses and are based out of Croatia. So how do you view the role of Croatia, the adoption rates of Bitcoin, and maybe even like cryptocurrencies in general? Like, is there anything specific that stands out to you, where you see this is where maybe your clients have a specific interest in, or did you see from the merchant side or from the software engineering? Is there anything that stands out to you, and where do you see Croatia being on this trajectory, maybe within Europe to start with, for when it comes to crypto and Bitcoin adoption?
Nikola? You?
Sure. So part to answer your question and part to get back to the colleagues that they mentioned right now. I was listening to them and I remember a few days ago a friend of mine forced me to watch a video from DTCC, the Depository and Trading and Clearance Company from the US, and they were having this workshop and showing and clicking on the screen and showing how you can tokenize stuff with a few clicks, and they have a branch in Japan, and it's midnight in New York, and they need liquidity in Japan, and they're sleeping in New York, and they just with few clicks tokenized and moved money from New York into Japan, and they were so amazed by this. These traditional finance people, like if this is some world miracle. And I remembered myself waking up at 4 a.m. in DeFi summer 2020 to witness the rebase of Amplefort, if anybody remembers those days. And I had liquidity on several exchanges, and in a few minutes I was moving it all around the world, you know, in 2020, and they are now talking about it as if it's some kind of world miracle. And I think this is going back to Zoran, we are just starting, you know. So we are working, to answer your question, we are working with a few banks now. There's 19 banks in Croatia, and 3 of them are right now working with us to allow crypto trading to their customers, to have a Revolut-style crypto trading module. We started that in last, let's say, 9 months, and it's progressing really fast. Of course, because of the regulation, markets in crypto assets, and so now banks can do that easily, but also because the mindset of the bankers is changing, because Revolut has it. So they have to start allowing adoption through their channels. So to answer your question, I see that the next wave, the last wave of adoption was ETFs. When Intercapital started offering it through their offering, basically. This is a completely new demographics. Now, after the banks allow Bitcoin trading in their mobile apps, that's hundreds of thousands of people in millions of people in Croatia that will get exposed. The next step, we already work with one bank on building a stablecoin wallet, because we started to talk to them about the crypto trading part, and you know, some workshops, writing on the whiteboard. Wait, but we can build a payment wallet in 6 months, which would take us 2 years on traditional rails. Oh wait, there's a good way to use existing crypto infrastructure to solve some of our problems. So that's the next step, that's one bank. What we still have 0 banks is realizing, listening to you guys, that Bitcoin, a good friend of mine from working in Croatian National Bank told me, in the end, stablecoins are bank money on some bank accounts. So if it starts falling apart, it's, you know, what's this crypto of yours? It's not usable if banks start falling apart. This is true for stablecoins, but not for Bitcoin. And I guess at some point, you know, moving from Revolut crypto trading to stablecoin wallet, at some point it might be that, you know, traditional bankers will realize, whoa, wait, we now have China, we have Russia, we have Iran, we have US decoupling from Eurozone. You know, if we use only stablecoins to do global settlement, maybe this is not the best idea. Maybe we should really move to Bitcoin. So yeah, maybe I have changed my mind from my previous answer. Maybe there is, you know, brewing a big push in adoption of Bitcoin. We'll see how it happens. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. Any thoughts from your, Zoran?
Yeah, actually, a few days ago, I was looking into one research made by our regulators 2 years ago on financial literacy. It's OECD methodology, and among other things, it was giving a picture of how much people in Croatia invest, and it's quite low to begin with. It's been increasing quite intensively during the last 2 years, but let's see where we started from 2 years ago. Only 1% of people said that they were investing in equity. Only 1% said they were investing in bonds, but 3% said that they were investing in crypto. So basically, retail in Croatia is more leaned towards crypto than traditional investments. So this is quite interesting.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Zoran, final words from your side?
Well, I believe that we are in very nice time in the history to be alive, because we could have spent our lives, nothing special happened, you know. And actually everybody owning a little bit of crypto, it doesn't have to be Bitcoins as such, is actually a very good gateway for education. Because I have witnessed all kinds of things, from hacks to unsecure wallets to all kind of scams. And our primary goal is actually to save the people from all of that somehow, you know, to create some safe environment so people can learn, educate themselves, you know, in actually participating in the networks. And I think that I see the bright future, okay? Not just for Croatia, because as soon as you get internet and as soon as your wallet gets synced, you start to look at the exchange rate, you start to actually read about it, you follow some news, you talk about it, and I believe that this is actually a good way to go.
Thank you so much. You will hear more from Nicola in the afternoon in the stablecoin segment, and then tomorrow also the big closing with a fireside with Visa that is going to be here. And then you also hear more from Ivana later today in the enterprise segment about institutional money flowing on chain. And yeah, thank you so much for joining and everybody for listening. And now over to Rob. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexandra, sorry.
Thank you very, very much to our wonderful panelists. Thank you, Michael, as well. You were just also getting used to Roberto, of course, doing some of the moderation. But he'll be back later on stage for another panel discussion. So I'm back now. I was just pitching in a different room. We were raising capital, just quickly mentioning that. Anyway, to the point, we're going to listen to yet another wonderful panel discussion about Bitcoin once again. Now, I'm super, super thrilled, actually, to announce 3 people on stage. You might have seen them already yesterday on stage, wandering around, maybe you've chatted a little bit. We'll be speaking about the rise of Bitcoin finance more specifically, right? We already spoke about Bitcoin being in motion, et cetera, the DeFi part to a great extent. So we're going to hear right now from wonderful people. I would love to welcome, first of all on stage, Rupert Pickering from All in Crypto. Please put your hands together, wonderful moderator. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And alongside Rupert, we will have Taco from Manifest. Please be very, very welcome on stage as well. Put your hands together. One of the people who went to more conference than I have, most definitely. Look at this, wonderful. And alongside Rupert and Taco, we're also welcoming on stage Robert Zaremba. Thank you very much indeed. Difficult name, thank you, from Native. Please take it away, gentlemen. Hope you have a wonderful panel. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. Happy Halloween, everyone. Today is also a pretty special day, specifically for Bitcoin. How many of you know why today is important for Bitcoin? Show of hands, maybe? Absolutely. Got it in one. Thank you very much. So today was the day, back in 2008, that Satoshi launched the Bitcoin white paper. This is a big deal because we're all here today as a result of that. And we've heard from many people. We've heard from advisors to central banks. We've heard from builders. We've heard from institutions. The reason the conversation is happening today, and we're all here, is again because of what happened in 2008. And that was the launch of the Bitcoin white paper. It's fundamentally changed our reality. And Bitcoin is an absolute amazement. You know, at the start of this conference, we heard how one individual can change the world. Satoshi has definitely done that. If indeed it was one individual, the jury is out on that. So today, Bitcoin is worth $2.3 trillion as an asset. One Bitcoin is worth $106,000 or 92,000 euros. Now that changes very rapidly, as I'm sure you all know. Bitcoin is increasingly being integrated into our financial system by those who previously rejected it or were very hostile towards it. JP Morgan only last week announced the acceptance of Bitcoin to be used directly as collateral. Now this really does show just how far Bitcoin has came. And of course, as far as the Bitcoin ETFs are concerned, it's the fastest growing Bitcoin or ETF, period, obviously launched by BlackRock. And ETFs today hold 1.3 million Bitcoin. There's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoin. Today, in regards to the circulation supply, that's about 6%. So I'm absolutely delighted to be talking about the rise of Bitcoin finance. I think everything that I've sort of said there really demonstrates its increased use in the financial world. I think a good place for us to start is with, of course, introducing the panel. We've got Taco from Manifest Network, and we've got Robert from Native Bitcoin Yield. A good question to ask is all of this a good thing, the financialization of Bitcoin? Robert?
Yes, I mean, the thing that we need to realize that so far we didn't succeed actually using Bitcoin in DeFi. We are far from there, even though Bitcoin has the biggest, the largest adoption in terms of the mind share, people owning it. Yes, if you go to a street, everyone knows about Bitcoin. Yes, so the recognition, yes, goes beyond anything else. And obviously, we have seen, yes, a lot of adoption in, I would say, the centralized finance. On the DeFi side, we don't see that much. There is, I mean, depending on, the calculations, roughly recently I was seeing a very good report. Only 1.1% of Bitcoin is used in DeFi.
Wow.
That's nothing. 1.1% is really nothing, right? And if you want to take it into the picture as like, what's Bitcoin? Why people owning Bitcoin? Yes, some people and Bitcoin maxis or miners, some miners, yes, they believe in the vision. And actually, those people, they represent the majority, right, of the vision of this world where there is no a single entity controlling the asset, the supply, and the whole vision of Bitcoin being that store of value and an alternative asset that is actually digital and protected by cryptography. And obviously, we have the very hungry Wall Street that is tapping on it and using it for their own speculation, portfolio management, and trying to use it in the capital markets. It's still not being used in that way. But then we have this huge gap, yes, because we have the Web3 world where the Bitcoin actually is minted, which is the house of Bitcoin, the Bitcoin chain. And then we have the centralized world, which actually operates the Bitcoin, right? And then what's in between? Yes, how we can use Bitcoin in a Web3 native way. This is what we are trying to solve, and that's a huge opportunity, but there is still a lot of homework to do.
Fantastic, and I love the stat you gave there. 1% of Bitcoin today is used in Bitcoin DeFi, or DeFi broadly. That's compared to the 6% of Bitcoin circulating today that ETFs currently have. So the kind of on-chain,
It's actually also worth to put it into the the numbers. Yeah? So that 1% represents 200 million. 20 billion.
Okay.
Correct? $20 billion. So it's actually in dollar terms, it's a huge number, right?
Absolutely.
More than I mean, few times, order of magnitude more than the whole atom market cap.
Okay, yeah. So it really helps to put that into perspective. It's not a small amount of money, but in comparison, if we're dealing with percentages, that really does help. And Taco, do you think this is all a good thing, the kind of institutional embrace, the financialization of Bitcoin by institutions?
So one of the biggest things that the misconception is that as soon as banks announce that they're participating, like that's their first day buying, that's when they finally publicly announce that they have. JP Morgan is a great example where they've been providing both education and use cases, data points for their traders, for everything along the lines. But there was a point when JP Morgan was building 7 different chains at once.
Correct.
Because they didn't know how regulations were going to go under the last US administration. So they were trying to figure out how to make a product that could fit into anything. So it's not that these banks and institutions are just now getting into it. Now they're just publicly doing it. So when people see that these large banks are getting into it and publicly announcing it, and they're like, well, why isn't my bag moving? Why isn't price, going sky high? It's because they're already involved, and have been for years. So these people aren't dumb, They hedge against anything and everything. So we've seen a big push now, though, with different financial instruments, which can be a little bit worrisome in some regards, as we've seen before financial instruments that are amazing get mixed in with toxic debt. And unfortunately, that's sort of where we're coming back to that, where this entire ecosystem that we're part of, that we're building, or that, you know, inspired us in some way, is now sort of being taken back in a way by financial institutions, because they're figuring out a way how they can use it to control the numbers again. And so they can make other things look good by taking what, you know, we've made great. And so, and that's from everyone in every ecosystem, not just Bitcoin. And so Bitcoin as a DeFi product, we've seen shift. You know, there is no native DeFi on Bitcoin. That's not what it's made for.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it's shifted from being a peer-to-peer financial system that, you know, was really expanded upon, like, by Silk Road.
Okay.
Let's just say it. That's what made Bitcoin. You know, I have a younger brother who still has like 6 Bitcoin locked on a phone that he bought for Silk Road, that he's like, I don't know how to ever get back into this, but I know it's here, and I'm going to just keep it. And I'm like, I love you so much.
Yeah.
But we've seen a huge shift in this. And so as Wrap BTC and now other protocols, big institutions making their own versions of Wrap Bitcoin, we have ZBTC on Solana, we have XBTC from OKX, we have other protocols that are making other variations of Wrap Bitcoin. We've seen how permissionless liquidity pools pushed forward by like Shapeshift for people to be able to not only have, you know, use their Bitcoin to enter into DeFi and EVM networks and other chains, and how we've seen Thor chain really sort of push some really cool technology pieces. Not many people are spending sats these days.
Yep.
They collect them, or they try to, and so they figure out different ways to do that with DeFi.
And you mentioned the good with the bad. You know, why do you think we're seeing this explosion in regards to Bitcoin finance? To throw that back at you, is it because Bitcoin is just simply a better asset? You know, why do you think we're seeing this kind of real embrace of Bitcoin in the financial world?
It's the only thing that so far is so big that people don't think it will take a lot for it to fail, that some regulatory clarity could be made around it. And so because it was shored up so much on first principles, that the idea that no one person, no centralized authority could actually control it, that it would give stability to something. And so the idea of that Bitcoin moves, one sat is supposed to always equal one sat. You know, we've seen a lot of things change in that. And right now we're seeing a lot between Bitcoin Core change and, you know, the amazing people over at Ocean Pool, trying to strip away like inscriptions. This is the thing, though. Every new generation wants to make the new thing that they're using different, fit them. Rather than, and that's one of the scary things to me, is like, there's that whole ship building process. If you change every board on a ship, is it still the same ship that launched? Will Bitcoin still have the same protections if it gets changed too much?
And I do definitely want to come onto that. You know, we're going to talk today, obviously, is the day of the release of the white paper. There was a vision of a peer-to-peer currency, and we're going to get to whether that vision is still being followed or whether it's maybe drifted off. Before we do that, Robert, I want to come over to you. How are you enabling Bitcoin finance with what you're doing over at Native Bitcoin Yield Hub?
Yeah, absolutely. So one reason that we didn't see the explosion is referring to your previous question. We didn't see explosion of Bitcoin in a DeFi was the problem of an access.
Yes.
You can easily buy Bitcoin on an exchange, right? And you withdraw it to your own private wallet. But doing it in a DeFi world, it's not that easy. So, like from historical reason, if you see by the way, I mean, how those things evolved, you know, Cosmos and the Internet of blockchains, yes, was all around this, you know, IBC, secure, control, secure, Web3 native interoperability. Yes, Ethereum built their own world with, you know, a blockchain where you can mint your own new assets. And then recently, yes, we see a lot of explosion in the stable coins, right? Because this is what everyone understands, right? When you go and check your wallet, you rather probably want to see like in the dollar terms rather than, I don't know, like ETH terms or Atom terms, right? Like 99% of the people will basically, you know, I mean, you can have also, like, you can see it in Bitcoin terms, right? But 99.9% of the people use dollar terms for that, right? So we are thinking in that way. And Bitcoin is this, you know, like a kind of a storage of a value. And so those are the three reasons, right? Like we didn't have a good access to Bitcoin, how we can use it in a Web3 native way in a DeFi. And the ecosystem, yes, that was adopting the local coins, right? Like, you know, Ethereum, the ETH, and, you know, everything that was happening on Ethereum, Solana Sol, meme coins, and blah, blah, blah, right? So the degen narrative is a little bit different than the Bitcoin narrative. Yes, we need to understand that. However, what's important, the opportunity is huge. Because as you had said, right, the growth, the mindshare is there. But actually, I want to say that, you know, you were referring to this, you know, centralized finance, that, you know, this is a threat. I see it actually as an opportunity. Okay. Because this grows the adoption, this grows the possibilities. It also opens more how we can leverage that opportunity, that recognition in a DeFi. Yes, there was, I mean, Dean and Philip from Hydro, they were presenting as how actually, you know, those DeFi protocols can compete with centralized protocols. We can offer better solution, more liquid solution with better yield. I don't need to like go through, you know, many different processes, you know, to set on some, you know, yield portfolio and then, you know, like wait to offloading. I can do it with various protocols in seconds or minutes, right? And again, have a better yield. So now we are getting there, and this is what we as native want to solve, provide the Web3 native access to Bitcoin. So far, yes, the solutions that are out there, they are going, like, falling back to the Web2 world. Yes, so you have your Bitcoin on a Bitcoin, and then how you can use it on, you know, the execution chain. Yes, like, you know, Cosmos app chain, Ethereum, or Solana. The only ways today that you can do it are through some federated setups. So federated means that you have some federation that is controlling the permissions. It's an authority, basically, or multisig. Yeah, so this is what OKX is doing, Coinbase is doing, BitGo is doing, and so on. In both cases, this is not Web3 native, right? There is some permission setup, additional trust assumption, and the control. And again, the reason that we couldn't go over that limitation was the limitation of Bitcoin. Yeah, so we took a step back and thought, okay, how we can solve it. We were working with the cryptographers from Wasserman Institute. That's one of the most famous institute in cryptography and science in the world. It's in Israel. Wow. And those professors, they invented like an extension of an MPC protocol, yes, to PCMPC, which is basically the first MPC protocol that is trustless. It means that, you know, like in a traditional setup, when you use MPC, again, you give a control to some signers. That is, you know, we can then like discuss it as a separate subject. Yes, is it better than multisig or it's not better than multisig? Here is like the user is also in charge. I don't have to give up, you know, my full the custody of the Bitcoin to someone else. So that's a kind of a breakthrough. Yes, like the protocol is many times reviewed and actually now submitted to the Eurocrypt and AsiaCrypt. That's like the two biggest cryptography mathematical conferences in the world. Patent pending, and yeah, we are about to launch by the end of the year. Yes, and we are doing it through SUI. Okay. So basically, there's like a whole protocol with the MPC setup and around the SUI, and then through Axelar and IBC, yeah, going to multi-chain. Yeah, so we are talking here with Agorig, with Hydro, yes, how they can easily access with the liquidity providers, with miners, custodians. We are talking with many miners that are happy to provide anything between $1 million to 100 million, yes, to generate a yield. Because everyone, you go and you see Arthur Heist speaking, oh yeah, Bitcoin to 1 million. Yes, by the end of the year. I mean, we are already almost by the end of the year.
So you don't think that's going to happen, no?
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, we need to be like more pragmatic,
Yes.
right? Bitcoin, I believe Bitcoin will grow, right? But you know, Bitcoin cannot. If you want to go, like, what's the next step? The next step of Bitcoin is that we really embrace it as Satoshi envisioned, right? It has to be used. Yes, people have to use it. I mean, our DeFi ecosystem have to use it. Bitcoin capital is much bigger than the dollar capital.
And when you say people have to use it, and talking about Satoshi, do you think used in the manner that Satoshi envisioned it? You know, when Satoshi laid his peer-to-peer currency network out, do you think Bitcoin is still being used, or do you think it's drifted away from that path?
It's not being used from the beginning almost, right? Like, you know, if some guy was paying, how much he was paying, like thousands of Bitcoin for a pizza, I don't call it using.
Okay.
Well, I disagree with you. I feel the intrinsic value of Bitcoin wasn't really propagated at that time.
No, it wasn't.
We weren't putting dollars to it like you were saying.
I agree.
And so I think he said, like in his case, 10,000 Bitcoin was definitely worth 2 pizzas. No,
at the time. That was a fun.
At the time.
That was a fun. That was not a proper use.
You know, the intrinsic value of it, and so, but I agree with you that it's not being used the way
exactly. That's the point. And my point is here also like a bigger one. Like, look at the portfolio, or, you know, like savings, right? Like, even, you know, you have $, I mean, obviously you have some dollars that is, you know, like in your running account, but then you try to invest it. You want to do something with it. Once you go beyond some threshold, right? Whatever is for you, yes, maybe 10,000, 100,000, $500,000, yes, you try to be smarter what you can do with it. Same with Bitcoin, right? If you believe that, let's say, Bitcoin will double in 4 years, if you see like the previous cycle, yes, the Bitcoin didn't double even, right? Like the top was what, 70,000? Now the top was, you know, over 120,000. So even if you assume that it will go to 200,000 in maybe next 3 years, 4 years, if you apply 10% yield, then, you know, that 200% will go to 300%. Okay. That's a lot. Yes, so let's say if you have 1 million, so instead of going from 1 million to 2 million, you go from 1 million to 3 million just by having a good 10% yield strategy.
Okay, so the sort of vision of a peer-to-peer currency for Bitcoin, you don't think, you know, has ever really taken place? You know, you know.
That's the point, right? Because, you know, we are now building it, yes? We are missing, you know, there was this chasm, the gap, that we couldn't fill it. Yes, because every ecosystem, and here even you can see that if you were following, you know, what Hydro was proposing, what in the Cosmos ecosystem we were proposing, yes, having atom-backed, you know, like every ecosystem focuses on its own, let's say, economical value, which makes sense, yes. Like if you are Ethereum Foundation, yes, they want to have Ethereum price going up. Same for, you know, Interchain Foundation, Atom, right, Solana, and so on. Yes, they want to, you know, keep growing their assets. Yes, that, okay, this is a settlement layer, the execution layer. We create new assets, right?
Yep.
But then we still didn't embrace like the biggest capital in Web3. We are trying now to embrace. I mean, like, you know, the concept Magnus was proposing. Yes, for Cosmos. Okay, let's make Cosmos this, you know, the chain for stable coins. How the ecosystem will benefit from it? Because if there are 2 banks, you know, using it to settle between themselves, the ecosystem doesn't benefit from it. If you see what I mean, yes. Right? It's just, you know, 2 banks, so, you know, it's again kind of like a smaller ecosystem. But if we embrace Bitcoin, which is open for everyone, gives a lot of opportunities.
Yes, more
and
feedback.
Again, you know, today, the on-chain stable value of the stable coins, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 300-something billions.
Something like that. Yep.
And today, the on-chain Bitcoin value, yes, is, you know, 2.3 trillion. Yep. So it's much bigger, right?
So we should leverage that. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not saying that we should give up the stables. It's important use case. Yes, we need to grow the adoption. Yes, so that's what I, like, you know, wanted to tell you, that I see this, that, you know, centralized finance, that, you know, adopting those things. For me, it's opportunity. But the bigger opportunity for Web3, for us, for the ecosystem, is embracing what we already have and grow that.
And leveraging that in the same way that institutions are.
Absolutely.
You know, and bringing that on-chain, bringing that natively, and embracing all those properties that Bitcoin brought to us. Taco, how are you seeing people leverage Bitcoin today financially? We're talking about the rise. We've spoken about how institutions are leveraging it. We're talking about how, you know, wrapped Bitcoin, layer 2s. How are you seeing Bitcoin be embraced in a kind of DeFi native manner, an on-chain manner?
So we're starting to see and like the historical movement of Bitcoin to being digital gold. We say that a lot, but what does that mean? In one aspect, gold used to be the currency we traded, and then that became too big and burdensome to transfer, so people would store that in banks and be issued notes, and then they would trade those. And so we're starting to see on Bitcoin native, there is no DeFi opportunities. So we saw both wrapped Bitcoin come out, and now we're seeing a lot of layer 2s within the Bitcoin ecosystem, everything from Bob, Botanics, BitLayer, and I think 7 other L2s building on what they see as this most secure native layer. And so there's a lot of ideas right now that are sort of floating on the agentic AI side of things.
Okay.
Where can they find the most, like everyone wants fast payment, We thought, at first Bitcoin would solve the problem of instantaneous payments for N+ transfers across borders and permissionless, but for some reason 10 minutes became too slow for people that were done dealing with 2 weeks. And so now we have millisecond block time and execution pieces. And so on the DeFi side, where it's really getting used, unfortunately, is on the borrow-lend sector. So we're rehypothecating debt. And so that's sort of one of the broken financial instruments that we're now bringing on chain. But what we wish I would see more is the utilization of Bitcoin wrapped protocols, or utilization as pairing to tokens. So as new projects launch their token, right now they've sort of gone away from pairing to the native token, which I think really is a crappy move, just to be honest. Like, when you launch a new project and you launch it on Cosmos and you go pair it to USDC, that's a dick move in my opinion, instead of pairing it to Atom.
But a convenient move, right?
Not really.
No.
Because one, you're sort of removing the entire ecosystem that you're built on.
Yeah,
and even if you're not built on Cosmos.
You are giving up what the ecosystem was built for.
Exactly. Yeah. And so now, because if you look at it, you pair your token to USDC, and no trades happen on your token for a year. And I launch Taco token and I pair it to Atom. In a year's time, hopefully, there's a little bit of a movement on the valuation of my token versus yours, just paired to stables. But you're really hedging and betting on inflation, because your token will now be worth less just because of inflation.
Yeah, I think there's a stability element in regards to why they're used, but what you're also saying is that can work both for and against, really. You can leverage that. Quickly, last thought of 30 seconds from each of you. What do you think some catalysts that you're looking at that are going to really ignite on-chain sort of finance for Bitcoin are going to be? Maybe we'll start with you, quick, sort of 20 seconds.
Yeah, so embracing that opportunity, because opportunity is huge, and if we, instead of like trying to go in the same circles that 95% of the projects are being dead, like focus on the big capital, how we can embrace it. I think that's a huge opportunity. I mean, obviously, I would like to see it with Bitcoin, and yes, if you builders are trying to look at it. If you create a good yield protocol for Bitcoin, there is $2.2 trillion that's available.
Yep,
right?
yep.
And those guys, we are talking with many miners, with many actually smart capital, that they will be happy with 5%. I can give you millions in TVL if you provide a good yield. Talk to me.
Okay, and Taco, very quickly, what do you think the catalyst is going to be? Further inflation, further fiat devaluation, yes?
We'll see more use on the agent side of things, especially with X402. That's base layer native stuff happening, and I know we're wrapping it up, and I want to thank everyone for being here today. Huge shout out to the entire Cosmos ecosystem.
Absolutely, and shout out to the panelists. Yep.
And so there's just so much opportunity. So I'm going to side note here for a second. There's so much opportunity within the entire Cosmos ecosystem that Bitcoin can just be a foundational footnote, that there is something backing something in it as a proof of work. Fantastic. And that's what we really sort of see where new things are coming out of, because old ideas spark new ideas, and as new chains happen within the Cosmos ecosystem, it will spark an idea in someone else. And so just huge hat off to all the freaking builders.
Brilliant. It's a bright future. Thank you very much, guys. A round of applause for our panelists. And thanks, everyone, for showing up. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Good to conclude on builders.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, all of you. Wonderful. And indeed, all the freaking builders are doing wonderfully. Now, let's put some freaking chairs, at least one, on stage, because we're going to move on to the last panel discussion before lunch. And I will already tell you that this is going to be very, very interesting, because we're not necessarily immediately talking about freaking builders, but we're definitely speaking about mad scientists. Also something pretty interesting, I believe. We'll be speaking about NFT culture, and really about many, many different things that are happening with NFTs, also in the past, by the way, on the Cosmos stack. Now, I think that the gentlemen on my left there are already starting to line up. I would say most definitely also after lunch, everyone come back here, be here right on time, because we're going to have an epic afternoon focusing once again on stablecoins as well as on enterprise solutions and all other things as well. Now, that brings me, slowly, to start introducing the next speakers. This panel is titled, interestingly, Mad and Bad. Now, I would love to introduce, if he is already ready, first of all, on stage, Zerk from Mad Scientists. Are you already ready? Please be very welcome on stage. Put your hands together. Thank you very, very much. I'm not exactly sure who is going to be the moderator. The moderator is going to be Ivan Titov. Please be very welcome. Oh, you're already here. Wonderful. Please take the stage. You as well. Yes, wonderful. Ooh. Wonderful as well. Put your hands together. Martinez, great to have you. And last but not least, Joe, are you with us as well? Please be very welcome on stage. Put your hands together for Joe Kowalski, creator of Bad Kids. Take it away, gentlemen.
Okay. Hey guys, my name is Pav. I'm co-founder of Expedition and lead ambassador of Stargaze Marketplace. We also have L1 chain on Cosmos Hub, and I'm ready to start our NFT panel. Hey guys, let's make a quick intros. Introduce yourself, guys.
GM, or MM. I'm Zerk, co-founder of Mad Scientist. Happy to be here. Excited for the NFT culture talk.
Hello, Joe, also known as Cortland to some people. I'm the creator of Bad Kids.
I want to introduce ourselves, this single collection which uses our PFP. It's a part of culture. I'm Martinez, I'm Cosmos OG and my scientist team. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you guys. Hey, we have met each other last year on Cosmoverse 2024, and during last time you had a lot of changes. So please let us know what new you have reached during last year.
I can start, absolutely. Yeah, lots of things happened since Cosmoverse last year, but the community has been growing. Osmosis has developed Polaris. There are lots of cool tech being built, and I think there has been a new pivot as well in the NFT game, which is the strategy companies that I have been enjoying. So Punk Strategy was pioneer. We have Mad Strategy at the Mad Scientist. So looking forward to seeing more innovation in the NFT-fi space as well.
Yeah, thank you. What about you, Cortland?
Well, Bad Kids never really changed. There's almost never any innovation there. But no, since last year, the new website is launched. People can now log in with their wallet and get other variations on their Bad Kids. So there's a black and white version right now. There's going to be others in the future. And so yeah, just always looking for fun ways to expand the Bad Kids brand.
Only bad vibes. Martinez, can you add something about Mad Scientist part, maybe?
Yeah, I just want to make small note, guys. We are part of culture. We listen everybody talk about finance and so on. It's serious, but we are do the same thing, but just with good vibes. So we are raise up our Twitter followers. We are make a lot of experiments, including strategy experiments for holding more value to our NFT holders. I mean, everything is experiment, right? And we try to experiment even on this type of market.
You have mentioned NFT holder. As I know, and here are a lot of people who are watching us online or here on Cosmoverse on Croatia, can you please explain me, who is that crazy guy ready to buy NFT for hundreds of dollars or maybe thousands, and why?
You got to be pretty mad or bad to buy NFTs in this market, I feel. But still, NFT culture to me is very OG crypto culture. I feel if you want to learn about the ins and outs of the crypto ecosystem, you should join one of these communities. They have lots of knowledge to share. They have so much experience as well in this ecosystem. It's a great way to connect and learn. So if you're interested in this space, I would definitely recommend anyone to actually grab one of these NFTs, join the communities, learn what people are building. And to me, so yeah, it's a great way to kind of connect with the crypto OGs by getting one of these NFTs. And obviously, you know, there's going to be perks and all those beautiful things. There's cool art, we have fun, we make memes. So it's good vibes, like Martina says, within an NFT community.
Awesome. Yeah, good answer. Yeah, I mean, you know, bad kids are part of Cosmos history at this point. So it's, you know, I think it's a great community. It's a lot of people that are building, you know, like a lot of big names in Cosmos. Probably lots of people in this room have a bad kid in their wallet, you know, so it's a thing that's like been around, people know it. Yeah.
I just want to say that for now, a lot of people think that NFT culture is dead, but it's not, because everything changed, and starting from 2019, for example, and now so many things changed in crypto, right? And everybody adopting, and NFT adopting too. I mean, how to say? If you hold some type of NFT, it introduces you like a core member of this chain, of this community, of this bank, if you want, if you're institutional, right? And it's a super thing to onboard users, to work with them, to sort out the best one of them, to give them self-value, not from random people, just give the part of community which hold this. It's like a marker.
I will ask you, Martina's uncomfortable question. NFT meta is changing, you mentioned that. And can you please explain us what have changed? As I know, last year, everybody bought NFT to get some kind of airdrops or something like that. What is purpose of NFT right now, the moment on 2025?
I think everybody know about Pudgy Penguins, right? These guys got around 2 million only in Instagram. And I have a lot of friends who is far away from crypto, but they are holding Pudgy Penguins toys. And what I want to say, these guys brought so huge brand that develop and in different ways bringing on different value for NFT holders. They are doing plushes. They are doing a lot of events. They even want their own chain. So I think it could be a good start for anyone to collect core members, to collect the people who you think the same way, and to move on. After that, it could evolve in any way, right? For example, last 3 years, it was some NFTs was airdrop meta, but for now, it's a part, as I see, it's a part of onboarding new users, involving people into your product culture through image, through fun, through vibe. Nobody loves, I know it, nobody loves serious things. All serious things, all terrible things in this life was done with serious faces. Just smile, guys.
Yeah, awesome. I'm also curious why a lot of famous people are using NFTs like a PFP's profile picture, whenever, and why it is a big privilege to buy expensive NFT and put it on your Twitter. Cortland, can you answer that question?
The question's like, what, why?
Why people are using PFPs as NFTs as PFP like that?
Like, why would they use it as their PFP? Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, I think it kind of signals that you're part of, you know, you believe in Cosmos. I think like Bad Kids has been a pretty good indication of like the level of interest, you know, both up and down with Cosmos. But, you know, I think it's also like Bad Kids itself, you know, wasn't meant to appeal to everyone. You know, it's like, it's messy. If at first glance, you know, a lot of people have told me like they just thought it was like this crappy art, you know, they didn't kind of like really, you know, they're like, oh, dismissive, you know, and I think that's, you know, art should be a little divisive. But I think it also kind of signals that you're not taking things too seriously. You're, you know, you're looking to have fun. You know, you're not like corporate. You know, it was a very sort of anti-corporate thing. So I think the people that were attracted to that, you know, actually ended up being, I mean, there were like a lot of builders in Cosmos, but also people who were like trying to have fun and like trying to have a good time in crypto.
But also you have some like very famous holders of bad kids. Can you give us some names?
Sure. I mean, there's like, you know, like Josh Lee from Kepler. He, you know, was like a really early holder and proponent of bad kids. Like, you know, Mike Ippolito from Blockworks, Barry and Robo, who were on stage yesterday here. They're, I mean, you know, as I said, a lot of people in this room and at this conference like have bad kids and have probably used it on their profile picture at one point in time.
Zerg, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, the most famous mad scientist holders, or the most important ones to me, is the community that we have. So if they're rocking our PFP, that's what matters to me. I guess Sunny is the most famous one, the Osmosis team, giving them a shout out are really cool. I think, you know, on that topic of why would somebody rock an NFT profile picture in this day and age, to me, it's really to show authenticity. I think we talked a lot about institutions here, but institutions need to be authentic with a new space that they're joining. And that's why Pudgy's had so much success, and you know, Van Eck rocking a Pudgy PFP and things like that. They want to be authentic. They want to reach to the crypto OG culture. And to me, that goes through some of these NFTs, some of this art that shows you are authentic, you know about the space, and obviously, you know, you reach a wide distribution, right? Like people that hold these NFTs most of the time are involved in the ecosystem. They participate in DeFi protocols. They don't just hold the JPEGs. They do things. They click buttons on chain. And that's what you want to reach. You want to reach the real users in this day and age of AI where there's so many bots and things like that. NFT is one of the best proof of KYC without actually having the KYC.
Do you think NFT is only about community, or also institutions and financial sectors can co-work these NFT projects?
Yeah, absolutely. This is what I'm saying. If they want to be authentic, they want to have a wide net of distribution, they want to reach the OGs, they should definitely be talking with NFT projects. And to me, distribution has been such an issue this cycle as well. So this is one of the best ways. And, you know, we're pretty good shillers. I feel like, you know, Bad Kids and Mad Scientists, and give a shout out to the Sloth as well. We're good at shilling. And shilling is not something, it's an art form, right? So NFT shillers is a marketing force that you would like to reach out to, in my opinion. Especially, you know, it's almost free. We're not asking for anything. Just do some sort of collab with us. We'll shill you. We'll promote your project. You'll get a wide net of distribution and some authenticity points, basically. Some, oh, you're part of the, you know, homies.
I also want to add that you have so many AMA sessions with different projects. You're making educational content, and actually holders of Mad Scientists can also get some alpha for you, and that also makes sense. Can you please name a few of big collaborations with other projects you have made during last months, for example?
Last month? I mean, last month is funny. We had lots of Kronos project. We had Wolf Swap. I met with Leslie from Kronos yesterday. We had Crow.knife, Crow with Knife, and yeah, so lots of collabs. Just earlier, EXO, gonna give them a shout out. Yeah, collab with EXO, creating, you know, prediction markets for science questions, such as, will there be life on Mars? I think that's a fun question. But again, if y'all want to collab with the Mad Scientists, we're super open and would love to promote y'all. So.
But kids, I remember you last month made an artist competition for a boat, something like that, and artists from Sausages have won that competition. So do you remember something else you had made during last month for your holders, some kind of
like collabs and stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, like Nolus is, you know, offering perks to Bad Kids right now, and you know, like earlier this year there was like the Mantra airdrop, you know. So there was, you know, there's still airdrops occasionally, but I wouldn't tell people to buy it for airdrops. Obviously, like there's no guarantee that this will continue.
All right. Here are a lot of NFT projects we haven't mentioned yet. Let's speak a little bit about Stargaze. Martinez, can you name us like a good collection with very active community, but where not have big trading volume? Do you have something in mind?
I guess all collections suffering now. No, I think it depends on. I mean, I could not just choose directly with a single one because a lot of good collections which right now are suffering because of what's going on the market.
Expedition. There we go.
But without laughing, just give us some names of good NFT projects.
I mean, I like the Sloths, I like Expedition, I'm a miss some, obviously Wreck Bulls, Pixel Wizards, I like Stardy NFTs, the sausages that are coming up. There's just so many, Babu, yeah, I can't forget them. So there's lots of really amazing NFT creators on Stargaze. I feel Stargaze as well is one of the best platforms for trading culture. It's unfortunate, what's happening right now within the ecosystem. I hope they get a deal with Cosmos or whoever because I feel they're amazing builders. They built an excellent platform that I personally enjoy to use, and all these NFT communities that are on this platform, I would love for them to survive and thrive. So to me, so many collections, too many to name. I just named a few.
Yeah, actually, we hold them all here, I guess.
Yeah, everybody holds here all these NFTs.
Joe, do you have some other collections, favorite
I
artists?
mean, the Fruitopia guys are here.
Right.
Yes. I love collections like that are, like that one's all hand drawn. Ones that are very like art forward. Like Drama Queens is like another good one like that. Moon-based Dracula, which is all like kind of these like, almost like EC comic book covers that are kind of procedurally put together, like very cool stuff. So there's like lots of fun, small collections on Stargaze.
Joe, do you holding Mad Scientist?
That's a great question. I think I have one Mad Scientist.
Okay.
We got to mention Big Kids and After the Filter as well. I feel like
that's true. Well, I can't show my own stuff.
I'm going to shill your stuff.
Okay, I appreciate it.
The Omis, let's go.
We have hundreds collections of Stargaze. We have AAA creepy companions. We have King Ken with Underworld. We have RPDAO with mining something, and we have so many projects in Garden,
Yeah.
But let's speak also about collaborations. You mentioned that you're working together with some kind of protocols or businesses. Bad Kids had collaboration with Nalas. Why protocols and projects want to reach NFT community? What is purpose?
Well, yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, I feel distribution is key. You want to reach out to power users. These people that own a Bad Kids NFT that's worth like $500 or I don't know, like a big significant amount for an art piece, they probably are power users in the crypto space. They probably have way more money than that. They do DeFi, they do perps trading, they do swaps, they do all these things that protocols want you to do. So to get that power user, it's very difficult nowadays because of AI. There's just so many bots. It's extremely difficult to filter out. Even KYC, at this point, I'm hearing there's KYC farms. So you don't even know if, they kind of reach out to some people and they just going to bot that ICO through KYC farms. So basically owning a JPEG allows you to get that great distribution, then the shilling, the marketing power, and finally the authenticity. Kind of you're showing that you're a crypto OG, you know what you're talking about, and you're involved in the grassroots space. So that's why I feel institutions should be reaching out to us NFT founders.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you said, it's a great cross-section of people in the Cosmos community. I mean, like Bad Kids launched right before Terra imploded, so it was like, but in a weird way, that was like good for the community because the people that stuck around were people that really believed in Cosmos or people that were building on Cosmos. So like the community was these builders and these believers. And so, I think that was part of why, NFTs started getting airdrops because people were like, oh, well, this is a great way to reach kind of the most active people in the community.
I want to say a simple thing. If you remind any fintech product of banks and so on, I think probably you will remind two kind of fintech. The one when you lose all your money, and the second one you will remember some good avatar of bank. I mean, NFT is a good way to onboard new people, to involve, to connect core members and move on to the next. I think NFT is also good to to be a face of product, you know, because this is the core members, this is the most active, most interesting people who dive into trade, put their money and time, and want to bring some value together.
If you want to get social support on media, please reach that gentleman. We will do it for you. Actually, people have high expectation from Cosmoverse because usually projects share some alpha, share some plans or something like that. So guys, do you have something prepared to announce, share some alpha?
I'll be you know, obscure about it, but we're always working on our MAD strategy protocol, so different ways of us to make money, to buy back our tokens.
How's it working?
Yeah, so we have a few strategies deployed today, and more coming up. I think one is we've announced is on Neutron. Basically, we're part of Bitcoin Summer. It's not even summer, but they called it Bitcoin Summer. Anyway, so we're farming some of the Bitcoin Summer, Wrap Bitcoin and Max Bitcoin. Anyways, I'm not going to go into the details. That's generating yield. We also have our Hyperliquid Perps Vault, which generates 400% APR. And that was in October, where you had October 10th, where everybody got liquidated, and our vault is still alive and thriving. But we're working on many more strategies again to kind of push for that. On top, I would like to say we are planning a few more experiments cross-chain, and that will be including mad scientists and even across Cosmos. Kind of a cool way of seeing if we can onboard new community members within the Osmosis and Cosmos ecosystem through some of these, you know, interesting ways of doing cross-chain NFTs.
That's awesome. Do have Bad Kids something prepared?
Bad Kids, let's see, Alpha. So I've been actually doing a lot of animated GIFs lately, like reactions, like emotes, stuff like that people can use on different social media apps. But like, one thing I noticed is if you upload animated GIFs to Giphy, it populates to all these other, you know, kind of like traditional web platforms like Instagram and Snapchat and, you know, like Facebook. So not only can people from Bad Kids use like, you know, Bad Kids emotes and places like that, but just random normies that don't know what they are can use them too. And so like that's kind of fun, just like getting them out there and having them spread to people that might not even know that it's, you know, an NFT collection.
Awesome. Martinez, do you have something in mind?
I want to say real alpha will be later when we end NFT panel. it will be cooked. Guys, everything is experiment. We are experimenting different ways. We are searching new ways to evolve cross-chain, on-chain. Our token standard allow us to have expedition anywhere. I mean, this is so interesting because each day new ideas. We are cooked. We are brainstorming. So we are also thought about some Croatian banking collab. I know collab with us, please. We are interested in Croatia. We love it. So and the real alpha will be later.
Yeah, awesome. Guys. Actually, I don't have something in mind, so if you have some topics you want to discuss, please, mic is open. Awesome.
What do you guys think about when like a chain launches their own NFT collection that's like, you know, to promote it?
I feel it's a great strategy, just because, again, you want to be building that community of power users within that chain that's going to be able to onboard new users or educate existing users. So by creating an NFT project around a single chain, I feel you're kind of giving it a face, you're giving it a culture, you're combining all these users together, you're building up that community. So to me, it's a great way of doing things. Obviously, some chains in my mind don't need always an NFT project or perhaps maybe a smaller NFT collection. Or you could leverage existing NFT collections like, you know, Bad Kids or Mad Scientists if you want that community to be part of your ecosystem. But I feel it's quite clever, and we've seen so many, right, this year. I feel like that was kind of the meta, having chain-specific NFTs.
It's a tricky balance, right? Because I feel like Sloss actually kind of did it well, where it, you know, it felt more like an organic collection, even though it was kind of tied in. Maybe not totally officially, well, I don't know how official it was, but it was like definitely representing that, that chain. Whereas, when it's like more of a direct kind of first-party thing from a company, I don't know, it's like less organic, and it's like a little bit, I don't know, it kind of takes away from the more organic nature of communities.
Yeah, you're right. Probably if you're using a third party versus kind of, some sort of artist that organically wants to create a collection on that chain because they love the network, that to me feels better than the core team launching an NFT. That being said, I think most recently we saw Hyperliquid launch the Hyper NFTs, and people love them because they go for like $70,000, so people love them.
Okay, they must love them.
Or as an example, Blue Friends from Sentinel, also another team has made that collection, and like Sentinel have supported them, so it's also like makes sense.
But it's cool because Blue Friends, it's not from the core team, and it's kind of like a third party person that really loves Sentinel
and same with Mad Scientist, you contributing a lot, like Osmosis, and Osmosis help you, so
it's
a
good
Osmosis collaboration. I don't think core teams do have pay too much attention to NFT, but can delegate that to some team who they trust.
It's a lot of work, right, to manage the NFT community and create new art and all that. So you really need somebody that's
engaged every day.
Yeah, engage every day. That's passionate about it.
Yeah.
As I know, Steven from Out of the Filter is making collections not for himself, most of all, but for Mantra, for...
he has the Omis, and I think Hyperliquid, he has the Crushes.
Yeah, I mean, that one's more of a pure art project.
Yeah,
Well, it's an artist, right? So what about you, Joe? I mean, you're so good at art. I love the Bad Kids art, by the way, so I like it. I don't think it's bad at all. I think it's
yeah, but it's tricky. I mean, I would love to launch more collections, but it's then I'd be diluting Bad Kids, So it's to me, it's doing stuff just putting out art on X, or making animated GIFs. It's a way to kind of put new stuff out there, but without undermining the existing collection.
Without putting it on chain, basically, but still showing the love to the people by showcasing your art.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense.
And also I want to mention that NFT not only working with protocols, but also with some social media content. For example, Expedition is co-working with DeFi Geek, who is making YouTube videos, some social content. So if you want to amplify yourself, you can not only just make a collaboration with NFT, but if you have your community, you can make NFT for them, just to have an access to his private club, to make some private chats. And actually, DeFi Geek has made a page. You can meet it on Stargaze and join his community. So it's also an ability for listeners who want to get their community private, some NFT page or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think we had a few special traits as well for certain projects. Spoke with Toki earlier, Mantra was mentioned, and the fact is that this is kind of one of the great ways to rep that other chain without diluting the supply, right? I don't know if Toki's going to launch NFTs or something like that, but at least you can show him love by creating a custom Toki trait that you can dress up your scientist, or you could probably dress up your Bad Kid with some of these traits from these protocols. I know, Joe, you made lots of logos as well, Bad Kid logos for some of these protocols.
Straight hat.
Yeah, Stry hat. So lots of cool things can be done in collaboration with these projects to amplify your social media presence.
Absolutely.
So good point.
So guys, it's a time to finish our NFT panel. Last few words, make an attraction, call to action.
Stay mad, everything's an experiment, and join the Mad Scientists. Huge shout out to our community, love y'all, and I'll see you in Discord or X.
Thanks everyone for being part of this, and also show some love to Stargaze. They're still out there, they still exist, they're still a solid platform.
Yeah, study NFT. It's not just only PFP pictures. It's a huge community of this study NFT at all. Study Cosmos, study Bad Kids, study Expedition, study Mad Scientist. Stay mad, stay energy. See you guys.
Part of a ship, part of a crew. See you guys.
Thank you so much. I think Cosmoverse would be incomplete without a Cosmos culture panel. So I appreciate that. I was very happy that we could get this panel together, and we'll have part 3 next year at the location that will be revealed tomorrow afternoon. Anyways, we're good on time for lunch today, so enjoy lunch, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. with the stablecoin track, and then we'll have the enterprise segment as well. See you later.
joyride. Moments that are starting. Didn't see it coming. But it's a fun joyride.
After Club.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for coming back after an amazing lunch. Thank you as well for everyone all across the world that are interested or part of the Cosmos ecosystem. You're looking from your homes, from your offices, from wherever you are, co-working spaces. Once again, maybe you're on holidays. Great that you're tuning in with thousands and thousands all at the same time across the different channels. And of course, thank you to all the attendees, sponsors, partners, everyone else that's part of the Cosmos ecosystem, either as a builder, as a founder, maybe as an entrepreneur, maybe as an investor. Thank you for all being here as an enthusiast, also possible, in Split, Croatia. Now, as promised this morning, we have another lineup of epic panels and keynotes. This afternoon, we'll be covering stablecoins, enterprise, and much, much more. Now, I'm actually thrilled and delighted, specifically thrilled being the founder and CEO of Thrilled Labs, but I'm thrilled to indeed announce to you the next panel. We'll be speaking about designing what is called the next monetary layer. We have wonderful people with ourselves. First of all, I would love to welcome on stage the moderator, Robbie Schwedfeger, also Crypto Robbie. Please be very, very welcome.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much, of Valident. Now, alongside Robbie, we have Mikolas Majuskas of Bybit EU. Please be welcome on stage and put your hands together absolutely for all our speakers. Robert H. Hartman of FPEA. Looking forward to hearing all about what you're building and what you're doing. And Dejan Davidovic of Cryptomat. Great that you're here as well. Thank you. Gentlemen, please take it away.
Alex, thank you.
Thank you.
I know it's hard because we have the graveyard session right after lunch, so we will try to make it as awakening as possible. Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening. We have high-ranking panelists here on stage. To my left, Mikolas from Bybit, Roger, ESG advisor, and he will introduce himself, and Dejan from Cryptomat. All three are experienced financial experts with different background, of course, and different levels of crypto experience. Myself, my name is Crypto Robbie, or that's a brand I had. My name is Robbie Schwerdner. I'm from Vienna, and I will lead us through the next 30 minutes, approximately. Mikolas, maybe you introduce yourself and then say how you entered crypto and what are you doing with Bybit. Bybit, by the way, if you have, I will allow questions later. It's the largest exchange worldwide, with the founder never having been in prison, huh? So
and it will never be.
That's an achievement.
And
huh?
it will never be.
How are you?
So thank you for the wonderful introduction. So yes, I am with Bybit, and so it happened that before joining Bybit, I had the two most hated professions in the world.
Okay.
I was an investment banker, and a politician. So when people tell me that crypto is full of drama and risk, I feel that I've done my volatility training already. So I'm prepared. On a serious note, I work with a global team in Singapore.
Yeah.
I work remotely. I look after the policy side. The policy, we try to bridge innovation with the regulation, and mostly work with the governments and authorities in trying to ensure that whatever the global innovation powerhouse does, it's compliant with the rules.
So you see all white shirts here on stage, so that means we are in the banking section. Stablecoin. Can you imagine Cosmoverse with a panel, with a track even? Stablecoins? So boring. Yes, interesting. Also, but you're head of policy, but you were also economic advisor to the Prime Minister of Lithuania. So what would you advise him now in crypto and stablecoins?
Well, it's. I think what we are seeing right now, it's an arms race between crypto and governments, and you know who's going to win. It's going to be crypto, because crypto is more unified. It has infinite resources, and it has the best talent. And if you take a simple example, and our panelist here, Dejan from Estonia, he's got a wonderful company that is running biggest exchange in Estonia. And if we look at the student that, say, finishes Tartu University, and you give him an opportunity to work either for Cryptomat, greatest company in Estonia, or work for the government. And you know where 90% of them would do? They will go and work for his company because it's double the salary, more of the opportunities, and it's got the flexibility of working. And it reminds me that we've been here a little bit before, back in 2008, when the best talented people went to work for investment banks.
2008, that brings me to Roger. That's your keyword, huh? 2008.
Yeah.
You mentioned you worked for UBS.
Yes.
From something to 2007.
83 to 2007, just before the
2007.
crisis, yeah.
For the ones who don't remember, that's the financial crisis, 2008.
Yes.
I remember. I lost
Very
some
much,
funds.
yeah.
So
I'm coming from another world, meaning I'm teaching for 44 years, in the financial industry since 42 years. I entered the industry when everything was manual.
Yeah.
The only thing we had was telex. There was no fax, there was nothing, no PC, nothing.
Yeah.
Mobile phone was a type of illusion which came much later. And it's interesting, what is, it cannot be crypto, Roger, obviously it cannot. But I'm coming from a world where I like to observe.
Yeah.
And I'm very much marked by big milestones. Big milestone was 1992 with the arrival of internet, which completely transformed the way we are looking at things with the access to information via internet, which didn't exist before. Of course, also the mobile phone, which brought in a democratic way. It was somewhere 97, 98, with the arrival, everybody had some type of Nokia in his pocket. All these things were making things much more fluid and moving forward. And when I look now, I'm basically retired for the last 3 years. But retired on paper.
I like the history part, because you mentioned 87 you started. 87 was the first year, there was a...
83.
83.
87 was, I was in New York in 87.
That was the financial crisis,
yes,
huh? There was a big crash.
I was in the towers of the World Trade Center, which does not exist anymore.
But that was a big crash. That was one of the biggest crash because of the computer systems.
But still, when I look with distance,
at the time that I started walking.
Look, I had so many crises.
You mentioned you started walking.
I started walking.
Roger, then 98 was the baht crisis, then the pound crisis.
And we had the Asian crisis in 97.
Asian financial crisis.
I was in Singapore. I had so many crises.
When you look
but
at
the one not to forget is 2008. That's the one to remember. Yes, very clear.
Dejan, you're from Cryptomat, which is something. A Cryptomat sounds like an automat where you can get cryptos, and you have more than 500,000 active users. Congratulations! And so, what's your take for stable coins, and how did you enter, and when did you ever buy your first stable coin?
Since you are asking about the history, I need to mention that before this, like years ago, I used to work in the entertainment business. I used to do entertainment. Yeah, I used to do big rave parties. I actually used to do one here in Split on the beach, like really big one with David Guetta and stuff like that. And then I entered into the world of startups and started building them, and I failed. I think 3 times, went bankrupt, started Cryptomat. And this is how I got into all of this. And before that, I had zero knowledge about finance, zero knowledge about compliance, and so on. But it all somehow escalated to this point that for the last 2 years, I have been nominated by the International Compliance Association as the Financial Crime Prevention Leader of the Year for somebody that 10 years ago didn't even know what compliance is. So I dare to say that with the resources that we have within our company, and with the amount of work we have put in, we have built something amazing, and I'm happy to be here.
And you mentioned also you're working, because that's now geopolitics, you're working out of Estonia?
We're working out of Estonia.
But you're Croatian, but...
No, actually, I was born in Croatia, I live in Slovenia and I run a company in Estonia.
So if you want to have questions later, he can speak maybe also Croatian, Slovenian.
Sure, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. Odlično.
Yeah, we operate out of Estonia, but our target markets are mostly the Eastern European markets from Tallinn to Athens, and we're trying to focus on those markets because at the end of the day, nobody's building anything for those markets. Most of the big players, they focus on Germany's and Spain's and so on. So we like to collaborate with people from around here, with guys like Nicola from Electrocoin and so forth, and we like to support this part of the world as much as possible. And why is that? Because it was also discussed earlier in the earlier panel, people here lack financial education, financial literacy. They often fall for get-rich-fast schemes and lose their money very easily. So it is also our mission to enable these people, to give them access to the technology in a way that they understand. And that is why we have been trying to simplify the world of investing in cryptocurrencies by also taking the blockchain out of the equation because they don't understand it. So yeah, that's that.
The panel is called Developing the next layer, the next money layer, the future of money. And that's an interesting question with stable coins. I mean, stable coins are pegged to whatever, to the US dollar. That's 89% of the coins are we have euro stable coins. We have ones pegged to gold or other assets. When it comes to stable coins, where do you see, Nicholas, the future of these stable coins? Why are they here? I mean, they're rather unsexy. I mean, stable coins, so boring. Why is it so interesting still?
Well, stable coins is money, and I don't believe money is boring in a sense. And coming back to my earlier point, that
money makes happy.
That back in 2009, when we saw the competition between the talent that sat in investment banks and the regulators and the rating agencies, so banks and bankers won, retail lost. Regulators didn't lose, retail lost. And right now we're in a similar situation where we've got so much talent in crypto and they're developing so many innovative products that rating agencies can't catch up, let alone regulators try and understand what's happening. And to avoid the things that happened back in 2008, it's crucially important that we work with the regulators together. And I believe that the European framework is exactly that allows to work together, regulators and the blockchain industry. And to answer directly to your question, that the money will always, regardless of whatever and whoever will tell you, will always be governed by authorities. Governments will always control money. And therefore, it doesn't have to be issued by the government. It could be privately issued. But governments will always control. It has been for thousands of years. It will remain in the future. So the future of stable coins is basically the way I see it. They have to be properly governed. So they have to be open for regulation, and they should have a flexible technology. So for that to have a proper global payment opportunity, global settlement opportunity, micro transactions, programmable money, and user operability. So for we see situations like
Bybit planning their own stablecoin?
Look, I cannot openly discuss the new products, but I can tell you there the power of innovation, of new products and services is just mind-blowing that we see. And I would really like to see more of that happening in Europe. And unfortunately, with a European regulation, that the innovation process is significantly slower in Europe than what we see in the United States or Asia.
Roger, when you hear what we are doing with stablecoins, we print digital money and say it's the US dollar, and we hand it over to people. What's your thoughts, given your history?
I follow this with high interest. Very often these ideas are born outside of Europe, I have to observe on myself. There is, for example, a DTC Pay in Singapore who made major steps forward in the whole Southeast Asia environment. They now, after heavy discussion with the CSSF, the Luxembourg regulator, they were able to open an entity in Luxembourg for the European Union. But all this is somewhere Singapore-based, coming to Europe with stable coin behind.
Yeah.
And what I somewhere miss a little bit is the feeling that Europe should walk a bit faster on these different things.
Europe
because,
should walk faster.
Yeah, it's really what I see. I'm a little bit anxious. You know, my first encounter with the whole crypto environment was in Crypto Valley.
Crypto
in
Valley,
Zug, in
Switzerland.
2016, 2017. After it was Liechtenstein with the blockchain law in 2020. These were my first encounters, which is good, but always somewhere the feeling that we are somewhere a little bit lagging behind. Perhaps it's wrong, but it's a perception. But we should go on, and it's good that Cosmoverse 2025 is in Split and not.
True.
It makes
Split
a lot
makes
of
sense.
sense.
Is Europe? Is Europe? Yeah.
Oh yes, and to come back to this region, I strongly believe that all what is going on from Tallinn all the way down to Greece, that's the future of growth from a European Union which is a little bit looking for growth. And the growth is here.
You know why? It's the scarcity.
Probably, yes.
So that's why. And that's why we innovate.
Yes.
Deja, when you when you talk about stablecoin, we are in stablecoin track. Where do you see the future of stablecoins? And of course, Cryptomart is dealing with stablecoins. I guess you handle them, isn't it?
Maybe I can start with one practical example. Because at the end of the day, any new technology will get adopted if there is some sort of visibility of it, so if you can easily use it. So let's say now, as we spoke earlier, we're in the process of getting licensed under MiCA. And there is one particular part in MiCA.
So that's a nice formulation. You are in the process of getting licensed, so you don't have the license, but
not yet.
But you will get it soon.
Soon, you will.
Okay.
Coming
But
there.
when is the party?
But anyway, I will tell you.
Okay.
Anyway, so there is a special part in MiCA that says that a crypto as a service provider should be safeguarding customers' funds, so fiat funds, euros, in an account with a credit institution. Okay, which is a bank. On our bank accounts, we actually transfer those into euro stablecoin and show that to the customers, and we do not hold customers' euros. And it's an easy solution by using this technology that is now available to us.
Now I'm a moderator, but I also have a say in the stablecoins. We deal a lot with stablecoins because we do crypto tax advisory for large holders, companies, but also individuals, private. And of course, what they do is, because in many legislation, when you transfer from Ethereum to a stablecoin, it's not a taxable event. That's the reason why this is so sexy. I mean, just because you are still in the blockchain sphere, it's not considered a tax event. Only if you pay out, then you have to tax your profits. Or in some countries, if you buy NFTs, then you leave this legislation of blockchain to another digital asset, NFTs, or another asset. And then it's different. So that's also my answer why it's so interesting.
There's also many more vendors of ours who are actually providing services that we can pay the services in stablecoins. And absolutely, we want to be doing that because let's say we do not have access to dollar. We cannot pay in dollars. There's no way for us. So using USDC, of course, then we can do it, and it's much easier for us. Those are the applications, the practical ones.
When we talk about different stablecoins, there are a lot. And there's even a rating agency. Standard & Poor's does a little bit. Moody's, that's the 2008, they rated the banks though badly those days. There's a new stablecoin rating agency, it's called bluechip.org, US, together with the Vienna-based team. They rate these stablecoins. By the way, Tether has their rating of D. That's next to shitcoin. That's next to trash. So because they don't publish their... and Tether is the largest by far, the largest stablecoin ever. And they rate other. USDC has a B+ there, bluechip.org, if you have a look. And what we see is they rate 20 stablecoins, but I guess there are hundreds now. They say 600, 700. The Raiffeisen plus 9 other banks, German, Austrian banks, they made a euro stablecoin. And so the banks see also future. What is your guess when we talk about new money system? Will we have a few stable coins, maybe 5, 6, and we should have a look at that? Or will we have I don't know, Cryptomat, their own stablecoin, Raiffeisen stablecoin, I don't know, Croatian Bank stablecoin. Will we have total fragmentation?
There's no one single solution. Same thing as what we have with monetary layers. So that we have bottom-up money, we have top-down money, we have fiat money. The fragmentation is a natural process, the transformation, and we see what works. Exactly the same thing with the stable coins. There's so many different stable coins right now. We'll have those in the future, and that's why rating agencies are very important.
Yeah.
Because you make not blind trust decision where you say, well, stable.
They make a conference next week, by the way.
Stable means stable, but they're actually assessed by certain agencies, and we've seen that, and it's still happening with the capital markets, where you have bonds and equity being assessed by the rating agencies, which makes the issuers work with the agencies, have more transparency, more disclosure, more risk management, better governance. And I think that is a very, very natural process. Fragmentation is a transformation process, and rating agencies, I think, that will play a certain role in it.
Yeah. There's, by the way, even Cosmos, they have their own stable coins. One Noble is the largest. So even these layer ones, they issue their own stable coins. That happens. Do you see any, I mean, I come from, I was in Eastern Bloc countries, or in so-called Eastern Bloc countries, in holiday often when I was young. We had always to buy on the black market the cheap, local money, lira, whatever, those local monies every second day or so. Because they depegged from the official rate, you could buy money cheaper somewhere else. Could this happen to stable coins, that we buy that cheaper? Roger, how do you see historically?
From a historical point of view, when you look what happened, the answer could be yes.
Yeah.
But is it something linear in the thinking? I don't know. But what I'm absolutely convinced, and the expert coming from the European Central Bank was quite clear yesterday morning. The euro, the physical euro, will not disappear. All these things will continue to coexist. I see very much a world where, in a blended way, why not use the word blended, where all these things somewhere move together, which means somewhere the end of the silos. But for me, as an observer, I still feel these silos, and this is probably something which will, over time, disappear in order to have something more efficient and more client-friendly, investor-friendly, consumer-friendly in the future. I'm quite optimistic, in fact.
So a silo would be if 9 banks, leading with the Austrian, for instance, Austrian Raiffeisen Bank, they make a euro stable coin. And that's a new way of, that's a kind of silo. A private company like Tether issuing a stable coin, like Circle, the second largest USDC stable coin. That's silos. And you think that will...
Yeah, it will somewhere consolidate.
Okay.
Yes, and to have, because the goal of all these things is to have a better world, more transparent, more efficient, which also somewhere means somewhere cheaper, because the banks took a lot of money of all this system over time, which is unfair. I mean, look, I was a banker for so many years, but we took very often money, margin on mortgage, margin on this, margin on that.
Yeah.
We should enter in a world where customers somewhere, they pay the right price. That's
interesting.
Perhaps a little bit naive, but that's
no,
what
naive
I
is
see
nice,
things,
or naive is sometimes nice.
Yes.
Before you go, maybe Dejan, a take on where we end up with stablecoins, the new future of money?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so in average, it takes like 30 to 40 years for one disrupting innovation to actually start to be integrated into the community.
Yeah.
So, and this morning, on the first panel I was listening to, we were celebrating the white paper of Bitcoin, which means that we started as of today, at 2008. So this means we have some more time for this industry to future evolve and so on. And at the end of the day, it is the end users who are going to be deciding what they're going to be using. So it will be a kind of a merge of different things. I do not see that one technology would completely replace another solution and so forth, but I believe they will coexist. And the technology is supposed to solve the problems that we have.
Yeah.
So if the problems are how we transact and how we handle money, then I think that stablecoins will take an important part in this.
Okay. What I would allow, because you said we have talents here, maybe I would allow a question from the auditorium. If somebody dares and wishes, we have Bybit here. I mean, it's a large exchange, another exchange, an expert. Any questions? I just shout it out. If it's not loud enough, I will repeat the question, and then there's a chance. Anyone who wants? Yes, Alex, yeah.
Yes, in case someone has a question for our wonderful panelists, feel free to apparently shoot. If not, by the way, also for our next panel, feel free to drop me a message on the Thrilled Networking app and I can post them to the panelists, but that is slightly too late now. Is there anyone who has a burning question in their mind? If not, that's also perfectly fine and you can go to this gentleman afterwards.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, of course. And even in your mother language, maybe with Dejan, yeah, of course. Last sentence, this conference, you like it? What makes you confident that crypto and Cosmoverse, Cosmesat, is here to stay?
Brings a lot of talent first and naturally. And I think the fact that we're discussing the monetary questions and we're building on the shoulders of giants, of people who've actually created financial systems, and I hear a lot of people talking about disrupting the traditional finance, but we're actually standing on their shoulders and developing it further. And when we talk about stable coins, it's, blockchain is like a roads of digital ecosystem. And stable coins are like vehicles transforming and taking a value safely from one place to another place and ensuring, A, it's instant, 2, it's liquid, and 3, it's universally acceptable. And that acceptability is developed by these ecosystems, by these participants who get together and create stable coins that move cross-border, cross-chains, cross-platforms, cross jurisdictions. And that's why I believe that these conferences are very important.
Thank you.
And I'm really happy to be here. I come back to Crypto Cito this morning, that things are changing. I'm coming with banker shoes, I'm coming with my suit, I feel very much at ease.
It's fine. Roger, it's fine. You look really good.
Yes, but I feel warmly welcome.
Yeah.
I have amazing discussion with all the people here. The community is opening.
Yeah.
It's the word institutionalized is also somewhere to be used. And I'm a very happy camper to be here.
Thank you for coming. Dejan.
Yeah, events like this are, in my opinion, very important because of the dialogue that we have here with other stakeholders. And I believe that this builds trust in our industry because trust is something that we lack and we are still building. The more we are trustworthy, the more we are adopted. So,
that was a wonderful sentence. Thank you very much. Thank you for your audience. And yes, you are still around. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you all very, very much indeed. And also lovely, actually, that you paused the question to the audience. If there were questions, very nice that you want to make it engaging. This is much appreciated, gentlemen. All right, so what we're going to do right now is a little bit of a swap with the mics, which is, of course, very, very important because otherwise, how either here or at home we can follow the discussions. And trust, trust is absolutely important in this industry. I always find it a funny paradox how we're all building and speaking about trustlessness, right? Trustless technology, but then ultimately, let's be honest, technology is built by humans, right? Humans, we're not perfect, and there is still trust needed, specifically to do business with one another, which I think personally is absolutely interesting, but also slightly a paradox in our industry. Now, as I said, and I promised to you, we are continue speaking about CBDCs, stable coins, about monetary sovereignty as well. And then later today, also about EU compliant rules, sanctions, sovereignty, lots of buzzwords, lots of regulatory matters that we will be tapping into as well. And then in the afternoon later, stick around because we'll be speaking about enterprise. So enterprise solutions, wonderful keynotes, and a couple of panels as well. Now, I'm also taking this moment once again to really quickly mention that if you want to connect with one another, do so, right? Human connections are the best. But if you want to connect with others, either during the event, but also after the event, feel free to check out all of you who are already on the Thrilled Networking app. It's free, it's open access, and you can definitely use it to connect with people, right? Find a new friend, an investor, founder, partnership, a job, whatever it really is. Anyway, let's introduce slowly the next panel. We have someone from the organization with us, actually Roberto Cassa. Please be very welcome on stage. Put your hands together for this wonderful gentleman who, with his colleagues, is pulling off an amazing event. He will be actually moderating our next panel discussion titled CBDCs and Stablecoins, How They Redefine Monetary Sovereignty. Now, alongside Roberto, we have as well, let me see if he's already mic'd up, Erwin Voloder of Blockchain for Europe. Not yet. He's about to get there. Alongside Erwin and Roberto, we have Nicolas Koric of Electrocoin. Please be welcome again on stage. Put your hands together. Thank you very much. Maximilian Pfeiffer of the Austrian Central Bank. Very welcome as well. Feel free to join the stage if you can. And then indeed, Erwin as well from Blockchain for Europe. Gentlemen, ladies, put your hands together for this wonderful next panel. Great to see you all. Take it away.
All right, I guess we're ready to start. Welcome everyone again, and in this panel we are going to discuss sovereignty, which is a topic that as a cosmonaut, I've been 5 years in Cosmos, it's particularly important for me because Cosmos is an ecosystem that has always put sovereignty as its first core value. Then we have interoperability, then we have decentralization, and sovereignty for Cosmos means that everyone can build its own blockchain, can customize its rails, and fully be independent as application-specific blockchain. So you don't build an application on another blockchain, like could be Ethereum or Solana, but you build your independent blockchain. And this could be very much seen like, you could see like a shop in the street that has its own building compared to a mall where you actually don't own your own shops. And sovereignty has many layers, and in this case, we will discuss monetary sovereignty and why it's very important in this phase where we have a CBDC coming in Europe, we have stablecoin adoption, and to discuss this, we have these amazing people that are leaders in their respective field. Nicola, which is a leading crypto payment processor in Croatia. We have Erwin, which is incredible for when it comes to the policy and MiCA and all the regulation that we have to navigate during this time. And Maximilian from the Austrian National Bank, which will give us a very good overview of the digital euro and a CBDC perspective. So let's start with Maximilian, because the digital euro now seems very much coming. Actually, there was a statement yesterday from the European Central Bank and the digital euro official page that provided some update on the upcoming regulation. But one point that I want to discuss with you is actually we have a very strong adoption right now of USD stablecoins. So how do you see the digital euro addressing this losing of monetary sovereignty in Europe over USD denominated stablecoins?
Okay, first of all, thanks for having me here. After the previous panel, I might have to reconsider my career choices now, but let's see about that. I was just joking. Yeah, it's an interesting question. We already heard in the panel yesterday about the digital euro, especially from the retail perspective. And there's a clear timeline now with 2029 in focus for launching there. We as a central bank, we look at payments as a critical infrastructure, right? So when you pay outside at the shop, most people, they don't really think about everything that happens behind such a payment, whether it's retail point of sale, buying something at the store, or whether it's in capital market transactions when you buy a stock on your brokerage, for example, or when you transact from one account to another account. And that's where, at the background, a lot of things take place with the banking system, whether it's cross-border with correspondent banking, whether it's in crypto markets where we have stablecoins. And in all of these, like whether it's retail payments, we all know the US companies that dominate the space with credit cards, for example, or with mobile payments. So there's a clear dependence on the US companies there. And on the DLT side, when we're talking about tokenist markets and crypto markets, there's a clear US dominance as well, with USD denominated stablecoins. So from that perspective, it is of high importance that we have an independent solution and we have something in Europe that preserves our sovereignty, and that's how we look at it from a central bank perspective. We'll talk about more about the wholesale side later, I think. But that's the idea here. And we all know how we are dependent in other aspects as well of critical infrastructure, whether it's electricity because of some resources, right? So, and oftentimes it's well known that there is a dependence on a foreign state or a foreign source.
Yeah, which is an interesting topic because there is two-layer probably monetary sovereignty, which is one who has control of the distribution rails, and also like owning, of course, at the European Central Bank level, the management of the money infrastructure. One thing that I want to ask to Erwin, because right now it is getting a bit difficult to navigate all this upcoming regulation, and you are one of the major experts in Europe. So I wanted to ask you, how do you think is going to change regulation now that we have a digital euro coming? Are we going to see like a regulation that is going to do another additional push to ensure that there is a more solidified monetary sovereignty in Europe? What is your prediction, and what kind is your view overall on the regulation that we are going to see in Europe?
Well, I'll start with this. Europe has 27 member states, 27 different cultures, plus 30 if you count the EEA countries. Regulation is Europe's lingua franca, in pejorative terms, but otherwise it's true. This is one thing that Europe does have a lot to do with in terms of creating the regulatory frameworks that kind of bind everything from batteries and the food on your plate to how you are checking out at the point of sale to what stocks you're buying. I think from this perspective, to your point, launching a digital euro, if you understand co-badging risks, and if you understand the fact that there's a need certainly to preserve European monetary autonomy, also things like seigniorage for central banks, which wasn't mentioned, but it's clearly something from a Eurosystem perspective that's important. What do I think is going to happen in the next 4 years? I can't tell you right now in terms of what this will play out like. I can tell you that there's broad buy-in, obviously, to push forward in the EU, in the ECB Governing Council, and there's support in the Parliament clearly for this as well. So I think right now the most important thing for the co-legislators is to understand what the actual form factor of this is going to look like, what this is going to look like as a legal instrument in law, and ultimately what the main benefits are going to be for the consumers. What are the first use cases that will be rolled out, right? So is this going to be peer-to-peer payments, point-of-sale payments, e-commerce, etc.? Because the digital euro, the retail digital euro as it's being designed, is going to have a very specific architecture and a very specific form factor. And this form factor is going to depend then on what the co-legislators decide that needs to be addressed from let's say like green, red, or yellow.
And I think that here we can start to enter more the stablecoins realm, because on the flip side you have MiCA, which is starting to address the stablecoins regulation. So do you think that today MiCA is actually facilitating the stable adoption, or do you think that there is a need to make a more stronger effort toward facilitating the regulation when it comes to stablecoins?
I think, look, from our perspective, what we want to ensure is that the regulation that's governing our industry in Europe is to the highest standard. And our members understand this, and our members support this. I think what's critical right now is, and this is a clear fact, Europe was one of the first jurisdictions to have a broad, full-spectrum regulation, not just covering payments, but covering different types of crypto asset service provider activities, covering market abuse, covering promotion, and these sort of things. And so there's a strong consumer protection element that's kind of baked into this framework. What you see in the States right now, you have a regulation that's governing payment stablecoins, but the entire debate around market structures through clarity is still Now with the government shutdown, it's been stalled, but this is something that the House of Representatives still needs to decide on. So in Europe, we started from a different position. It's much more complete. That being said, no regulation is perfect, and this is something that the Commission has said as well. So I think for us, the main thing is to ensure that whatever ends up happening with the MiCA we have now, if MiCA is ever revised, that we support the highest standard for industry, because ultimately this is going to have the best benefit for the consumers that we have that are within the Eurozone itself. So I would say with stablecoins, it's no different. Look, we support multi-issuance. I think it was also the Commission's opinion regarding global stablecoins that this is something that would eventually come. We know that stablecoins are the ones that are issued under MiCA have strong safeguards and are ring-fenced under the framework that MiCA addresses for reserves, for example, and we support any endeavors from the co-legislators with regards to this issue, and we stand ready to provide more clarity on how industry is already implementing those robust safeguards and securing the Eurozone and its payments perimeter.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely picture very well what is the current regulation landscape. Nicola, you are more on the user-facing level, so you very much know what the user wants at the moment. So, in your opinion, what stablecoins have at the moment that CBDC don't have, especially from a payment perspective?
Well, they exist. CBDCs don't and won't for the next 4 years, digital euro. It's going to be rolled out in 2029, so that's critical difference. We talk about digital euro as if that's something that's real. It's not. And it's not going to be real for 4 years, and in crypto years, that's 150. No,
I can relate on that.
Yeah, so I think this is completely useless discussion about digital euro. Sorry for being too direct. But in next 4 years, crypto is going to bring to life payment systems that will be miles away from where we are now. And Cipollone and other European central bankers are quite clear. They don't want to support European stablecoin and stablecoin industry in general because they feel this is a problem for a future usage of digital euro. So if they feel that stablecoins at current level of development are too fierce a competition for digital euro, that they have to be curbed, then in 4 years they won't know what hit them. Because they are comparing today's stablecoins to digital euro in 4 years. They're not comparing what stablecoins will be in 4 years to digital euro in 4 years. You know, there's a difference. So I think this is a recipe for disaster. If I can also comment to Erwin's point, I'm quite sure. I'm also a CEO of CASP. We just submitted our MiCA documentation. We are going to get our MiCA license soon. And we also support a robust regulatory framework that will take good care for the interests of our customers, of course. That's a good talking point. But also our customers are using US stablecoins. Because there is no solid European stablecoin industry. For instance, we are now working with one of the biggest Croatian banks to build one of the first bank-issued stablecoin wallets in Europe. Okay. And we as Electrocoin, we are leading the technical part. You know, basically, we are building it. So we get to choose which stablecoin we'll use. Do you think we're using a European-issued stablecoin?
Good question.
No, we're not.
Because the user prefer other options?
No, because we as builders prefer it.
Okay.
You know, for instance, we spoke briefly at one conference. I spoke to guys from Banking Circle. That's a Luxembourg-based euro stablecoin issuer. Their infrastructure is not comparable to Circle. Yeah. Circle now has Circle payment network. Through their infrastructure, we can connect to whatever. Now, I'm a good European patriot, and I would really like to use European stablecoin infrastructure, but it's not usable. Yep. Why it's not usable? because in US we have Genius, in European Union we have MiCA. So if we want to solve the problem of sovereignty, we as European Union, we have to stop hampering our stablecoin industry. We need to support the stablecoin industry. So I, as a builder, when my bank asks me, okay, so which stablecoin do we use? I tell them we use this European stablecoin because it's, okay, it doesn't even have to be better than US stablecoin. It doesn't even have to be matching level. It has to be a bit worse. And we would choose it because it's European. And this is far from okay. And why is this happening? Because European legislators and central bankers are comparing, apples to oranges. Today's stable coins to something that will be issued in 4 years.
I think it's a very good point, and I think that you're seeing more over a layer of participant in the market. So stable coins right now are faster, and you need to act fast in the market. So from your standpoint of view, actually stable coins will have a more leverage because right now they are basically ready for this.
This is very important. This is very important point. I would like to reiterate: why are we working with the bank on a stablecoin wallet? Because it's much easier right now for a bank to build a payment wallet on stablecoin rails than on traditional rails. It's easier. So we won, dear colleagues. We as an industry won because banks now want to build on stablecoin infrastructure, but it's going to be US stablecoin infrastructure.
Okay. Yeah, this is a very good point over the distribution layer when it comes to monetary sovereignty. Maximilian, from your side, we have Pontes and Appia, which is basically the infrastructure plans for the CBDC. So maybe you can speak about what are the plans there and how it's going to smooth operations for the distribution of the digital euro.
Of course. Just to mention a few points, because that's good to transition to Pontes and Appia. Of course, yeah, the digital euro announced as the retail digital euro has a timeline with 2029. But when it comes to capital market transactions, we're talking about end of next year for Pontes. Pontes, as the name says, it aims to bridge the traditional target system to market DLT platforms. When we're talking about tokenized assets and capital markets, trade and settlement happens in central bank money. For a reason, we had financial crisis, we had a lot of credit risk moments over the years, and that's why interbank settlement, especially on capital markets, repo transactions, it all takes place in central bank money. And if you're looking into a tokenized future for assets and 24/7 markets, you also need tokenized central bank money on chain to facilitate these transactions, because when we are talking to market participants, whether it's global or in Austria in particular, they are always asking, okay, we are not going to go into tokenization and into these markets if we don't know if there will be central bank money, because you won't transact with any US stablecoin there, or you also don't want to transact and settle in some stablecoin from another bank. You want the safest asset, and that's where during the last year there were trials in the Euro system. Also to mention another country in Europe, Switzerland, they already have a live pilot running. It's called Helvetia Pilot, where they already do transactions. And now Pontes is the near-term solution for the Euro system, which aims to go live at the end of next year. There are a lot of market participants already at the front developing their solutions, Clearstream, Euroclear, Swiat blockchain, so a lot of excitement on that and a clear step forward.
This is a very good overview, and it also shows why there is also concern from the private industry, because what does CBDC bring? It's not only of course the ECB controlling the supply, but also the distribution rails, which from an effective standpoint makes it more effective, it strengthens the monetary sovereignty. At the same time, it brings something away from the private market. So one big question that I want to share with all of you, and everyone can share his perspective, starting from Maximilian, is do you see a future where there is coexistence between the digital euro and stable coins, or you're actually going to see like more regulation going to favor the digital euro and so being more dominant? Like, what is your perspective on the future?
Contrary to maybe some of the thoughts shared right now, we also published a paper. I have some flyers with me where you can scan the QR code if you're interested and you want to read 40 to 50 pages how BCG and the Austrian National Bank thought about all of these mentioned topics in detail. We see a coexistence. I mean, we are also aware stablecoins are here right now. And stablecoins are getting launched pretty much every week right now. There are announcements happening. The consortium in Europe was mentioned in the last panel with Raiffeisen, which is from Austria. So we are well aware of that. And until a wholesale and also a retail CBDC will come, stablecoins will already be present. But we see different use cases, as I just mentioned. Capital market transaction, interbank settlement is different to, for example, crypto trading. If you look at stablecoin use cases used by hedge funds, and it's basically for crypto trading primarily, and maybe in the global south and some other countries also as a savings and easy way to get banked if you are unbanked. But in the EU, for example, it's not used for payments in a grand scheme of things, right? It's really, really minor use case. And so we just see different roles for each type of asset, and that's why we see a coexistence for sure.
Okay, this is a great answer, and also great to see that there is possible future of coexistence. Erwin, same question for you. What do you see in the near future in terms of coexistence, more contrast?
I mean, in one sentence, private money shouldn't crowd out public, and public money shouldn't crowd out private. Back in 44, 43, when they were negotiating Bretton Woods, there was a proposal that Keynes put out, right, with the Bancor network, which would have been some global, we call it an asset reference token now, but some global basket of some single unified currency, which would have been a precursor to maybe something tokenized today. We have this in the IMF special drawing rights in a very, very small quantity. I think that there's a lot of work being done at BIS level with Mbridge, with Agora, et cetera, connecting different hub and spokes. Capgemini and Swift did this with the Digital Islands experiment, showing that you can settle tokenized money against, wholesale CBDCs against tokenized assets atomically. I think the main thing is you'd mentioned, is for which market participants and for what purpose. I mean, if you look at right now, the issues we had in the DLT pilot regime were that the settlement leg was CSDR-based, so we had cash. You couldn't settle in tokenized money. You couldn't settle in programmable money, and there were thresholds in terms of the limits that companies could actually transact in, which didn't make it economically feasible for them to work. So I think if we can get to a point where the cash yield is able to be tokenized. So, like, for example, if I'm a CCP and I'm asking somebody to post collateral to me, that they can do this in stable coins or they can do this in wholesale CBDCs. I think this is generally a place where we may get to in the next 3 to 5 years, potentially. A longer-term goal is going to be equivalence. So far, the United States does not seem to be supporting wholesale CBDCs, much less retail CBDCs in any broad stroke of the pen. However, there is room for so-called substantially similar, to use the language, regimes under Genius. So, for example, Secretary Bessent was recently in the UK meeting with Chancellor Reeves to discuss reciprocity in digital asset markets. What that ends up meaning, we'll see. But if one jurisdiction is taking the view that they are not going to launch wholesale central bank money, it's going to make it very difficult for the other jurisdictions that are to connect to this in some meaningful way from a settlement position. And I'm talking even beyond things like omnibus accounts. From a retail perspective, when I was still at the European Central Bank, we did, if anybody's familiar with the large payment studies that the ECB does, the last one was Space 2, which is this kind of broadband study that looks at payment attributes over a given time period. And we were looking at this. There was a small chapter that was added back a few years ago on crypto. And then, to your point, it's a very small means of payment, but it's a large percentage of investment, especially among people that are Gen Z and millennials. And so, again, how a given demographic is using what. To speak of a retail digital euro, there's no discussions at ECB level right now whatsoever to make this thing compatible with on-chain finance.
Okay.
So I don't see a space where the digital euro is going to crowd out euro-denominated stablecoins or US-denominated stablecoins in lending pools, in vaults, just simply posting to centralized exchanges. I think that we need to understand, again, to my earlier first part of the intervention, is what the form factor of the instrument is, and then to look at its fungibility and to look at its use case. And so,
yeah, which is a great bridge between Nicola and Maximilian, because Nicola, you can share the final perspective from the market, from someone that is actually working on payment infrastructure, like how do you see this future? Maybe coming back to the previous discussion, it could be Bitcoin instead of stablecoin and CBDC. Like, where do you see the future when it comes to monetary sovereignty?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard. It's always hard to predict stuff. It's especially hard in crypto because in 4 years everything is going to change. Maybe we even use Bitcoin for payments. I don't know. But to get to your previous question, I'm quite sure we will have both. Because digital euro has this very, very important characteristics that it is mandated. So everybody will have to use it. So I feel in the future we will use, of course, bank money, Visa, MasterCard, traditional payment systems because they are here, they are incumbent. We'll be using stablecoins because this is where innovation is happening. This is where we will see really big breakthroughs in the next 4 years. And we will have digital euros because it will be mandated. It will be forced on us. So we will have all of these free fronts. What I sincerely hope that will change is for the last few years we saw a lot of statements from the European central banks that stablecoins are useless, crypto is useless, we won't see anything with this, Bitcoin is going to zero. It seems that they are really bad in figuring out what is actually happening in the payment system. I hope this will change. They will learn something from the ongoing explosion of stablecoin infrastructure and what we guys are building. They will look into it, not look the other way, and maybe then we actually get, a usable digital euro. This is what I would really hope to see.
Okay.
One last off. Maybe just one more point, because this panel was about sovereignty. I think the biggest predictor of what we're going to see in the next 3 to 5 years it's not happening currently in Europe, but it is happening in the United States. There are almost 40 trillion in debt, and stablecoin issuers are becoming the largest net buyers of US treasuries. Okay, so they're becoming a de facto shock absorber for the bill complex, which allows a government that finances itself by raising debt capital to be able to do so on an extended period of time. What could change, and what's the case in the short term, is that these stablecoin issuers are only allowed to invest into short-term notes. The point when they start being able to invest into longer-term notes, so they're exposed to the longer duration on the yield curve, is going to have a proportionate impact on potentially how we start viewing the evolving role of e-money issuers in Europe as a potential shock absorber for our own bill complex, because this is something that the United States is doing. They did this in a different medium and on a different infrastructure in the 1960s and 70s with the euro-dollar market, and they're doing it again today. On this, the ECB is correct. The point is, how do we support our domestic issuers in Europe to be able to play on the same footing, because other jurisdictions are doing this, given that most countries and regions are at debt to GDP levels that are
which I think is a great point. I'd like to end up with these open questions. Also, one of the best moments was definitely this agreement at the end of the session that there could be coexistence. And I think this is a good ending, because it gives hope for everyone to actually build toward the future in Europe together. And but the time is running out, so I think the next 2-3 years, but even in the more immediate year, will be super important. Thanks everyone for participating in this panel. I hope for the audience that it was a constructive discussion, and we will move with the next session.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists. Thank you, gentlemen. It was wonderful. Thank you for being here with us. Well, this was definitely very, very nice. Well, you see it already behind me, right? We're going to swap the chairs again. Someone should build a bridge for that, I suppose. And then we will be speaking about something else. A keynote, actually, we have popping up in front of us very, very shortly. And we're speaking about a very, very interesting topic, actually, mesh security. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I am not sure what this is about. What I do know is that it's about mesh security for EU-compliant chains in the Cosmos ecosystem. Now, we're going to hear all about that from someone we've already seen, Enrico Tallin from Theorem. He'll be joining us really, really shortly. And after that, we'll be moving on to the final panel of this section on stablecoins, on sanctions and sovereignty, after which we move to enterprise and so on and so on. What is important is that you keep watching at home. You stay here. That's also very important. Don't escape. Continue to listen to those gentlemen and also a couple of more ladies shortly. And then, remain building, remain excited. And it's also really cool to see so many different people in the audience from different nationalities, I would add, including even people from the Netherlands like myself, but from all across the world, Italy, from the United States, from, South Korea, all across the world. Well, look, he's already there behind me. He's also right there on my left. Enrico, feel free to join the stage. Put your hands together.
Thank you very much.
Enrico Tallin. Grazie mille.
Thank you very much.
Here you go.
Okay, so mesh security, yes, complex topic, but I'll try absolutely to make it as easy as possible. Okay, so just a little bit about me. So I'm like the founder of a commercial network, and which is basically an ADAS compliant with documents and identity. And this is like probably one of the oldest chain in the Cosmos ecosystem. Why? Because we started our chain as a private chain very, very early. And when I said early, I'm talking about like 2017. So yes, I got actually from Jay the first pre-release SDK of Cosmos, and we started building even before the Cosmos Hub was launched. So I'm really, if there is somebody who is OG, that's absolutely me, because I was really into it. And I got like 5 out of 5 Cosmoverse. So this is like really, really also thanks to CryptoCito for this. So I'm really happy to be for the 5th time from Lisbon to beautiful Split here. So all my work and life focus has always been about compliance, sovereign, and interoperable DLT infrastructure. So I really started very early in the game. I used to mine Bitcoin with my Macintosh very early, so I was one of the few people that compile the Bitcoin code to the Macintosh. So I'm really, really into the blockchain space very early. And I created this amazing network and this amazing consortium of 100 companies, which is commercial network. And out of these 100 companies, some didn't do much in crypto and blockchain, but some did an amazing. Yesterday I spoke about Riv, and today I'm talking about another fantastic company, which is basically Theorem, and why I'm personally helping them and trying to do something really incredible, which is connecting the cash-only economy with Web3, with the compliance, 100% compliance by design. So enough about me, let's talk about Theorem network. Okay, so it is next blockchain to basically empower the 3.5 billion people that unfortunately do not have the luxury of having a bank account. There are like 3.5 billions that do not basically have any possibility to use a bank account, and they only have cash use. So how are we going to do it? We are going to create a Cosmos native infrastructure. So it's going to be a chain based on the Cosmos SDK. And we are trying to completely inclusive finance. So we are not going to leave anybody out of our chain. How are we going to do it? First of all, it's going to be, interconnected with the different 100 chains. And it's going also to be interconnected not only with the Cosmos ecosystem, but that it will be through IBC, but it will be also interconnected with other, let's say, compliance, security and compliance network. Why? Because basically commercial network has a validators nodes, it's a set of validator nodes, and each of them is a QTSP. What does it mean? It's basically a qualified trust service provider. So are ADAS companies that can basically issue certificates, identity. So we created basically a network of QTSP, and this QTSP represent 80% of companies of the population of Europe. So all the people that are behind commercial network are reaching already 80% of the market of Europe. So we took us only 7 years to do it, but it was worth it. And companies that maybe are not famous, but are very famous within the QTSP, Altera, Ignite, Inats, Namirial, VAR Group, Zucchetti, all these companies are part of the network, and Theorem is absolutely in the center of it. So what are we going to be? What we are going to be able to let you build? So we're going to have on-chain tokens and off-chain applications. About the on-chain tokens, we're going to have our cornerstone, which is the Theorem, the Theorem coin with THRM, and is taking and government's coin. This is like going to be the first coin that we're going to issue very soon. Then we're going to have like a specific, let's say, experiment for an alternative coin, which is called Time, which is the Bank of Time social credit. So we're going to exchange time for people, with like a cash, a coin cash, which is basically you can earn and spend within a specific ecosystem. So there is a legislation in Europe about the time bank, where you can basically provide 20 hours per week of your time, and this is completely legal and you can do it. Instead of like just doing it in a ledger or like a database, we are using these coins for this time bank. And then the topic of today, and this part of the session, of course, the e-money token. So basically we're going to create an e-money institution. So Theorem Network is going to open and become an e-money institution with a single purpose, to create a stable coin. And the stable coin is going to be called the Theorem Euro, so it's Teur, okay? And it's going to be absolutely euro-pegged stable coin, one-to-one, completely backed by a licensed Italian e-money institution. So unfortunately, there's no other way to issue a stable e-money token, only to become a bank. And guess what? We are becoming a bank. That's it. Because why? Because we want to create a super 100% compliant e-money token. So that's why we are getting licensed to become an e-money institution in Italy. The last part is very interesting. Why? Because we are creating an asset reference token specifically tailored for remittance. An asset reference token is a token that has a, let's say, a group of other coins, of other like assets underlying. And what kind of assets? Since our token is going to be a remittance one, we're going to use all the most, let's say, coins and fiat money that are going to get remitted. So let's say that there is a population in Europe that wants to remit, for example, to Pakistan, to the Philippines, to India. All these people that are spending a huge amount of money now with the traditional remittance, they're going to have this e-money, this art token, which basically is going to be instant exchange. So they will be able to exchange directly to the rupees, to the Filipino pesos, whatever, and they can like send it to their own country with really nearly zero fees. And then this is like the on-chain tokens. And then we're going to have the off-chain application. Why? Because we're not building just a blockchain, but we're building an ecosystem of applications. So we're going to start with the super app, which is the remittance. It's a very simple to use Revolut kind of 100% user experience, okay? And it's called the super app. Then we're going to have an application, the Bank of Time, with the marketplace of time, the merchant for like people that wants to exchange time with stuff, anything, data, and U5, which is the microcredit transparent donation, because there is a huge need for clarity about donations, and so we are also empowering this for providing, like, let's say, entities, benefit entities that want to receive donation, they can use our infrastructure. And last, it's very experimental. It's called TOF. It's an offline P2P exchange protocol where like low or zero connectivity. So this is going to be done using, believe it or not, the SMS infrastructure. We're going really retro to do this. So we're going back to the future in the 1950s when SMS was still a thing. So we're doing TOF, which is like almost offline way to basically for very, very low connectivity, and with Starlink getting also the SMS, this is like makes sense. So it's very interesting stuff. So this is like the on-chain tokens and the off-chains. So enough about theorem. Let's talk about what we stand for. We stand for compliance, and so we are going to use the commercial network stack. That is our layer 0. So we're using the commercial, we're like cloning the commercial network blockchain, which enables the ADAS2, so identity, signature, delivery, and archiving, so as a layer 0. And we are creating a layer 1 with basically the different other compliance. So the number 1, of course, is going to be the KYC. Why? Because it's 100% the necessity for any kind of tokens. You need to have KYC, anti-money laundering, and we have an on-chain protocol to do that. So basically, this is compliance by design. The second, of course, is going to do PSD2 and future PSD3, and then also we're going to have MiCAR and MiFID, because we're going to use our stable coin. For our primary use for our stablecoin, it will be also for delivery versus payment for security tokens that is now possible to issue under the MiFID 2 DLT pilot. So I don't know if you guys understand, but there is the possibility right now to issue a security token in Europe completely legal using the DLT pilot framework. So this is very exciting, and we are going to use the stablecoin, the Tether stablecoin, to do delivery versus payment. So you do not have to do like a SEPA transfer to get a security token, but you can actually buy it with a stablecoin. So that's compliance by design. So from compliance, let's talk about like collaboration. I'm going to go very fast. So we need U-grade compliance unlocks institutional participation. Next, we need to create a security collective while keeping, of course, sovereignty, because that's the idea. We have a sovereign chain made with Cosmos, but we want also to interact with other chains. Now, we can do it with IBC, but unfortunately, we need to face different things. So we need to create. And we thought about using mesh security to have like a Cosmos aligned share compliance. And why creating this compliant chain alliance? You know, mesh security is like NATO. It's an alliance. It's not like it's something that you need to do only in a specific times, in a specific occasion. So how are we going to do? We're going to have like a higher like attack cost for people, because we're going to have like aggregated economic security, and then we're going to have all the chains into the in our alliance that are all regulated. So they will have all anti-money laundering, ADAS, PSD3, all the 5 great, fantastic European legislation that we are love and like. And of course, it's going to be super public sector readiness with the QTSP validators and verifiable credential. And we are going to, with Theorem, absolutely get institutional trust. Why? Because we have a transparent governance and auditable process. These are the risk, the financial risk for the, of course, the validators, but are mitigated by participation, which is of course opt-in. It's not mandatory. Somebody that wants to do it, and the governance risk. It's very important because that's why we needed to do this mesh security. Why? Because we needed to have the whitelisting, the forced token rollback, which is, I know it's crazy for crypto, but it's a necessary, and then the financial constraints, and these are the mitigations. So that's the mesh security roadmap. Q1 specs, half is going to be a pilot with commercial network and Theorem. Then we're going to open also to other half of the year to other chains and governance. Last, please. This is scan for the, I cannot say actually, not really a wide airdrop, but might lead to a airdrop. I'm legally, I cannot say that, okay? So I'm not saying, I'm just like, maybe. And the important thing is just stop by to the booth, because it's just next. You go outside, you see it on the right, and stop by and learn and what we can do about, what we can do for you. Thank you very much, and sorry for the delay. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Enrico. So we have learned, actually, finally, what is mesh security. It's like NATO, alongside many, many other different things that we just heard about. So, everyone, are you still with us? I must definitely hope so. I think so, after this really wonderful, amazing talk. Now, whilst we're waiting for a second for the chairs of our, wonderful assistants, and thank you so much for everything that you're doing, I just wanted to say, for the people who are watching online, part of the community, it's great that you're with us, watching with so many thousands from all across the world. People here in Split, Croatia, wonderful Le Meria Hotel. Wonderful that you're all here from all across the world. So many builders, entrepreneurs, founders, investors, enthusiasts, etc. Devs, of course, lots of devs. Many are actually also participating in the wonderful HackMoss hackathon that is currently happening alongside all the different workshops and whatnot. So much recommend everyone to most definitely also check that out. And come also tomorrow with us, tomorrow afternoon, more or less around this time. We have wonderful announcements with regards to the pitching competition, some news and intel, or alpha, I should say, about Cosmoverse next year. Is it going to happen? Where might it happen? Many, many different things we're going to be discovering and uncovering also tomorrow. Now, that doesn't mean that we're already there. In fact, we're still here today, and we're going to line up for the next panel discussion. I think we might still miss a chair, or perhaps not. Let me have a look. We will have 3 speakers indeed with us. Yeah, wonderful, 3 chairs. Right, so we're going to speak about sanctions, about sovereignty, and actually a lot more other things as well. First, let me tell you, these people over here on my left, they're all lawyers, as far as I'm aware. If not, feel free to correct me. And we're going to be speaking about financial inflows, outflows, sanctions, and sovereignty. Very, very happy to have with us, first of all, Irem Yildiz. Please be very welcome on stage. Feel free to join us and put your hands together. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alongside yourself, there is also Ilya Rilakovic. Thank you very much for being here from Law College, but also from ETH Belgrade. Is that correct? Yes, thank you for being here as well. And last but not least, thank you for being so kind and polite. Sime Josi Posic, thank you very much for being here as well. Looking forward to your panel. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you for coming here. We had a small talk beforehand, and it's great to have such a great team of lawyers, international lawyers here, that actually have done a lot of these things in practice and have the experience to talk today a little bit about what the challenges for the crypto space are, especially when it comes to being compliant and preventing your projects to get into serious issues in practice. So maybe, Irem, you can tell me a little bit about your experience in practice, what the biggest challenges are, and how your country regulates crypto in order to stay in line with international standards for anti-money laundering and being part of the financial system.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, firstly. I have been working with crypto people, crypto teams actually, because when I get into the scene, they were really not lenient to getting into a corporation. So we were working with teams, and they were like trying to stay away from the government, from the regulations. They wanted to do nothing with the companies or anything like that. So when we said that you need a company for a bank account, they said, oh, we do not need a bank account, but they do. If you want to be a really well-incorporated and respected company, you have to get a bank account. You have to get your KYC, AML process in order. So when we first talked with the teams, they didn't want to do anything with the companies. We had to convince them that they had to get some companies, and we had to find some like examples from the DAO structures and anything like that. And that was the first hurdle that we had to go through. But after that, they understood our point of view and why do we get the KYC after a few disasters in the crypto scene, like Tornado Cash and like that. So they just got convinced that we can do this. But governments are trying to, I understand what the governments are trying to do. You know, issuing, minting a money, a coin, you are declaring your own sovereignty as a government or a country. It's really important. Before the standard traditional financial systems, it was like that. If you're a new sovereign, if you're a new king, you would issue your money or mint your coins. So I understand why the governments are trying to regulate everything and keep it under the structure. But yeah, the teams are coming to the middle, the governments are coming to the middle, but in Turkish scene, I have to be frank about it. For a while, the Turkish government didn't want to regulate anything, because if you do not regulate it, it's not illegal, it's not legal, it's in the gray zone. So they let the crypto companies work for a while without any regulation. But after MiCA and other regulations and the Trump with the new wind behind the crypto, they decided to regulate it. We have one Act's main codex for it, and we have some supplying secondary regulations behind it. But we do not have everything under control. We do not have stable coins. It's similar to MiCA, it's similar to OECD standards. But now, since the government is newly regulating the companies are in a bit of shock. So the investors and the crypto companies are running away from the Turkey, but it's something expected.
So at this point, you move towards regulation. You have probably taken some international examples, as you said, OECD standards.
Yes, yes, they are trying to, before the regulations, we didn't have any KYC standards, and the companies like Binance, etc., they were using their own standards, and it became an industry standard, and the government accepted it at one point, and it's a well-structured AMI policy, but before that, Turkey's name and the Turkish company's name with the crypto got into too many AML problems. So after that, the government is really, really adamant upon it, and they are trying to come down hard to the AML breakers. So Turkey is trying to recover from the bad influence and the gray zone that they have, but now I believe it's similar to the MiCA structure, not really closer to the other like Eastern companies or Eastern government structures. It's not similar to that, but more towards to the Westerns.
Great, and Ilya, maybe a question for you on that. Can you tell us a little bit more about your practice talking about Serbia, which is very close to the EU geographically, economically, but still not part? We've heard now that even in Turkey we have some standards like MiCA standards, but not exactly the same, and that we're moving more towards some regulation in this part of the world. How is it in your country? What would you say?
So we do have loan digital assets since 2021, so even before MiCA. And in general, it is similar to MiCA as a concept. So what are tokens, what are digital assets, smart contracts, what are the conditions to obtain centralized exchange license to issue tokens, prevention of market manipulation, and of course, regulators. And so far, I think that we have not used the full potential of our law because many stakeholders, some regulators, are still either scared or unwilling to embrace the innovation. But on positive side, we have seen 10 token emissions in Serbia, so 10 white papers approved by Serbian SEC, and 3 centralized exchanges that are fully licensed, out of which one is still not operational. They expect to be probably by the year's end. And what I've seen in practice is that banks cause much of the headache for some of centralized exchanges because they don't want to open accounts, and it's really difficult to operate if you tell the bank that you are doing something with crypto, because they perceive it as risky, especially AML-wise. Although in Serbia there are a lot of international banks, and in their headquarters in Austria, Germany, Italy, they embrace crypto assets, while in Serbia it's very reluctant approach and very, very conservative approach. And one example to just tell you how industry is approaching to AML and how they, I would say, fear of the banks that they would exclude them or shut down their accounts, is that, as I said, we had 10 token emissions, out of which 9 are digital bonds, and those issuers decided to conduct KYC procedures for their investors, although only one is a regulated financial institution dealing with factoring business. So they're obliged to have AML procedures, while others, like agriculture companies and solar power plants companies, do not really have to apply AML procedures, but they take this kind of unnecessary extra step to please, I assume, banks and regulators who are not even asking them to do so. So that's the current state of
Let me directly continue with the next question, because you said something really interesting here. Some subjects in the space and adjunct to the space are scared to do certain things, right?
Yep.
So you have quite some challenges there, and we can break it basically down to every level. Some countries, many countries follow basically now EU standards or close to EU standards and try to take existing solutions in order to be sure that they're compliant with international standards. Many banks, especially more regional banks, banks in smaller countries, which one would maybe think on first hand are more flexible, actually become more conservative because they're not at the headquarter where big things, changes in policy can be decided, so we have challenges there. And what you said is also my experience for many of my clients, that they want to do everything not just by the book, but one level above, because they fear so much that there could be additional scrutiny, and because it hasn't been decided through the courts before, they rather want to do the extra step than not to do it. So my question to you there would be, do you think that there is an opportunity for countries to design different systems, systems that open more opportunities, that are more innovative than what we have now, and where would you see that?
tough question. So, countries like Serbia or Turkey or other non-EU countries still have a lot of, I would say, freedom to do things differently because they're not fully obliged to comply with EU IML legislation. And that should be utilized in order to boost your industry, your innovative companies, and not to stifle them. But of course, there are a lot of other factors that play important role, which is politics and how do you approach some general or international trends. And one of those factors is the desire to protect your local currency at all cost. And collateral damage is often Web3, your local Web3 industry.
Okay, thank you. And maybe, Iram, also for you a question on this note. So we see that all the countries try to comply with specific rules, and we also see that some countries are internationally blacklisted, transactions are very limited. Our panel is about sanctions, it is about limitations. Can you tell me a little bit what you in practice have seen so far that impacts your work, that's related to sanctions, that is related to know your customers now more and more increasingly, basically, and what your opinions are on the positioning of crypto in the financial system in general?
In Turkey, the government, I would like to also go a bit back and add to what Ilya said. We have the same thing with the government and the authorities, and the problem is in most of the countries going forward with their legislations, they have one single authority responsible regarding the blockchain or crypto, you know, named under blockchain or crypto, government agency, etc. But we do not have it in Turkey. It is split between the technical side of the government, also the financial side, also the Turkish SEC, etc. Like 4 or 5 different authorities are chiming in for the blockchain sector, and it is really hard to keep up with their views and expectations because it's all different. The TÜBİTAK, the technical side of the government, handles the technical side of the blockchain, but they care about other stuff than the SEC of Turkey. So it's really hard to go forward with the regulations and the legislations and the practical, I mean, you have your codex from 2021, we had it in 2023, and it's still in developing system, and it's not still clear, and the government, we still do not have any white papers. Most of the companies, actually all of the companies working in Turkey under the crypto work with the permanent licensings, temporary licensings. Okay. They do not have their final licenses. We do not, they are working, they are serving to the clients, but it's not final. So it's really hard to go with it. And the AML and KYC policies actually tied to the government too much because Turkish government has a really developed e-government system, and since we have an e-government and it's encrypted and everything like that, the government wants the companies to use their KYC process and AML check and sanction check from the government system. So if you are a person really taking care of your anonymity, if you are taking great deal in your assets, then you do not want to go with licensed SEC or licensed other exchange DEX. So it's really hard to please the clients in the crypto sector. like I said, in Turkey we have too many e-government systems, and the government really relies on e-government for the companies, KYC and AML protection.
Would you say that the systems are too much adjusted to the traditional financial and banking system?
Yes, unfortunately, yes. The government is actually, after the crypto sector getting developed or getting regulated, the government also put more pressure on the banks too. They didn't, before then, they didn't take in great deal of the taxation of the banking transactions and anything like that. They wouldn't go chase them. But after the crypto and AML problems, they said, okay, there is a problem. We also should look into the banking side of it, because if you are using SEX, you have to use a bank account in Turkey.
Okay, so talking and taking a little bit into account what the previous panel had talked about, Europe is introducing the digital euro, which will be very important for national fiscal and monetary sovereignty, and which will have a huge impact on the financial system in one way or another. How do you think this will impact the crypto sector? Maybe a short answer from both of you.
Yeah, of course. Ilya, please.
Short answer. Depends how they promote it and what rights do they allow. So what are the possibilities to cancel transactions, freeze the assets? It depends how it will be adopted, I would say.
I might just say, because as someone in the European Union who is quite involved in the area, one key aspect will be that no transaction is allowed to be cheaper than a digital euro transaction. So if you accept any means of payment except cash, digital euro cannot be more expensive, but can be less expensive. So it will be certainly something that will be there and that will be prevalent. It will be limited by the amount of digital euro you can hold, so usually not big transactions, but it will change the space in order that it will be something that you have to build around. So it's a showing of monetary sovereignty, and there the question comes in, how will crypto be able to adapt, and what will we do as people involved in handling the regulatory part for our clients? So.
Yeah, in Turkey we also have a Turkish lira CBDC project ongoing, but it's a project ongoing, and the government also wants to work with the governmental technological teams. So it's really hard to gather the technical team and the private sector all together. So it's really going slow in Turkey. Maybe it's going to take more time, the digital euro, but I believe the CBDCs and the stable coins are going to relieve too many pressure from the monies hemorrhaging and the governments or countries dealing with the great inflations like Turkey and other countries like Nigeria is really good with the CBDC and the stablecoin projects, and they are, like Turkey, handling too many inflations, and that's why they and also we need it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. As I see, our time is already up. This was really fast. I think we talked about some interesting things here. Sovereignty, anti-money laundering. We've learned a little bit of what's going on in your countries, but also what's going on globally. So I think we have interesting times ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much indeed. Nice to have such an international perspective covering a couple of other jurisdictions as well. Thank you for indeed our wonderful lawyers. Now, moving back on the stage towards, as promised to you, the final talk for this afternoon about the very topic that we just covered. Now, keeping an eye behind me if everything is getting organized. I just wanted to say massive thanks for all of you for sticking around, right? We're heading towards the end of the day, so if you're watching from your home, grab a coffee or a tea or whatever you're drinking on Friday evening, perhaps, don't know. If you're here, right, take another coffee, stay awake, because we'll be speaking about many, many interesting topics to come. Now, most fundamentally, we're going to be welcoming a couple of other speakers on stage. I hope that they will be appearing right behind me on the screen, because we have had a couple of little shifts in the schedule. So, for our panel discussion, from e-money to on-chain euros, I'm very happy and indeed welcome Ming to find a gentleman called Jon Helgi Egilson. I've been trying to practice this name. If you're here, please be very, very welcome on stage from Monerium. Put your hands together for Jon, please. Take a seat. You're not moderating, correct, sir? So feel free to perhaps pick the chair where you can sit. Maybe here. Yeah, it would be great. Now, alongside Jon, we have Roger H. Hartman. Please feel free to join the stage as well. Important gentleman. Thank you for being here. Guido Di Rocco. Wonderful to see you indeed. Feel free to also join the stage from Riff Digital. Thank you, everyone, for clapping. Much appreciated. And last but not least, indeed, Artem Sinyakim of Oak Research. Please feel free to join as well. Thank you for all being here. Wonderful that it all worked out. Gentlemen, please take it away. Looking forward to this.
Hello. Whoa. Yeah? All good. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the panel. Thank you for being with us. Could you please briefly introduce yourselves, and then we'll introduce the discussion that we will be having about the digital euros.
Okay. I was here half an hour ago, so I will be short. I'm here somewhere to represent traditional finance, observing a lot what is going on, in particular since the mid-2010, observing a lot, being very positive about the future, and here to exchange views with my 42 years of background of financial industry. Yes.
Okay, Guido Rocco, Chief Operating Officer of RIP Capital. RIP Capital is a multi-family office based in Luxembourg, active in the world of traditional finance, but lately also in crypto, in blockchain. We will be launching a layer 1 sovereign blockchain on Cosmos before the end of the year with a cryptocurrency which follows a hybrid reserves model. It's not a stable coin in the sense that it's not pegged one-to-one to fiat currency, but it has a hybrid collateralization model. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Jon Egilson. I used to be the chair of the supervisory board of the Icelandic Central Bank. But after that experience, I got involved in the technology, the blockchain technology, initially in 2012. And then when Ethereum launched, I saw a great opportunity basically to rewire banking in general. And if you're going to do that, I thought that you would need to put regular money, fiat money, on chain. And we were the first company to issue licensed and authorized stablecoin many years ago, before it was called stablecoin. We have focused on the euro from the beginning. We are an infrastructure company, so we support wallets with our product. Probably many of you haven't heard about Monerium, but we had about 54% of the volume with regards to euro stablecoin last year. And number 2 was Circle, and number 3 was Tether. So it has been a very interesting change from being in a central bank to basically working in this very exciting new sector.
Perfect. And my name is Artem. I represent Oak Research. I'm the founder. We are an intelligence platform. We publish long-form reports, work with various protocols, and I've been in this space for the past 6 years. So let's move on to the topic, and let's talk about euro stablecoins, e-money, digital euro, whatever we want to call it. There are many names for that. And I guess one of the first questions that we can introduce is, for example, today, all the money is kind of already digital. Besides cash, everything is on our phone, it's just numbers on the screen. And with crypto, we have this new thing where we just have numbers that appear on our wallets. So I guess the first question I would have is, what's the difference between the digital money that we have today and then the euros that we have on-chain, so we can call it like on-chain money? And when we move from one product to another, there are always winners and losers. So who is the winner here? Who's the loser? What's the difference between the two? I guess we can start off by that.
You see, I'm really looking forward for the digital euro because
you're the first person I've met to say this, actually.
Yes, I'm really. Why? Because the digital wallet is for me something very abstract, even though I'm forward-looking, but I'm coming from another age. And I think that if we want really to go deep into democratization, into moving big step forward, this is the way to go, because it's still, you know, how many colleagues do I have who were bankers with me over decades? They cannot even imagine that I'm sitting here at Cosmoverse 25, you know, and there's a long way to go in order to, at the end of the day, we need something which is open to all European citizens, which is not the case today. We are still in very low level of adoption, and we need to go much, much further in front of us. And I expect the digital euro to go into this direction. The only thing I regret, I was here yesterday morning, 2029, oh gosh, I expected it much, much earlier, and it's amazingly late, but I'm quite waiting for this,
Yeah. First of all, we have a digital euro. It has existed in 25 years. We don't need to wait until 2029. That is not an issue in my mind. You asked a really good question. Why on earth, you know, would we like to use a stablecoin? And in my mind, there are many reasons, and I would like to mention three. Number one, the bank account is more or less dead, because we don't need the bank account anymore. If you have a token which is licensed and authorized, you can hold it yourself, okay? You can hold it on the blockchain, and that is a great benefit for everyone, because if you have your money like that, you can choose whatever solution or wallet that you like to basically use that asset. So that's really good. For society, that's also really important. Imagine the European Central Bank. They have 50,000 people working for them. 50,000 people. And what are those 50,000 people doing at the European Central Bank? To a large extent, they are making sure that the euro, for the dollar, no problem. No bank, no cross-border payment, free. It's so easy. And number three, stablecoins are based on, in Europe, on the e-money legislation, 25-year-old directive, and the Genius Act is in some way similar, in some way not. And that means that the underlying funds are segregated. It is not the issuers. And it is kept in high-quality liquid assets with many counterparts, meaning that if you compare it to a bank deposit, then you have one counterpart. If that one counterpart goes bankrupt, then we have all the infrastructure, you know, the central bank as a lender of last resort, the safe deposit schemes and all of that. But in this case, you have many counterparties. This is your money. You have a claim on the money, not on the issuer. So I would argue that this is much safer than any bank account. So these are three reasons, and I don't have too much time, so I'm going to stay with that.
Yeah, I completely agree to what Jon and Roger said. So what's the difference between digital money and on-chain money? Of course, the technological difference. The on-chain money is on a distributed ledger, it's on a blockchain. The real thing that we have to ask ourselves is why someone would want to use on-chain money rather than digital money. And of course, there are all the reasons that we already know, faster settlements, cross-border payments can be settled quite instantly. But a theme that is really worth mentioning, I think, is the one of the democratization of wealth and the possibility to extend to the unbanked many services. I think the reason why we want to go into this direction is to democratize the access to financial instruments, to money, to wealth. And this alone is probably a very powerful proposition that I think we should consider.
Yeah, I just want to push a little bit back on what you guys said before, especially Roger, because I think there is one thing about the digital euro that we kind of have to acknowledge here. It's the fact that for the moment today, it's the banks who are responsible for custodying your money. With digital euros and what we have in crypto today, we are the ones who are custodying it and who are responsible for the security of our deposits, for our seed phrase, etc., etc., etc. So it introduces a new level of responsibility for people, and I think many people are not ready for that. This is the first thing, and I think the fact that we are developing this with Europe, Europe is working on it and pushing it onto all its citizens, while today, if we want to talk about adoption, literally anybody can just create a wallet and have their own USDT or euros or whatever in their wallet. So it's still a choice. And I don't think that digital euro will actually allow a better adoption of the crypto industry. I think it will introduce a new way to receive your payments or whatever, but I don't think it will open up the gates towards the crypto, because the people that want to be in crypto today, they can already do it. They don't need the digital euro. So this is my kind of point of view on the digital euro. And then, on the other hand, we will have a bunch of private actors that will all release their own stablecoin. And then here we hit another hurdle, because today we're already seeing a fragmentation of liquidity, a fragmentation of various stablecoins, and we don't have a unified standard for this stablecoin. So, for example, if we're talking about various blockchains, various bridges, various wrapped tokens, if you want to bridge USDC from one blockchain to another, you may receive USDC.E, for example, on Arbitrum, or have another standard on new blockchains. And so it introduces another level of complexity. And so I guess these are the two things I wanted to push back on, and I would like to hear your response about this, about these things. But I do think that crypto in general and digital euro, if we want to call it a crypto, it introduces a new level of complexity that most of the people are not ready for. And I think the current state of the industry is too complex for the people to freely enter and understand it from their first try.
Yeah, earlier today we had a speaker from Trustee. It's just one wallet. And they were saying that they are offering both self-custodial and non-custodial, or non-custodial and custodial. So this is basically the market responding to your concerns, and the market will solve that, and we see that. If people don't feel secure holding their own keys, fine, someone is going to take care of that, and that is really important. But for many, that is not necessary. I'm absolutely outside of the banking system with fully legit currencies. With regards to liquidity, then you have to make a distinction between two things. So under both MiCA, Genesis, and other legislations around the world, then if you are a direct customer linked to the banking system, for example, if you are using some of the solutions that are based on Monerium, then you are connected directly to the banking system. So basically, you get a bank account number. That is how you interact with this. You connect it with your wallet, and all the money that goes into this bank account is going to be minted into your wallet, and then you do whatever you want to do with the token, and then you want to go back, you go back. So that is infinite liquidity if you are connected to the banking system. Now, in the secondary market, shall we say, on chain, then you need these pools, right? And that has been an issue for smaller issuers over the years. And that is something that the private market has been working on heavily. And for example, sharing the liquidity, that's an important feature. And there are other solutions coming up which are helping on this front. But it's absolutely true that this is crucial and this has to be better. And I believe that we will see in the next 6 months that this is going to be solved more or less because of basically how technology is going to solve this.
Yeah, I think that you mentioned a good point when you spoke about the complexity of these instruments. Crypto is not easy for everyone. We have a bias since we know how to use wallets and we think that everyone can use it. But it's actually quite hard. And of course, you can have custodian wallet, so the person doesn't have to have the burden of owning the seed phrase and to take care of the custody of its seed phrase. But what I think is more important is to build the technological means to make the user use blockchain and distributed ledger protocols easily. For example, we in RIB, we are doing that. We are focused on the customer. We built a full stack of products, not only the blockchain, the tokenization platform, but also a wallet that's very easy to use. So why we did that? Because we think that the new world, if we want the blockchain to coexist, to live with the current financial system, if we want to integrate the traditional world with this new world, it's important to have the right technological products to make sure that everyone can use it. So I think the problem is this one, is to make things easy for the user. That's what's happening with every technology. We use internet, but I don't know how many of you know how the internet protocol works. How FTP works, but we use how HTTP works. Same will happen with the blockchain. We will use tools that will allow us to use the blockchain without even realizing it.
Yeah, I do think that we are using internet for whatever reason without knowing what's behind it, yes. But here we are talking about people's savings, people's money. So
this is true. It's more delicate.
It's more important to understand what you're doing and where your money is going and how you are actually managing it. So I think it will be kind of still important in the
That's
long
why the risk you have to make sure, of course, if you have custody of the crypto of user, you have to have a level of compliance which is way higher, of course, than any IT company. This is for sure.
Yeah. I just want to talk about one of the main things and the most important things about stablecoins. It's why would you hold a stablecoin today? I think most of the people see it as a way of having a savings account or earning yield on it. However, under MiCA, the stablecoin issuers are not allowed to issue yield. So why would you want to hold a euro stablecoin? Why would you not pivot towards something that actually earns you yield and allows you to basically gain some money from it?
Yeah, that's really important. Stablecoin is just a digital version of cash, and it doesn't accrue interest to the user. This is a payment instrument, okay? And the wallets that you can use today, they are connected to cards and so on. They basically take your funds, let's say you have 1,000 euros in your wallet, and then you can just program it and say, well, I like to have the majority of my funds in a tokenized money market fund, or stake it, or do whatever else with it to basically earn yield. You can do that. So you don't, if you want to earn yield, you just don't hold the stablecoin, you see? But when you need to, because this is just a token, and through Atomic Swap, you just swap it for a euro when you use it. That's how it works. And the beautiful wallets that we're seeing, they are just making this happening for you automatically. So you don't need to bundle together a cash instrument, which is non-interest bearing, and something which is interest bearing. I mean, you might want some interest bearing asset which is more riskier than we just, this is something you configure in your wallet. So I don't think this is a problem at all.
But for example, when you hold euros on an app like Trade Republic, for example, or Revolut, it earns you yield directly in your account. So what you're explaining, it introduces a new level of complexity, or basically it means that you are giving up this yield to other applications.
Yeah. So basically, the wallet developers, they're just abstracting this away. So you hold euro, but you define what kind of interest you want, and what you get is a function of the risk that you're willing to take. Okay? Yeah. They abstract that away for you. So you say, okay, I want to hold the euro, but when I'm not using it, I want it to be invested in this and this and that. Okay? And this is what the private market is doing. So this is better than tokenized deposits or whatever. You are in control of your money. You say, I want to earn yield or earn interest in these and these and these instruments, and this is done for you in the software. And the wallet does it.
And the traditional world does it for the last 200 years. Because I was a trained private banker and basically define the risk and look in which asset class we want to invest in the old world. And basically the same happens in the new world. Understanding what you say, it's the consumer will decide what he wants to do, and the opportunity is here.
Yeah.
Nothing changes. The platform is changing.
The platform has changed it, and it's made easier. It's more efficient. And,
I have one last question because we're running out of time. But my last question is, who actually wants to hold euros? Because I think it's a fair question to ask, because today we have the global reserve currency, which is a de facto dollar. Basically, everyone wants to hold dollar to get exposure to the United States, et cetera, et cetera. And when we are looking on chain, the US stablecoins market cap is over $300 billion. We are seeing Tether, which has a huge, which has over 180 billion in USD. When we're looking at euro stablecoins, today we have a relatively small market cap for those comparing to the US dollar. And so my question is, who would want to hold euro stablecoins? And then can it become like an alternative for dollar, or will it be always the number two and only reserved for payments for Europeans?
So if you look at the reserve currencies of the world, what central banks are holding, they hold the US dollar. That is the biggest reserve currency. The second biggest currency is the euro. Okay? It is barely existing in stablecoins, and there's a reason for that. We didn't go into that. The European Central Bank is a big part of that. But the same should apply on chain. Why? The central banks around the world, they're holding a euro. Why wouldn't you hold the euro just as the US dollar? Of course you would hold the euro. There is no reason why not. The right question in my mind is, why is it that the euro is not more prevalent than it is? And I think the answer to that is that we have a public body, which is called the European Central Bank, which has been boasting for years that they will issue a digital euro. And if anyone understands anything about VC funding, then if a European company goes out and say, we would like to produce a European stablecoin, okay? We're talking to these VCs. There are not many good VCs in Europe, sorry. But still, let's say that you manage to convince them. Then they'll say, okay, are you really going to compete with the European Central Bank? Of course not. This has been detrimental to the stablecoin, the euro stablecoin sector for years, and it's continuing.
Yeah, I would say who's going to use euro? I think European citizen would prefer to hold the euro over the US dollar. I'm a European citizen, I come from Italy, and of course I prefer to hold my savings in euro rather than US dollars. The question is, I think the question is why euro stablecoin are so lagging in terms of market capitalization. Jon pinpointed a very good point.
I should add Mika as well, but that's another story.
Yeah, also, there is a thing that mainly in the United States, innovation comes first and then there is regulation. While I feel like in Europe there is first the regulation and then the innovation. Of course, if you regulate before, you somehow cut off the possibility of innovating, because innovation, for its nature, is explosive. So I think this approach is also one of the reasons why it's still lagging, the euro stablecoin. Can this change in the future? Of course, I think it can. I'm optimistic. USDT, USDC, all US stablecoin came earlier. They had the first mover advantage that we have to consider. Europe has a lot of national and supranational institutions, fragmented capital markets. Innovation is a little slower in Europe compared to States. So if we sum up all these things, we understand the reasons why the European stablecoin is lagging. But of course, I'm very optimistic about the future, and I'm sure that in the future also Europe will have a stable coin.
Yeah, I'm not that optimistic. So.
No.
And finally, just to let you know, because this is a concern. I mean, when I'm observing what is going on for the last 25 years, US doing better, and better, and we do not. And look, the huge gap that we are currently, and this is nothing to do with Donald Trump, this is 25 years of difference where these guys are systematically doing better than we in Europe.
Yep.
And it's also related to the question about the stablecoin in euro versus US dollar. They just do it better. And we should, frankly said, we should really wake up, because time flies. And we have Asia, and further down the road, in 30 years, we have Africa. So we should better be a little bit...
yeah, but I feel like we've been saying this for so many years now, and we're saying that Europe is always late, that we always regulate before we innovate, and it's kind of... We keep repeating this and hammering this down, but it's kind of never changed, because the people who are making the decisions, they are the ones who are slow, and people are telling me that we should go. So thank you very much for listening to us, and please give it up for the speakers.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. It was fantastic. This was one of these panels that you really forget the time, right? So thank you very, very much for everyone. Thank you, sir, as well, Roger. We'll be swapping once again some chairs. We have, after this really, really interesting keynote, that's, the innovation regulation paradox, much attested, much discussed, of course, comes back to many of the topics. Now, what will be coming back in the next topic is actually AI. We've already been speaking about it quite extensively yesterday, and we managed to sneak it in also this afternoon. And most specifically, we'll be speaking about AI. And how it can be leveraged, utilized, enabled, whatever verb you want to insert here, for Web3 security. And I'm personally very, very curious to hear. We already saw one of the representatives, of course it was the CEO, I believe, on stage of Oak Research. Now, we also will speak about Oak Security. I'm not sure if they're, are they related, the two? No, they're not. I thought perhaps it's another arm. Anyway, lots of Oaks here, which is obviously a great name for a company in the space, either in terms of research or security indeed. So some extra airtime for Oak, both research and security. Now, I'm super, super happy to welcome on stage Dr. Stefan Beyer of Oak Security. Please be very, very welcome. Put your hands together, absolutely. Looking forward to learning from you. Thank you.
Okay, so this was meant to be part of yesterday's AI track, but unfortunately I couldn't get here on time, so we'll do it now. But basically the talk is about AI in security, particularly in Web3 security, and how we use it in our company. Because we are Oak Security, we are a blockchain security firm. We've been around in one form or another since 2017. Currently 52 security researchers. We've audited over 600 projects. And well, here there are some icons of some logos of our clients. You will recognize a lot of Cosmos ecosystem there. Myself, I'm one of the founders. I am a computer scientist. I've got a background in distributed systems and cybersecurity. I've got 20 plus years, well, more than 20 years of industry experience. And I first dabbled with artificial intelligence in '97. The reason I put this up here is because I want to emphasize that AI is not new, right? What is new now is that non-expert users can interact with LLMs, large language modules, which make AI much more accessible, which causes some issues and has some advantages, of course. So before I want to get into how we use AI as a company for auditing smart contracts and blockchains, I want to quickly talk about wipe coding, using AI to produce code. And because it's got a similar problem, which we get to. So this is a statement a well-known developer made to me. I've sort of left him anonymous here. But basically he said he's 10 times more effective since he's using AI tooling in his programming. So that would mean his 40-hour week is now a 4-hour week, which is probably exaggerated. But basically he's bored, right? He's asking us for work, you know, if he can audit for us, because he's got so much spare time in his day job. So that's an example of how AI can be really useful in the hands of a domain expert, right? Someone that knows how coding works. On the flip side, as auditors, we get a lot of code bases now, and it's getting worse in the last few months, where we see over-complex code bases, blocks of code that don't do anything in a code base. When you talk to the developer team about it, they don't understand what they've written because they haven't written it. They've got an AI to write it. Invariant checks are missing. There are uncovered edge cases. And you know, when we tell them to go back and improve the test coverage, they produce at 100% test coverage. But when we look at the tests, they don't test for anything useful, right? So they're testing the wrong thing. And that's an example of we as auditors have to find 10 times the efficiency to make sense of the mess AI has created in the wrong hands, right? So these are not domain experts. These are unexperienced developers that use AI the wrong way. And I'm mentioning this as an example because for security purposes, that's very similar, right? You need domain knowledge to use AI effectively. There's this idea of these autonomous AI agents magically protecting the blockchain. And the news seems to support this, right? There are some headlines here of Google AI stopping some exploits and a zero-day exploit being spotted in the Linux kernel source code. And these are all good examples, but they don't tell the whole story, right? This here is a research paper I've read. And there are many of these around now, and they all have slightly different numbers, but they all sort of back up what we see in our day-to-day work. So large language models with GPT-4 model in this case, they found were 96% effective in terms of precision. So basically it means if an AI detects the vulnerability, it's usually right. But they also found that 40% of the vulnerabilities are still missed, right? And when it comes to fuzzers, type of testing, fuzz testing it's called. Don't want to get into details, but that's something that can be automated quite easily with AI, they found, right? In the sense that 90% precision and a much lower noise ratio. So here is a case where AI is actually helping the human security researcher a lot to make their work easier. And all these numbers, they might be different in the latest research paper, and it changes daily.
I've just read that OpenAI have released a new agent that is supposed to be very good. I haven't had a chance to check it out yet. But basically, the emphasis is there that AI is very good to automate certain things, but it needs human domain expertise. There's a case study here, and this is from our audit report, which we wrote 2024 of Cosmos SDK. When in the long version of this talk, I go through it in more detail. Here, I'll just mention it very quickly in the interest of time. But basically, the first critical issue we found was something relatively standard. It's a pattern of unbounded execution problems where you basically do your own denial of service, or that can happen, that you run into resource problem. That's very easy to detect with tools, and we detect this type of thing with tools. The second critical issue we found in that audit required deep understanding of the business logic, right? It was basically something to do with how different accounts can be set up to do certain things, to interact across a very complex business logic, and that we've not managed to replicate this finding with AI, right? So it sort of backs up what this paper has said. Some issues are missed, the more complex one that require understanding of the business logic. This pen tester here is another example. This is not our pen tester, but it's a pen tester that have become famous for being #1 on the HackerOne's leaderboard. And it does find a lot of issues, including critical issues, but it still needs a human to validate all the findings. And it tends to find standardized things. Even that standardized, easy sort of pattern thing might be 0 day. It's still something that is relatively easy to spot, or would be relatively easy to spot for a human with a checklist as well. So the takeaway is that all these tools are very good at making the work of the auditor more efficient, but they have to be used correctly, and that's what we are trying to do in our daily operations. So what we do, and we call that the co-pilot model, which sort of explains itself, we use AI to do the surface scanning, looking for known vulnerabilities, to get the easy finds out of the way, right? We use it for code comprehension, at least initially, right? Obviously, we don't rely on an AI to tell us how our protocol works, but it is very easy to dive into business logic using an AI to get the first high-level understanding and then dive deeper. We use it to validate attack vectors we've already found. We use it to set up fuzzing and generate exploits based on this, proof of concepts that we show our clients. And we use it a lot for documenting and reporting, right? That's where large language modules are very good. It's in the name, language, right? They can help us write up complex issues in a form that is easy, that is standardized and easy to understand by our clients. And then the human, our auditors, they are freed up to handle other things. Like they have to tell the AI the context of this code base, right? They have to understand the context themselves, obviously, but they also have to use it to make the LLM work correctly. They have to understand the business logic, they have to think about the economics, and they have to think about game theory vulnerabilities, which is where we have found the AI is still not good enough to replace our auditors. Not that we want to replace them, but we want to make them as efficient as possible, of course. So the way of working really means we can use AI, large language model, effectively to reduce audit fatigue. No auditor likes going through checklists, and no auditor likes writing reports, right? So that's already a lot of stress out of the way. We can increase coverage because we have more time, or we can compress the timeline, right? It's a mix of the two things. So how can a security auditor work with an LLM, right? Because the sort of naive way of thinking is to just copy a piece of code into ChatGPT and say, find all the issues, right? That doesn't work. So before we can interact with an LLM, our auditors tend to enhance and format the data, right? Ideally, they would reduce the code base to a best case scenario with one happy path and no recursions, because that's the way LLMs work best, right? They work based on tokens, Again, can't go into all the details in the time remaining, but basically, the more linear the code base, the easier it is for an LLM to make sense of it. The realistic case, however, is that we can remove the boilerplate. I mean, we can't rewrite the code for the client so that it's easier to pass by an LLM, of course. But what we can do is remove boilerplate code. We can reduce modules that are not important for security. Right? We can tell LLMI which modules they are, or we can remove them by hand. And we have to tell them the context, right? The LLM needs to know how the protocol is intended to be used and what the intended architecture is and the specification. And we have to do that without being too verbose, because at some point, the prompt gets too large for an LLM to manage correctly. And you also have to avoid multi-shot prompts, because, you know, it's like, the code does this, now it does this. Now you have to add this to give it several prompts, one after the other, and answering to the LLM's prompt usually gets worse with every iteration, right? That's what's called empty context. Basically, you tell the LLM as much as you know in one go in a very concise way. And that's not easy to do, right? You need a lot of domain experience to do that with a piece of code. And importantly, you need to understand it. And then we use specialized agents, which interact with the system prompts, and they can use POCs. Now, we use different auditors that all work slightly differently, but that's basically how most of them work. When it gets too complicated, we find the LLM starts getting useless, right? If we find ourselves in fine-tuning it too much and getting lost in hyperparameterization, what it's called, then we just stop and do it manually. Last thing I want to mention here, how we work with LLMs, is data protection, right? One thing that is very important, that the audits are usually in the context of protected source code. We sign NDAs with our customers. We can't just upload things to a cloud LLM, which means we need very powerful hardware, and our auditors need to run LLMs locally, which also limits the thing further. Okay, so that's just a quick summary how we use AI, but as much as AI we use and as much we make our audits better and more efficient with or without MI, there's another big problem, and that's most Web3 projects these days get exploited through other means, right? They either share their codes accidentally, or they get their keys stolen, or they hire a North Korean hacker in their development team. That has happened. Or they fall for phishing and social engineering attacks, right? And the case in point is this checklist, this leaderboard from the Rect News website, which lists the top 10 projects, or the top 10 exploits in terms of funds stolen. And this is up to date, right? I updated this 2 days ago. And I go through it quickly because I don't have time, to go through it in detail. But basically, 6 out of the top 10 projects have nothing to do with code security, right? All these exploits are due to poor operational security and poor use of cryptography, or some erroneous human intervention, right? And I'm putting this up just because I want to remind everyone that they should talk to us or other security companies, we are not the only ones that offer this, as early as possible, right? Don't wait until you have code to audit. Design, development, release, operation, in all these phases, we and others can provide services. If we can't provide a service, we find a partner that can talk to us as soon as possible. And I don't have more time. Wish I could go into the details of all these AI use cases and talk about more examples. But that's it for now. You can find us here. If you scan this code, I think it gets you to one of these, probably the X or Twitter account. And you can also schedule a call with me directly. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Stefan Beyer. From Oak Security, the one and only Oak Security, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation about how to leverage, how it's being used, AI for Web3 security. Wonderful points you made, an important topic as well for the audience here, as well as for the people that are watching through the live stream, or perhaps you're watching this way later in the course of the year. Now, we'll be moving on now to yet another wonderful keynotes. This is someone we've already seen on stage from Finoa Custody, Daniel Schrader. And he'll be speaking actually about how to bridge really fundamentally the Cosmos ecosystem and bring it to its institutional future. Sounds indeed futuristic, sounds indeed very, very promising. Daniel, please feel free to join the stage and welcome, and please give it up for Daniel Schrader from Finoa Custody. Thank you for being here. Take it away.
Thanks a lot. In the last couple of days, as well as in the last talks today in the afternoon, we heard a lot about institutions, institutional use cases. We saw talks about stablecoins, and also Mac yesterday was talking about how to bring enterprises into the Cosmos ecosystem. And I want to talk now about which infrastructure is required to build this bridge for the institutions to join the Cosmos ecosystem. And historically, Cosmos has been very strong in building a community and building traction for especially like retail or very crypto-native users. And yeah, the talk is about the next step and the bridge to the institutional future of Cosmos. And why I'm here to talk about this, quick background. I'm Daniel, Managing Director of Finoa Consensus Services. We are the staking arm of Finoa, a regulated custody provider out of Germany. And we have been historically supporting basically all big Cosmos-based launches over the last couple of years with custody and staking services to enable foundations to keep their treasury safe, as well as institutions to engage and receive their funds as well. So, yeah, I'm happy to be here and share our observations about the next steps. But before talking about institutions specifically, let's have a look at the ecosystem players that are required to build a successful blockchain ecosystem. So on the one hand side, you have the foundations as kind of the architects, the founders that have an innovative idea, a dream that they want to bring to life. Then you have the investors, the capital, the funding. They're the ones who are basically enabling the founders to bring that system to life, not only with capital, but also with expertise, advising, and so on. And then the last group are the actual users, right? They're the ones who are using the new system. They're building innovative apps on top. They're building communities. They're the ones that are filling this system with life. And that's in the end the purpose of a blockchain, to get used, or basically from any system. And each system needs all of those participants to come together to build an ecosystem that works in the long run. But to support all of those activities from those different actors, we need to have an underlying infrastructure. We need validators to run the chain. We need wallets to enable users to actually engage and interact with the system that different players have been built. We need custodians to safeguard assets. We need exchanges to enable new joiners to get there. And those players have very different requirements, for example, in terms of custody, like self-custody to regulated custody. And what we're also seeing is that the networks are specializing across the spectrum. So we have like very, let's say, crypto-native blockchains, or very crypto-native focused blockchains, ecosystems like the Cosmos ecosystem. And on the other extreme, we have like new networks like Canton that are very specialized on bringing institutions on chain. And of course, we're having also some networks that are trying to balance this. And over the last couple of days and talks, we saw and heard about the ambition of Cosmos to move more and more into this balanced approach. And I think that's the right way to go for the ecosystem. Why that's the case? I mean, we see that the institutions are here. We don't need to go into the details of those numbers, but the overall message is that institutions are investing heavily. We're seeing the funding with from the VCs. We're seeing that they are using the system. So stablecoin payments are huge these days. So institutions are here, so it's worth to look into how we can support them with infrastructure to actually get more and more involved into the system. So again, we have the different ecosystem players, and all of them have basic needs, right? All of them need to have a solution to receive their funds, to store their funds. That's kind of the most basic stuff, right? Be it like self-custody or regulated custody, you need to custody and get access to your funds that you invested in. Once you invested, most of the players want to go ahead and bring their assets to work, right? They want to stake their assets, which is kind of the next thing to iterate for those players. That's why we have so many validator companies also on this conference, because staking your funds is kind of a basic need for every player into the ecosystem. Then the next step is to interact with your assets and interact with different applications. Those are wallet integrations and so on. I will dive deeper into this into the next slides. On top of the, let's say, basic requirements that everybody has, foundations, institutions, as well as enterprises have like more requirements to the technical infrastructure. They are not an individual, they are an organization. So they need to have an operational setup to manage their treasury. They need to have like access management, they need reporting, they have special security requirements, they maybe need a simpler UI so that every employee of a company can understand what's actually going on. And of course, they need regulatory clarity, which is key to understand to support the different institutions, banks, VCs, as well as enterprises to actually go and use the technology. And on the extreme, we have like the big enterprises, the big banks that want to have integrations into their current system. They are not changing their system to adapt to the new stuff. They want to have direct interactions and direct integrations with the system, and that's why also we heard yesterday from Mac that they are going out to the enterprises to talk about how to bring the technical implementations directly to the enterprises and to the institutions. So what do we see missing at the moment? I think the main gap that we see at the moment is that institutions and enterprises are investing, they're staking, but they don't have a valid way to actually interact with the stuff that they invested in. That's a challenge for investors because they are lagging the technical limitations of like regulated custody providers, for example, to actually get there, as well as for like enterprises to have like regulatory as well as technical environment to actually deploy stuff in a fashion that they can actually use. So both of them are mainly using the tech at the moment for treasury management, instead of actually using the tech in the way that it's supposed to work and help the systems. So the main gap is the secure interaction directly out of a regulated custody provider. For example, to use DEXs to get access to stablecoin yields, tokenized RWAs, you name it, whatever the use case is. At the moment, that's mainly stablecoins as well as other DeFi applications. And that's what we want to solve. We want to fill that gap. But first, let me give a quick rundown of what we have done so far, and then how we can fill that gap or aiming to fill this gap. We talked about the basic needs. And the basic need for every institution is to store and receive their funds. So that's also why we started around 2019 with the regulated custody service for foundations and institutions to enable them to participate on-chain and supported various Cosmos-based chains over the last couple of years, as well as other networks outside of the Cosmos ecosystem to support institutions to receive and invest into the different networks, as well as foundations to manage their treasury accordingly. The other next kind of basic need was the topic of staking. So around 4 years ago, we started our own staking arm to support foundations with professional infrastructure to decentralize their environments, as well as the institutions and investors to participate in on-chain inflation, get part of their rewards. And as of today, we have around 2 billion assets under delegation of our validators across the different networks. That was kind of, if we're looking at this triangle, kind of the right side, those are the services for the foundations as well as the capital directly. The other part of this triangle is kind of the foundation and user stuff. And what we launched a couple of weeks ago is our own so-called stake desk. It's a UI there. Everybody with a self-custody wallet can directly connect and see insights about their staking allocations. It's a very easy way to get engaged into staking, as well as for the institutions, for the foundations, a great way to advertise for new joiners of the ecosystem to get their hands dirty and start staking. And our next goal is now for next year to fill this gap that we identified in the last slide to make institutions and enterprises users of those networks. So to enable institutions and enterprises to use the networks, we want to start with the most interesting use cases for them as of today. So those are stablecoin yields, liquid staking, and tokenized RWAs. More to come in the future, but that's where we see the most of the demand at the moment. The system that we've built as an ecosystem, we built this to be being used and not just to be invested in and then forgot about. So that's why we are scouting at the moment for apps, projects, chains that are supporting those use cases and are then integrating them directly into our custody UI so that institutions can directly use them out of our regulated custody. So if you are building an app or launching a project in any of those ideas, I'm very happy to connect. We're one of the leading custodians and staking providers, and we have the opportunity to bring the institutions on-chain together. And that's our way to build the institutional bridge, and I'm very happy to be here and discuss how we can do this together. Thanks a lot.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Daniel Schrader, Finoa. Lots of different things that you're doing. I'm just checking for a second outside, guys, because we need to put some chairs back on the stage. And I'm checking to see if our wonderful assistants are already here. They might come in a second. Maybe Crypto, Robbie, can you keep an eye if the guys are coming with the chairs? Thank you very, very much, because we are slightly early for a change. Now, that actually allows me to tell you just a couple of things very, very briefly. First of all, that shortly we will be moving to the next panel discussion, and that will be actually the last one of today. I would most definitely recommend you to stick around, fundamentally, either here in Split for this last panel discussion, maybe grab a really, really quick coffee if you want to, and most definitely also at home, in case you're watching live, or once again, wherever you are, all across the world, stay with us. It also allows me to say, just for a second, massive thanks, fundamentally, to the Cosmoverse 2025 team, right? We have Roberto, Michael, so many others. We're all building this wonderful event together, of course, also supported by Cosmos Labs. Now, I should probably also add that even without all the sponsors, the partners, right, community, the media partners, everyone else, including the speakers, the attendees, creating an event is fundamentally not possible. Last but not least, I would also recommend everyone, once again, I'm sorry, I'm a founder, I'm fundraising too, to check out the networking app, right? You can also use it after the event to connect with other folks that you're looking for fundamentally, Web3 professionals or those that are interested in the space all across the world. It's a fair and open access solution for builders, investors, all sorts of people, and it works, I believe, in a clever way. Yeah, that would be very, very great. So what we are actually intending to do is bridging this gap with some other chairs. It will also look lovely, I believe. Thank you so much for helping out here. Love always how innovative indeed the crypto space is, right? If there is not the solution out there, what we do? We just build it ourselves, right? Isn't that the true ethos of the space? Now, everyone is already on stage, so what I'm going to do, really, really briefly, is at least say your names. So, we have wonderful people with us. Indeed, you already see them appearing here behind me. We'll be speaking about when institutional money flows on-chain. We have Filip Surdoc. Am I pronouncing that correctly? No. Okay. So we have Andrea Calandruccio, CFO and co-founder of Colossus Digital. Ivana Dulia, Chief Genius Officer of Intercapital. Matteo Bronchetti, VP of Custody, Fortuna Custody. And once again, Robbie yourself, Crypto Robbie.
Yes.
Feel free to take it over. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Alex. Thrilled. Thank you for being with us here last session. I promise we'll be very brief. The topic is on institutional money flowing into crypto, but we will also discuss with Matteo, Andrea, and Ivana about what their personal experience, what they do, and maybe Ivana, you want to start? You're help me with your Chief Genius Officer. I like that. And tell us what Intercapital is doing.
Okay, so I come from Intercapital Digital Wealth Management.
Yeah.
And basically why Chief Genius Officer? Because we are developing Genius by Intercapital application for robo-advisory portfolio management.
Okay.
So what brings me here is basically that we were the first one in the region to introduce crypto, mostly Bitcoin, into asset allocation within the portfolio management model.
And you're not a crypto exchange, but you're a normal
no transaction execution. So the our clients give us money and then delegate portfolio management to us, and we make the portfolio decisions for them.
Thank you, Ivana. Maybe Andrea?
Yes, absolutely. At Colossus Digital, we help institutions access... Colossus Digital.
Yeah, Colossus Digital.
We help institutions access on-chain yield securely and in a compliant way.
So your business is custody or?
No, we connect custody to on-chain yield opportunity.
Okay.
And we'll
Matteo?
Fortuna Custody. Fortuna is a regulated digital asset custodian in Ireland. We had before a VASP license under the VASP regime, and now we are going through all the MiCA and payment license process still in Ireland. So we mainly focus on institutional money and token foundation money, and our main focus is actually also like non-EVM chains. So that's why also we're here at Cosmoverse.
So, but you are a crypto native?
I am crypto native.
Yes, yeah. But
my background is in traditional finance. I was a hedge fund manager, and I could not access on-chain yield securely from custody. So I sort of tapped a few of my partners and asked them to find a solution, and that's how Colossus was born.
So what we see is that institutional money enters blockchain, and you have also been with UniCredit, correct me? Yes, many years.
Yes, I
Not so many, but some years.
Yeah, well, 8.
8.
I call it many.
And now Intercapital has a cooperation kind of with JP Morgan, which is also kind of institutional. So how is that how do you see that institutional money is going towards crypto?
Okay, so the cooperation with JP Morgan is not really related with the product that we have related to crypto. How it's moving from our perspective to crypto, we are basically making a decision to invest into Bitcoin, part of their portfolio, client's portfolio.
Okay.
Well, we used ETFs, of course, to do that, which made it possible for us to join the crypto and Bitcoin Bitcoin asset allocation. Why we do it? Because, it has become very interesting from, of course, risk-reward perspective. Bitcoin and everything else when we talk about asset allocation.
Yeah.
Why Bitcoin? Because it has this narrative of store of value, of course, and it wants to become digital gold and store of value. It's still not that. It's still risk on asset. It's still very volatile, too volatile to be called digital gold. But as long as the probability of it becoming a digital gold is rising, it has a lot of potential to keep overperforming other assets in the long run on average. So this is why we want to have it in the client's portfolio.
That's what, but also because maybe clients want that, is it?
Well, they would not opt for this service if they wouldn't want it.
And I downloaded this Genius app. There is this Genius. But only it's for Croatians. Sorry, it's only for Croatians.
Yes.
But my Croatian is bad. Samo malo govorim. But it actually, this is a robo-advisor. Does the robo-advisor also advise you to invest in Bitcoin?
Well, basically what it does. So if client wants the robo-advisor, which includes crypto, we will allocate up to 8% into Bitcoin based on client's risk profile.
So if you have 10,000 euro and you want to invest, and then it would not go beyond 8%.
Exactly, exactly. Why we do it? As I mentioned in the beginning, we are portfolio managers, so our clients are dominantly either clients who don't have knowledge or time to engage into trading, or clients who do engage into trading and they are trying to become very rich very quickly in crypto, but they still want to have a long-term managed portfolio that they want to have on autopilot, and they don't want it to be speculative.
I see.
It's a long-term. So these kind of clients want to have part of the portfolio allocated into Bitcoin to be exposed to overperformance. But then still, if things go south, when things go south, the downside is always limited. This is why we keep it limited and diversified.
Okay. Andrea, do you have for customers solutions or with crypto?
Yeah, so most of our customers are institutions, or all of our customers are institutions.
For instance, is it banks or is it pension
traditional
funds?
banks? It's traditional banks, it's traditional asset managers, but it's also crypto exchanges. Anybody who is holding assets and want to earn a yield on these assets in a secure and compliant way, they need to connect from custody to on-chain yield.
Okay.
And that is a technically complex process, and there is also a significant regulatory risk. And we cover these two aspects, thanks to our proprietary technology and the regulatory framework that we work under.
So if I'm a bank, let's say the Crypto Robbie bank wants to have some Bitcoin, maybe a lot.
So first and foremost, you would need a custodian to start with, or a custody solution that you can
That would be Matteo.
That could be Matteo. So
By the way, isn't your company also a custody provider of this conference?
Yeah, we are.
Yes. Okay.
So exactly. So actually, this is a perfect example. So say that Ivana wants to hold some digital assets, on, and then she needs the custody of Matteo, but then she also wants to earn a yield on these assets. So she needs our connectivity from Matteo to the on-chain yield, which could be either native staking or DeFi, or in some instances, and Bitcoin is a great example of this, collateralized loan.
And that's
what we do.
Provide.
And we provide this both from a technical perspective as well as a regulatory framework perspective, because traditional financial institutions, they want to face so-called eligible counterparties, so other companies that are as regulated as they are, so that they can rely on the AML, KYC policies and regulatory framework of the counterparty to be safe.
You have the regulation based in London?
No, I'm London-based personally, but the company is based in Switzerland. And we're about to get the financial intermediary regulation in Switzerland, and then we're working with the Swiss regulator to discuss further regulation, which is still under development. And our idea is to be regulated in Switzerland and in Europe, and then potentially in other markets to offer this kind of service in a regulated fashion.
When you these staking services, where do you see the most of the future, which the product lines you mentioned, staking and other different lines?
So I would say that the way institution thinks is pretty straightforward. They think in terms of size.
Yeah.
So obviously, the bigger the asset class, the more interesting it is. So obviously, I don't think it's a coincidence you talk about Bitcoin, because obviously that's 60% of the market, whatever.
Yeah.
And so obviously Bitcoin doesn't have native staking, as everybody knows.
Yeah.
And so to earn a yield on Bitcoin or to do something with Bitcoin, you have to access DeFi in some shape or form, and that's one of the things that we're helping with. And also other asset classes in terms of size. So of course you have Bitcoin, you have Ethereum, you have stable coins.
Yeah.
And some of these have, for example, Ethereum has native staking and restaking and other liquid staking and another protocol. Then you have obviously Cosmos chains that have native staking and other kind of on-chain yield. And stable coins usually generate yield via DeFi. So we provide secure and compliant access to these solutions.
Okay, compliant brings me to Matteo, because you mentioned Mika and that you are about to get Mika. What's the experience?
Tough, I would say. Like in Ireland, also like the VASP regime was tough. Like with the VASP regime, basically like it was a legislation.
Yeah.
So there was no harmony among like the European countries, let's put it this way. So you could go to some countries in Europe and get a license for 10, 15 or 50K. Yeah. But in a day or in a week, basically. But in Ireland, like it took us like 18 months. So the licensing regime by the regulator was really tough, just already like at the VASP level. And at the Mika and Mica level, it's very tough. I have to say.
It's very tough, you say. And you do it in Ireland?
We do it in Ireland, yes.
And how is it with the Irish, Mika regulators?
I would say the Irish regulator has been helpful in a way. Like they want to understand the business and the business model of companies getting regulated in Ireland, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But it's more of a education process also, because like they know about KYC and AML, which is what they know. But when it comes to technology and when it comes to custody, it could be like HSM, so hardware technology, or MPC, so multi-party computational technology.
Yeah.
It's something that you need to explain to them how you do it. You need to explain to them how the keys are getting stored, how the private keys are getting stored. You need to explain to them how you secure the assets.
And that's what you do
and
there.
That's what we do.
You're explaining, interesting.
And that's what
the
we
Italian
need to explain.
in Ireland to
but
the Irish.
I have to say that compared to other regulators in Europe, they've been helpful.
Okay.
And especially for smaller companies, which we heard it wasn't the case in other countries in Europe. So that has been good for us, I would say.
I have also some experience, because we also applied for Mika with Validvent in Austria, where also Bybit got the license, for instance, and other Bitpanda, other exchanges. And the regular, I can share that they are actually they're not hostile. They're also humans on the other side, and they know about blockchain these days already, surprisingly, but it's refreshing. And that's the question to all of you. When you see these institutions entering the business, we had hacks, and we had from Oak, there was a security expert, just 2 speeches before we entered here. He said these hacks, Bybit hack, we had FTX, we had Luna. What if tomorrow, 1st of November, there's a big hack, I don't know, Binance gets drained or Bybit again or something. How would you see that institutions, would they then leave the market, as it was in 22 the case? I saw Red Bull, we had a cooperation a long time ago with Red Bull. They had cooperation with some blockchain project, Tezos, for instance. They immediately canceled the cooperation. Do you see that a big incident could harm that, and that they flee and that the institutions say, no, we don't like that? Or would you say institutions, they say, okay, we could go further? How do you see that?
Well, from my side, I think it's a very philosophical question.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it would harm the trust, for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a 1 or 0 call.
Yeah. Okay.
So it would maybe decrease the speed of institutions coming in. Maybe it would also decrease the participation as it is now. but I don't think it would completely erase it.
Okay, so
it would harm it
here to
severely.
stay.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
I absolutely agree. I think it's here to stay. I think the size of the market is now big enough for this to stay. I think that the players that are involved and the way regulators and government have dealt with this, especially, I guess, the US government, is created this framework which is unlikely to go away. What I also want to say about hacks and frauds is that I have not yet encountered a blockchain fraud which would have not been preventable if blockchain was regulated in a similar way as traditional financial services. So my favorite saying is new technologies, old sins.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we've experienced. So all of these, especially recent cases, they're all either consequence of lack of regulation or poor, let's say, processes and procedures which would not be accepted in traditional finance. So
what you're saying is, because we don't have these good regulations which banks have, these things happen still.
But now that we're starting to have it, I think the likelihood and the impact of these scandals will be less and less.
I would say it would definitely harm. The good thing is, as you mentioned, is regulation. Like, for example, MiCA comes with DORA, which is the Resilience Act. So that is, you need to put more effort in securing your infrastructure if you're regulated. So that's definitely a good thing for the future of the market. But I just want to point out that, I don't know, if you look at the Bybit hack a few months ago, or the Swissborg and Kiln hack, those hacks were at the Web 2 level, so the API level or the front-end level. They were not at the blockchain level. So the blockchain as infrastructure is probably the most secure infrastructure that we have. I don't know, have you ever seen validators getting slashed? Probably, I don't know, maybe just a few times in 12 years.
Yeah, it's rare.
Or 11 years. But so I would say most of the hacks still happen at the Web 2 level rather than the Web 3 or blockchain level. So that's a good metric for the blockchain or crypto people, I would say.
Interesting. When now we talking about institutions, you're from smaller companies, I guess. Is it or small and medium size? But you consider still small or medium. How about Intercapital also? We have the big players, BlackRock and then JP Morgan and so on, and then smaller players. Do you think, when we talk about Europe now, because we are in Europe split, of course, do you think there will be the big ones will eat up the smaller ones? Is it your target to be finally, integrated in a larger bank with a bank, or you marry a bank, or marry I don't know, and in a big exchange? Yeah. What's your perspective, business-wise?
Okay. Well, two things to say. I think from one side is a very strong message when you have big players like BlackRock, like Apollo, like WisdomTree, leading the way and showing the cases, and coming with, I don't know, private credit tokenization. It's 100 million feeder fund into $20 billion big, traditional finance.
So you're putting water in the sea.
Yeah, but
it doesn't change much.
It exists. It's now a use case. They show how it's done, and then they show that it can be done in a safe way, and so on. On the other side, especially, but I think they will say much more about this side of the things. I can comment from the fintech part that we do, for example. Smaller companies can be much more agile than the big banks, for example. And then they can do the development much faster. They can adjust to the market much faster. They can deliver better market product fit. They can listen to the customers. They can put it inside the platform quicker. And then the future of fintech, but then again, I think it's very similar also here, is mergers and acquisitions.
So you see that?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I think obviously roll-ups and consolidation, it always happens in this kind of market, but at the same time, as Ivana said, the path to innovation is usually led by smaller organizations that are more agile, and then deal with larger organizations that bring size and credibility to the POCs. And that's the way we also operate. So what we try to do is that, of course, we like to work with smaller and larger partners and customers. But I think that what's very important, and I think also Fortuna is a good example of this, is having, having innovation alongside regulation is what this industry needs. Because regulation without innovation brings you nowhere, and this is a totally new technology, and potentially, changing the history of mankind. It's quite a powerful technology, the distributed ledger technologies and the blockchain. But at the same time, so you need the regulation, but you also need the innovation. So the two things together. So having small, agile teams.
But now for your company, would you rather go and increase, scale your business, or you have a target finally to be bought by someone?
It's always a difficult question. It's all about the price.
It's all about the price. That's why I put it.
It's all about the price tag. So that's actually what I do for my company is dealing with investors and potential partners and buyers in a sense. And I think that there are different ways to do this.
Yeah.
I see that we could partner up with larger players of the crypto space, but most likely, I think the natural play is to team up with larger institutions from the traditional finance space that want to get into this industry and have a certain head start. So I think that the natural evolution for businesses that are very innovative but yet compliant is to actually partner up with traditional financial institutions who will bring the scale.
So what you're saying is you wouldn't the marriage, which is a unequal marriage.
Yes.
It's a small crypto with a traditional finance, not so much small crypto with big crypto.
Well, when we talk institutional finance, yes.
Yes.
So I think there are lots of great crypto companies that team up and marry, as you say.
Yes.
When it comes more to retail business, I think in our line of business, which is institutional, I think the interesting evolution. There are obviously synergies with the crypto entities, but I think the bigger synergy is when traditional finance companies acquire or merge with crypto innovative institutional players.
Interesting, Matteo.
I'm just gonna mention the innovator's dilemma, which says that small companies disrupt industries, big companies do incremental innovation. So you mentioned like big players like BlackRock, they just do incremental innovation, and small companies like we need to disrupt things in the market. So we need to be the ones that innovate in the market and kind of on one side focus on even like smaller ecosystems where there's less competition, but there could be lots of upside down the line in the future. And on the other side, kind of focus on building products that could disrupt and could be used by bigger clients or bigger traditional financial institutions in the future to enter the market, for example.
I understand that, but it's Fortuna Custody. For instance, you provide custody services to B2B or end customers, and then would you rather go with a crypto exchange or with build your own business, increase your own business, or marry a bank, banks, financial institutions, pension funds, I don't know.
As an exit strategy?
Exit strategy,
I would say like we're all capitalistic here, so it all depends on the price.
Okay, interesting, So it's not a happy marriage, it's not a love marriage, it's a money marriage, okay, good.
It all depends on the price and on the future. Like, I think like for startups, they don't want to be bought and just kept in a drawer, like without being used. So it all depends on the kind of marriage. Is it a 50-50 marriage? Is it a 10-90? Is it a 20-80? So it all depends on that. And of course, like price, as we're all capitalistic.
Okay, thank you very much. I would say, as it's we are all tired, a bit. I would say we would make a stop here. Thank you very much, you three here. Thank you guys that's staying with us. We appreciate that. We shall give them applause. But for the conference, last word, if you have Cosmos and if you saw the Cosmos, any sentence of the conference, what did you learn and what did you see? Anything new, anything surprising?
For me, this is also this panel is very, very useful for me because coming from the traditional finance, eager to find out more about the background, about the technical part and everything. So if you want to converge towards each other and like to create added value, then we have to talk and learn from each other.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Cosmos ecosystem has been from the very beginning very friendly with let's say institutional ready to an extent. I think that now what I've seen also thanks to the conference is that there is actually being an active push towards institutional adoption, which I think is going to be the future of crypto in the next 5 years. And then we'll see after that. But if there is no institutional adoption in the next 5 years, I don't think crypto can grow to the point of being as disruptive as this has been over the past 5 years.
Thank you.
I would say the Cosmos stack, and especially like the Cosmos SDKs and everything, could be a very good fit for corporations that wants to build on blockchains.
Yeah.
So it's a very easy to use and easy to implement tech for those who could be custodians, market makers, exchanges, etc.
Yeah.
So I would see that as an edge for Cosmos, for example.
Yeah.
And on the institutional side, maybe a DAT could be useful for Cosmos.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. And the rest outside, the coffee, and also thank you guys.
Thank you.
For having us.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you for building with us literally today on stage as well as, of course, off stage. Thank you very much indeed. Robbie as well, wonderful moderation. Thank you, everyone. You know that there is still 2K people as well watching live right now. Now, I don't know where you are all across the world, specifically if it's Friday evening, like kudos to you watching a Cosmoverse event Friday evening. Now, it has been thrilling, it has been interesting. We've talked about so many different things. What I should tell you, everyone here in this room outside who's watching, come back tomorrow. We'll be starting tomorrow morning, Central European time, pretty early, 10 o'clock, more or less, with yet another day full of surprises. We'll be speaking about EVM, right? EVM, the compatibility that we have nowadays. ZK will also be addressed. And then also all the way towards the afternoon, we'll be having lots of wonderful announcements to be made, including, potentially, about Cosmoverse 2026. We'll also be watching to some of the pitching competitors that will be pitching for wonderful potential prizes, or at least visibility. We'll be hearing about the hackathon, how that has been, what the wonderful guys and girls and wonderful other people as well have built. So long story short, come back tomorrow. Thank you for having been here. Massive thanks to everyone, and see you tomorrow. Don't escape. Come back for Cosmoverse 2025 Day 3. Thank you very much, everyone. Cheers. Thank you.